90 degrees to, let's say, 85 degrees or 82.5 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an angle measurement taken from a horizontal plane. Your assumption is that plane, the distance between the two things, isn't horizontal, it's curved.
Yes, because you can compare it to the parallax of the sun.
Parallax of the sun. We're not interested in the height. We're not interested in the height of the sun. We're interested in the angle that's measured.
No. You're interested in the parallax of the sun to.
No, we're interested in the surface. No, we're interested in the surface of the Earth.
We are. But in order to know, in order to distinguish between the situation where the Earth is curved and the sun is very far away, versus the sun is closer by, but the Earth.
Where's this no. There's no dichotomy.
That's how you would correct.
No.
That's how you would correct the fact that the rays are parallel.
We measure the surface of the Earth. That's the question, right?
What you're hypothesizing is that you can get the same results. I'm not saying that you say that this is the case, but
it is the case.
What you're saying is that because there is this alternative possibility, then that means that it is a case of affirming the consequence.
Yes.
The theory, correct?
Because affirming the consequence means that you just choose your one thing without any other alternatives.
Yes, exactly, right? There are more alternatives, right?
Still talking. So what you have to remember is what we're measuring. We're measuring the Earth, an angle from the surface of the Earth, which must be horizontal. Your assumption is the thing that we're measuring isn't the surface of the Earth. Can't be.
Yeah, so my point is you can compare those alternatives.
Okay.
You can compare those alternatives and see which one lines up with your measurement. Because it's not just the angle that you can measure. There are other things you can measure. You can make an approximation of the distance toward to the sun.
But not see. This is what I've got. Not interested in the distance to the sun. The name of the channel is The Flat Earth. We're measuring the surface of the Earth. I'm not interested in the distance to the sun.
But that is important in judging whether...
It might be, and it might be really important, so you might have to make another channel about the distance to the sun. But that's not the question of this channel, right?
But this is geometry. Like you were talking, you said it yourself. You're measuring an angle. If you don't take the distances into account, if you're only looking at the angles, you won't learn anything.
Right. Okay.
That's the thing you're missing.
Let me ask you this: what's the distance to the stars in Aristotle's model? What's the distance to the sun in Aristotle's model? What's the light rays doing?
In the what model? I didn't hear you clearly.
What are the light rays doing in the Aristotle's model?
What's the Aristotle's model?
Yeah. Oh, let me just ask again. So the distance to the stars and the sun, what's that?
What the distance are to the stars?
Yes. You said it was important. So what is it?
No, I'm not talking about the stars. I'm talking about the sun.
Okay. So what's the distance to the sun then?
I don't know, a couple light minutes.
A couple of light minutes. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
Is it? Have you got a measurement for that? You're going to need a distance before you tell me how long it took the light to get here. So how do you measure the distance? You said it was important.
Yes.
Yes, so it's important.
Yes,
so what's the distance then?
Yes, the distance you need to. Yeah, if you don't take the distance into account, and you don't even need to know the exact distance.
So what is that distance? How are we going to get it? How are we going to measure it? You're not understanding how we're going to measure it. What are we going to do?
Yeah, so you can so the whole idea, right? Like the whole debunk against this this idea that I heard from, I don't know who exactly, but anyways, so one of the assumptions in the experiment with the sticks is that the sun is so far away that the rays
so far away. Okay, so
right?
what's the distance?
It's large enough for the rays to be by approximation parallel.
Okay, so they're far enough away.
Yes.
Okay, then. So they're far enough away.
You can take.
Let me put it like this: the Earth is flat, and the lights in the sky are far enough away. Gotcha. You're not going to be able to give me a distance. You said it was really important for me.
Yes, it is important.
Now they just have. Sorry, hold on. Now they just have to be at the right distance, just far enough away. You said it was important.
Because you just look. What's important?
Okay, so it's important that they're far enough away.
Yeah, because if you just assume
back down to measuring the Earth. Now the lights are just far enough away.
Yes, for the rays to be parallel.
Okay.
You can confirm that yourself. You can try to make an approximation of the distance to the sun.
How?
And see that it leads to parallel rays.
The distance to the sun, but it's far enough away. How do you get a distance to the sun if the light rays are far enough? Almost perfectly parallel, and the light thing is far enough away. How are you going to measure that?
Because if you measure the parallax of the sun from two different points on Earth, then that parallax it's so small that you can infer that geometrically the rays are parallel by approximation, by good approximation. That is why approximation.
Okay.
It doesn't come out of nowhere. It's something you can try to.
And how are we going to? Dear me, this is just weird. So you're gonna invoke this thing that because you say that they're just far enough away to cause the light rays to be parallel.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying. I'm saying that. I'm saying you can
approximate it and assume it. I thought we were supposed to be measuring the surface of the Earth. You're just telling me that the lights are far enough away.
That is not the only reason. There's just one.
Sorry, I don't need reasons. I need measurements.
Yes, and I gave you a couple of pointers.
I don't need pointers. I need measurements. All of these measurements are going to be angles, right? Whether the light rays are parallel or whether they're divergent, we're going to be measuring angles.
Yes, you can measure the angle when you're measuring the parallax of the sun from two places on Earth.
These angles are measured from the surface of the Earth at different locations.
That's just to confirm the assumption, the correct assumption.
When do you assume? So when do you assume? Okay, I get you. So when do you assume? Okay, I'm going to ask you. When do you assume that the observer's parallels are divergent? Sorry, that their verticals are divergent and not parallel.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
When do you make the assumption that the observer's verticals are convergent to the center of a radius and not parallel to each other? Can you measure that?
The verticals?
Yes, because you've assumed that the light rays are parallel, right? And you said that you can make assumptions and approximations. So when do you assume that the people making the observations, or the sticks, or the well in the stick, that their verticals are not parallel to each other?
Oh, you mean like when you take the normal from?
Yeah. When do you start imagining that you're on the outside of that you're not on the outside of a protractor?
Right. So,
you know what a protractor is, right?
So if you have those parallel sun rays, but you still end up with those measurements that we discussed before with the sticks at.
Yes, it's exactly the same thing.
I don't know exactly what you.
Do you know what a protractor is?
Protractor?
Yes, measures angles.
Yeah.
Cool.
The geometric.
So this is your idea, right? Imagine the protractor's the surface of the Earth, and you're standing at one position. Because the light rays are parallel, they are vertical to you, go straight down the well. You cast no shadow. You move along the exterior of the protractor, the surface of the Earth, to another point.
Yes.
And the stick there is converging at the radius point that was not parallel to you, where you were first making the observation. The parallel light is still straight, parallel to each other, and casts a shadow on the stick. I'm asking you when you make that assumption. When do you measure that? The divergence of your parallels becoming not parallel to each other anymore.
You can actually see if you can assume the opposite. See if you can explain it away on a flat surface, and if you can't, that means that the surface.
You're just measuring an angle off of the surface. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, but you're saying you're also making a geometrical construction, and in such a construction, if you have in that situation, let's say that it is a flat plane in this thought experiment, then you
with what measure an angle?
There is no sort of construction for parallel sun rays to create different
the light rays are divergent
projections.
Because that's what we measure when we're no longer underneath the sun. We look at the sun and measure an angle from our first position.
Yes.
I'm asking you, when you assume that you're assuming that this isn't happening, that the light rays are parallel, the surface is curved between the two observers. You're not measuring this because you're measuring an angle between the two observation points along the surface.
No, of course not. No. Like you cannot measure your own. You cannot measure the exact distance between 2 points like that.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. It's the basis for terrestrial navigation. You know the height of an object, like a lighthouse or a mountain along a coastline. You measure an elevation angle up to the top of it. All sides are straight. You can find out your distance to it.
I mean, I guess
this is what we're. See, this is the thing that I'm trying to help you to understand. This is what we're doing. We're practically measuring an angle. The 3 points on that triangle are the sun, the well, and the stick. The well directly underneath the sun, creating a vertical line. The horizontal line between the well and the stick, and the elevation angle taken from you at that point up to the sun. That's all you're doing. For terrestrial objects, you can find your distance. For celestial objects, we're only interested in the distance to the ground position of it. So that's exactly what we're doing. I'm trying to help you understand that, one, your curve is in the sky, and you're imagining that you're on the outside of a protractor. So when do you make this measurement to show that the surface that you're standing on is actually curved? When you're just measuring an angle from that surface, which by definition has to be horizontal.
Yeah, because the reason why is because if we need to take a fair judgment, right, of the globe Earth model, and in order to do that, we also need
why do we have to make an assumption?
It's not like you can dig into Earth.
No, we're just measuring the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, but I don't really. If I'm being honest, I don't really get what your classification exactly is.
See, now I'm trying to peel the layers back. Why have you also assumed a model? Well, the Earth must be a ball because we can imagine it like this. When all you're actually doing is measuring angles off of the surface of the Earth. And to do this, the surface of the Earth must be horizontal. You're the one that's invoking about models. I'm not interested about models. I want to measure the surface of the Earth.
Why does it have to be horizontal?
Because that's the way that it's measured. And it has to be horizontal because we're measuring angles. Angles are described and defined as the intersection of two straight lines, not curved. If the surface of the Earth was curved, we wouldn't be able to measure an elevation angle up from it unless we were to imagine that it was curved, and our measurements all showed us that we were meeting at the central point of a radius because the light rays are parallel. But we don't measure that. We measure the surface of the Earth to be horizontal.
You're correct in that the angle is between two flat lines. But those lines that you're comparing are it's not the actual floor itself; it's the tangents to the floor.
So that would be an assumption, and I've tried to point this out to you.
It's the opposite of an assumption. It's actually the opposite. You're assuming that the Earth can take any shape. That's what you're doing. It can take any shape. It can have any sort of curvature, whether it's zero or not. And the only assumption that you can make is that the angle you're taking is the tangent, the tangent plane, and the tangent plane, it could be equal to the ground itself if it is a flat Earth, if it is a horizontal floor. But that is what you're trying to deduce, right, out of the calculations, out of the
measurements. Again,
yes, out of the measurements, out of the angles that you're measuring.
Yeah,
and combined with the assumption that you would need to independently verify that the rays from the sun are by good approximation parallel. Like if you combine those two, you don't have to assume anything about the shape of the Earth. You just take the measurements. You just assume that it's the angle between the tangent plane, and not the actual Earth itself, because then you would be assuming a flat Earth. And you can do that at different locations.
Sorry, it's not assuming, because this is a practical measurement. I've already told you that we can find our distance to objects using this practical method. This distance between you and the object along the surface of the Earth, that's a straight line angle measurement. You're saying that no, this is a tangent, and you have to imagine this concept when all we're doing is measuring angles.
No, I'm just saying, like what you're doing is you're assuming in that measurement, how we are describing it, you're already assuming the flatness of the Earth. But what I'm describing is the exact opposite. It's not assuming anything, not even assuming spherical Earth. It's about imagining.
It is most definitely assuming that the surface of the Earth is curved, because
no, not necessarily.
Yes, because your light rays are parallel. And the reason why you have a curved surface is because, like I tried to point out to you, you have to imagine you're on the outside of a protractor. The surface of the Earth is that curvature of the protractor that you're standing on. You have to imagine that you have different tangent planes for every single observation point. So not the surface of the Earth, apart from where it intersects the surface of the Earth. See, the thing is, when we use this practically, all objects have to be on the same horizontal plane.
Yeah, I would have to disagree with that.
Really? So the basis for celestial navigation, all angles taken off of a horizontal plane.
Yeah, it's the tangent plane. It's the tangent plane. If you're just assuming that the Earth can take any shape, that the ground can take any shape.
Why are we assuming we're measuring the surface of the Earth? That's what I said.
No,
we don't have to assume models like the light rays are parallel when that's not what we measure. We don't have to assume the surface of the Earth is curved, even though that's not what we measure.
You don't have to assume that it's curved now. I mean, it could have any curvature. It could be flat.
So curved then. You don't have to assume it's curved, but you could assume any curvature which still is curved, dude.
Yeah, I mean, as in, it can have a curvature of 0, or it can have a non-zero curvature.
Yeah, so horizontal then.
It could be horizontal. Yes, that's what you're not assuming. You're not assuming anything in this experiment.
Yes, because we measure a distance between the two objects along the surface of the Earth.
But if you assume that the distance between those, what you're doing is you're assuming that the distance between those 2 points is flat. That is
we're measuring angles.
In assuming that flatness of the distance, that is where you're making the assumption that it's a flat Earth.
Well, we don't have a measurement of verticals converging and not being parallel.
We don't have measurements of what?
Verticals not being parallel to each other over distance.
Oh, okay. So, what do you mean by we don't have evidence? Like, has there been? So you're saying that there's evidence of the opposite?
Just no measurement. So all measurements of verticals being parallel. Like a three-dimensional coordinate system, right? Up, down, left, and right. The up and down
this is not
parallel to each other at distance.
If you're assuming that the Earth can take any shape, if you're not assuming flat Earth, you're not assuming.
No, we're measuring the surface. We don't make assumptions. We're measuring.
It's a two-dimensional manifold.
Yeah, that's awesome. But we're measuring the surface of the Earth. Why do you keep bringing assumptions into it? We're measuring the surface of the Earth.
I'm removing assumptions. I'm even removing my
assumptions. I've told you about your assumptions. Why do you keep talking?
I keep talking.
I told you about your load of assumptions that you don't measure. One of them being the surface of the Earth.
The surface of the Earth. You don't have to.
Sorry, that's the question. I keep reminding you of this as well. That's the question of the channel. The surface of the Earth.
Yeah, the shape of the Earth. I mean,
not the surface of the Earth. Shape. You can invoke shape. You're going to need a direct measurement for that. Like you keep pointing out, you can make assumptions. You can model it like this if you make assumptions.
No,
all of your measurements, even when you created your tangent plane, are going to be taken from a horizontal. You're just telling us that is a tangent plane and not the surface of the Earth when we're supposed to be measuring the surface of the Earth. So why are you creating tangent planes?
Because the angle you're taking, like if you're not assuming. Like if you're assuming any possibility, the Earth could be flat, it could be curved. Like you're just assuming it's just a general manifold, and you're trying to find out what.
Well, we're trying to figure out if the surface of the Earth has a rate of change of slope, right?
Yes, exactly. If it's changing slope, yeah.
Exactly.
So in order to do that, if you're taking,
why are you measuring angles then?
If you're also taking the assumption into account that.
Why?
The sun's rays are parallel by good approximation.
I need to talk about the sun. We can talk about things on the surface of the Earth that we measure angles.
You don't need to assume anything about the shape of the Earth. All you have to assume is that the sun.
You are invoking a tangent. You're invoking the notion that the surface of the Earth is something that you could draw a tangent to.
I mean, it's a geometric shape, right?
Before you know what quality the surface has, you're drawing tangent lines to it. Why?
Because it's a shape.
You don't know. Okay.
You can have tangent. You can if there is a shape, you can draw.
You don't know.
Begging the question fallacy.
Dummy. That's his point.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Yeah, you don't understand much. That's clear. Truest thing you said so far.
All right, thank you for your compliment, heretic.
You're trying to avoid this. Trying to avoid assuming things, but you have to, right? In order to use your method.
Yeah, you have to assume that the Earth has a shape, and that the sun's lights.
You have to assume that the surface is curving.
No.
Has a shape. No. Yes. Well, no tangent then. No tangent then.
Listen. If it is flat, there is still a tangent plane. The tangent plane is then equal to the surface itself. Like the curvature, it could be zero.
Tangent plane.
Stupid.
Can you give us the definition of a tangent line or plane?
If you're taking a point and taking the difference compared to its
citation for the definition of tangent.
You want me to give you a textbook on
if that's what you're describing a tangent to be parallel to another horizontal, then you're going to need to figure it out, because a tangent is a line, a straight one, that touches a curved surface at a point. Remember,
it doesn't have to be curved.
It go and get the definition.
It can be flat. The tangent of a curve can be equal to the curve itself if the curve.
Citation, please.
Yeah, one thing he's noticing is that he's going to have this tangent plane. I do want to remind everybody that a tangent plane is actually how they get elevation angles. But at the same time, if he's using this, horizontal plane, he's going to find out if there is any drop over distance from that tangent plane. Because from mean sea level off into the distance, they're going to be able to get elevation from that from a horizontal plane. So technically, this is what we're going to use for elevation angles. But if he's saying that tangent plane, there's a curvature dropping away from that, that's the thing he's got to figure out in order for this to be happening. So before it proceeds forward into like tangent planes, and we're trying to figure out if it's possible that from that plane that the people measure angle measurements from, that if there's any deviation from that. That's what he doesn't understand.
Trying to explain it to him, but
Yeah, Jedi's right when he talks about elevation angles, but he doesn't realize that he's going to have a curving surface if something's going to be deviating from that tangent plane. Otherwise, it's going to be the measurement for the curvature of the Earth will be 0 on that horizontal.
Yeah, the curvature could be 0. Like that's what you're talking about. That's what you're finding out in this experiment, right?
Well, if it's 0, then it's not a curve, sir.
Yes, exactly. But that means that the tangent plane would be equal to the flat surface. So there would you would still speak of a tangent plane.
Oh.
Yeah, but what? You're arguing for flat Earth now. You know that, right? You just gave up the ghost. Because if you were arguing for globe, you would be talking about deviation away from that tangent plane.
Yeah, that's my point. That's my point. That's what you would eventually discover in the measurements. But before you taking the measurement.
If you think that it has occurred somewhere, where in history has that happened?
Yeah, that's the whole point of the experiment. It's to show that by
no, it's not. Listen, first of all, number one, it's not an experiment. You're using the word colloquially, and you're bastardizing the term. If you understood what experiment was, you wouldn't be using it the way you are now. And number two, you don't know if anybody that's ever done this specific method. Don't interrupt me while I'm telling you the answer. So if you think there's a method that somebody's done, then you need to go search for that method and then put a citation of what they've done, or at least tell us verbally so we know.
This is all about Eratosthenes, Alpha. This is where it all started.
Oh, he's going off the back of
Eratosthenes. Yeah, Eratosthenes apparently didn't assume anything about the surface of the Earth.
I've only heard in passing about Eratosthenes from other flat earthers. I haven't really.
Right, but you don't know anything about Eratosthenes, and you brought it up as a base for your argument, sir?
I don't know much about him specifically. He's like a Greek.
All right, yeah, that's fine. You know what? I'll tell you what. Let's put that off to the side because you don't know much about it. What do you know much about, sir, when it concerns the Earth being a globe?
What, do I have to give my credentials now? I don't think we...
No. We're not talking about credentials. We're talking about, as far as the topic goes, what have you researched? Do you know anything about the Earth being a globe?
Yeah, I've talked with other flat earthers on this topic before. There's a difference.
I don't care about your previous conversation, sir. I'm only asking you right now, what have you to present for the Earth being a globe?
Well, that's what we're discussing right now, right?
I know that.
Yeah.
Now the question is, what do you have to present?
Yeah, so we were just discussing about the thing that I presented.
What did you present?
That's what we just discussed.
Just fucking tell me, dude. Stop playing games with me. What did you present?
Why are you getting so angry about it?
Because you're a dumbass. I'm asking you a specific question. You could just tell me plainly. What did you present?
Dude, this is not good for your blood level. Just chill.
Shut the fuck up. What did you present, dumbass?
Dude, we were just talking about it. I was just...
What were you talking about?
Oh my god. With the stick thing. Stick experiment.
Okay, Eratosthenes. Back to that again, which you said... Yeah, Eratosthenes, which you said you didn't know much about. So I said, let's move that to the side. I want to talk about something you know about the globe. Now, what is it you know about the globe?
Yeah, so I know that this stick experiment, it's one way to verify that the Earth is that the surface is curved.
Stop the cap. The stick measurement didn't help you because you don't know shit about it. You ignorant wretch.
All right, man. I'm not insulting you.
I'm insulting you because you're wasting fucking time. What we're getting down to is what you know about the Earth being a globe, and you don't know shit because when it comes to Eratosthenes, you don't know anything about it, according to you.
I don't know about the biography.
I know that. That's why I'm telling you, go to something that. Dude, it does matter. In the context of this fucking, shut the fuck up. In the context of this, of this discussion, you need to shut up. You're an ignorant idiot, and you need to know what you know. You need to tell us what you know. Anything about the globe. If you don't know anything, then just say, you know what? I don't know, guys. Can you tell me how the Earth is flat? Because I don't know anything about the globe. That would help us.
Okay,
just concede. Yeah, concede that you don't know anything about the globe.
What do you want to talk about?
All right. No, I need your concession first. Say, I don't know anything about the globe. Can you guys tell me how the Earth is flat? Because we don't know if you know. I don't want you to concede just on the whim. I want you to admit that you don't know anything.
Okay, I don't know anything. Just go on. What do you want to say?
I'm going to leave it up to the team. I just wanted your concession. Thank you.
Yeah, so what do you want to talk about?
Cake decorating.
What did you say? Here, Dustin.
Never mind. Inside joke.
Yeah, the plight of the American Indian, maybe.
What smells better, Tuesday or Wednesday?
That's a toughie.
I'm just wondering, like, can you guys have is this how it always goes? Does it always end up in?
Yeah, people usually say that they know things about the globe, and then they wind up they don't know shit. And then we're just okay, what else are we talking about?
There are people in here who don't understand that you can have a tangent line on a flat line.
Oh, no, we understand. That's what we were trying to point out to you. We understand exactly what you do, but that's not measuring the surface of the Earth.
Why are you throwing your curve away anyway? Why would you even bring up a tangent line if it's not tangent to a curve? Isn't the whole point to prove your curve? Like, what are you doing?
Look, the point is, like, any surface has a curvature, and that curvature can be zero.
You're not really answering my question.
That curvature can be positive, it can be negative, it can be zero. You're not taking any. You're not. If you're. The whole point of taking the tangent plane is that you're not making an assumption about the curvature. It could even be. It could even be like inverted. It could even be hyperbolic. You're not making any assumption.
When do we measure a deviation from zero? If the surface of the Earth is a deviation from zero, curve over distance, when was that measured and how?
Yeah, so the curve over distance, that is at least what I expect. It's my hypothesis. I will admit I haven't done this experiment myself, but I have heard reports from other people in the past. But if you're doing this, if you're doing this experiment,
it's not an experiment anyway, dude.
On the surface, you can approximate.
It's not an experiment. What are you doing,
dude? I don't care if it's not the you want to talk in some scientific lingo.
Does this quote unquote experiment measure a deviation of the Earth's surface from your tangent plane, or from a horizontal? Let's not call it a tangent.
Yes, from a horizontal plane.
Of course,
it can measure the deviation. Yes.
What's the method?
Because you can approximate the surface by taking the tangent plane, by taking that tangent plane difference in the angle you're measuring with the shadow at different points.
Okay, so how do we measure that deviation then?
It's in the same way as where you can approximate a function through its.
I'll ask you again. How?
How?
What are we doing?
How you're taking the curvature?
Yeah, how we're measuring the deviation from horizontal over distance of the surface of the Earth deviating from that horizontal. How?
Well, you can make the geometrical construction after you have made the measurements.
How are we making the measurements? What are we doing?
How are we making the measurements? The measurements, the measurements that we were talking about, the differences in the shadows.
Okay. So we've already gone through this, right? That's not measuring the surface of the Earth. If you're going to assume that the surface of the Earth has got nothing to do with it, that they are tangent planes. We want a measurement of the surface of the Earth, a deviation from horizontal, not the assumption that it is.
Yes. I mean, that is what you're doing.
No, because you're making assumptions. You're making an assumption the surface of the Earth is curved. You're making the assumption that the light rays are parallel. You're making an assumption. Yeah. You're making
the assumption that the Earth can be curved, that it can be curved or it cannot be curved.
I don't make, when I'm building,
if it is flat, then you wouldn't measure a difference in the shadow.
I'm losing my patience. I don't want to make assumptions. I want to measure the surface of the Earth. I don't want to invoke a model until I've measured the surface of the Earth. Do you understand? Don't want to make assumptions about light rays.
Okay. So
what do you,
right. So what do you
why?
What do you have in mind when you say measuring the surface?
I told you right at the beginning, a deviation from horizontal over distance. So you can say it's a tangent plane that intersects the surface of the Earth from where you stand.
Okay, so is that the only way?
If we're trying to measure the surface of the Earth, which will be a rate of change of curve, then we need to measure a rate of change of curve.
Right, but is this the only method that you can come up with?
What? To measure the surface without making assumptions?
Yeah, there's no like second way to confirm it.
I don't know. What would you like to suggest? You haven't even given me one method yet.
No, I'm just asking. Like, if is this really the sole thing that you're basing it all on? That's what I'm wondering.
What, a measurement of the surface?
I'm assuming that you've put a lot of thought and.
It's the only thing that's in question. Why are you talking so? Why?
What?
It's the only thing that's in question. The surface of the Earth. That's the only thing that we should be measuring.
But you can measure something in different ways, typically.
Okay, and for this surface description, you would measure a rate of change of slope because it's curved.
Okay, but you're still not really like you're basing this on like you're only taking one quality. Like, are there other qualities?
Surface.
Are there other qualities you can deduce from
the surface?
The result that the Earth is flat.
Are we only interested in the surface quality?
Sorry?
Are we only interested in the surface quality?
Okay, but what if it's just what if it's bigger? Well, what if it's way bigger than NASA says or something? Like, what if the Earth,
a less
what if the curvature is even less than you?
Then your shadow claim is fucked if that's the case.
I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just trying to see it from your guys' perspective.
Keep trying to tell you.
So, how would you go about in deducing the shape of the Earth? If it is, so you looked at the horizon. You couldn't find a curve, a very small, almost negligible curve.
It's called planar surveying. It's called charting and mapping and cartography. It's called celestial.
Have you also corrected for the lenses and everything?
Yeah, it's all measured flat. I'm trying to point out to you. So some methodology of surveying the land that shows that there's curvature. How do we survey the land? We measure angles.
Yeah, because there are multiple ways in which you can approach a thing. Like, for example, if you want to know, you have a fruit, right? You want to know if it's an apple. Like, yeah, you can look at it.
Okay.
You can look at the fruit. You can look at the shape.
We're not going to be looking at fruit. If I want to know my distance to a coastline, I can measure an elevation angle to the top of that coastline, the cliffs or a mountain or a landmark. I can know my straight line distance between myself and it using an angle measurement. That measurement requires the surface of the Earth to be horizontal for me to measure an angle to.
Yeah, but that's
I haven't quite finished. I can use this methodology to chart the land. That's to make a map by measuring elevation angles from a horizontal datum, that's mean sea level. I can then navigate the place that I've charted with the same methodology, angle measurements. You're saying that because what? Because it's a sphere and you make assumptions about lights in the fucking sky.
Even on like if you look at it on a sphere, by approximation, if you zoom in, yes, it will be a flat plane. But
by approximation, the distance is 5,400 nautical miles.
The thing is, what you're applying, the thing is, what you're applying is these angle measurements that you're talking about on measuring the distances to land
along the surface of the Earth.
You're applying a method, so you're applying a method that works on smaller distances for the whole Earth. And I think if there's one thing we all agree on, I think, is that the Earth is pretty
small
big,
distance to you.
The Earth is pretty big, right? I think we all agree.
Small distance to you.
A small distance is how it compares to the overall size of the Earth.
That's not an answer. What's a small distance?
That's what you need to compare it to.
Sorry, give me a straighter answer. What do you mean by a small distance?
If it's less than 1%,
100 miles, 500 miles, 1,000 miles.
That's the mistake where you're making.
Why are you talking? I'm trying to help you.
I'm trying to answer your question. I'm trying to answer your question. So the thing is, it's not about the absolute distance, right? It's not some random number. It's about the distance relative to the radius of the Earth.
Yeah. Right? So what distance then? Because we use this. Sorry, my friend. We use this everywhere over great distances. What's this distance where it's no longer applicable?
Yeah. So let's take 1%, right? Let's take 1% of the radius of the Earth.
No, it's applicable for the entire distance between the ground position of Polaris at the North Pole at 90 degrees and the equator at 0 degrees. That distance along the baseline of the protractor between 90 and 0, the arc in the sky, is 5,400 nautical miles, a straight line measurable distance.
You said from the North Pole?
Yes.
To what?
The equator.
You measure that?
Yes, it's the distance between the two. 5,400 nautical miles. Straight horizontal distance.
And what method was used to measure that?
Celestial terrestrial navigation. This is just the largest measurement that you can take. You can take any measurement within that. You can move location and take a longer distance measurement, but all measurements will be taken from a horizontal plane.
Okay. So...
What? You assume that you're on the outside of a protractor when you're Eratosthenes measuring shadows to fucking sticks and parallel light rays. When actual fact, you're in the middle.
Listen, I'm just interested. Listen, I haven't responded. I haven't said anything, and you're already going off. I haven't said anything, and you're already going off. I just said okay, and you're going off.
Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah,
you just imagine that you're on the outside of a protractor where actually you're in the center of the protractor measuring the angles. So all I wanted to get out to you, no need to throw a fucking hissy fit trying to point out the methodology of what we do. You're at the middle of the protractor measuring an angle, the deviation of those two straight lines. One, the horizontal baseline, the Earth, and the other one, the star in the sky, Polaris. At distance, when Polaris is at 0 degrees, is 5,400 nautical miles, a straight line distance. Like I said, Eratosthenes and you think you're on the outside of the protractor and the light rays are parallel.
Okay, so I'm sorry, could you repeat that? So you said Polaris, use Polaris to make the measurement?
Yeah, it's called latitude.
Methodology?
It's called latitude. You measure an elevation angle of Polaris above the horizon when facing north, and depending on the angle that you measure, that's your latitude. That's why latitudes are given in degrees.
Yeah, of course. But so how do you convert that angle into a distance, and how do you confirm that? How do you confirm that against the flat Earth?
Because you measure the distance.
Yeah, but the latitudes you're describing, that is an angle.
Yes, so the conversion is 1 degree every 60 miles, 60 nautical miles.
And where do you get it from?
Celestial navigation, the protractor in the sky.
Okay, but what is the method exactly behind that? Like, what are the assumptions?
If you were to just rationally think this through, and to times 60 by 90, you'd end up with the number I keep jabbering on about, 5,400 nautical miles. That's the distance between you at the middle of the protractor and where the zero is.
Right, but where does that number come from? Where does that conversion from angle to distance come from? What is baked into that?
What do you mean, what is baked into it?
What I mean is you're taking an angle, but an angle could be any distance. It depends on the radius of something, right?
That's the radius of the protractor.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Where does this radius come from?
I just told you, 60 times 90.
Yeah, where does it? Okay, yeah, 60 times.
I just told you.
Why 60 times 90?
Because that's between 90 and 0 degrees on the arc of the protractor. What are you talking about? This is what you pointed out earlier on with Aristosthenes, right? On the outside of the protractor.
I wasn't talking about Aristosthenes.
Well, this is what you're going to be talking about. You measure angles, do things in the sky. Trying to show you that you think that you're on the outside of the protractor as given within the Aristosthenes example.
I don't know what you're talking about in regards to the 60 times 90 thing. Like, like what kind of protractor are you talking about? Because the protractors I know are just to measure angles.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
There are all kinds of numbers on that. So,
that's all we're doing when we're measuring things in the sky, right?
Yeah, but I'm just wondering, like, where a protractor doesn't tell you the conversion from an angle.
An angle.
It doesn't tell you the conversion.
Measuring angle. So why? I don't understand why you don't get this. I've tried to explain it to you 5 times. I brought it up in your Aristosthenes example. You agreed to that.
I agree with the usage of angles in order to find distances, but what I'm wondering is because what your argument seems to imply some sort of circular shape if you're using a protractor, if you're taking those angles. So I'm just wondering, like, what is the conversion from angle to distance? Maybe I missed it because there were a few times where the connection wasn't very steady on my end. But what is exactly how do you make that conversion? Like, where does the number come from when you go from an angle in radians to a distance in?
All right, so let me tell you, right? So when you're in the North Pole, where is Polaris?
It's on top, right?
Right. So that's 90 degrees. Now, when you're listen, when you're in the equator, where is Polaris?
Where you're on the equator, it's like you're looking. I mean, it's like it's parallel with the ground.
Right. So that will be 0 degrees.
Yeah.
So from 0 to the middle of when you go to the North Pole is 90 degrees. Every degrees, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 is 60 miles, 60 nautical miles. So there you have the equation. 0.
Wait. You said what did you just wait. Sorry that I'm cutting you off. But what did you say just now? Like
Every
Where did the
degree,
mouse come from? Where did the mouse
every
come from?
degrees is 60 nautical miles.
60 nautical miles?
Nautical miles, 60 nautical miles.
Okay, where does that come from?
That's how much the star goes down and for every 60 miles that you travel.
Okay, but
That comes from
where does
celestial
what is
navigation.
origin? What
That
is
comes from
origin of that? What's origin?
That comes from celestial navigation.
Okay, celestial navigation at what distances? How accurate is that number?
Every degree is about 60 nautical miles.
Yeah, but I'm just what is the method? What is in what domain? In what domain? You need to know, like, if you're dealing with such large distances, the slightest differences in such conversions can lead to vastly different outcomes. So that's why I'm asking you.
How do they do it? Is by they travel 60 nautical miles and they measure a star and it went up 1 degree.
Because 60 miles, it's not it's if you're looking at it relative to the size of the Earth, it's very small.
Yeah, that's awesome. So the distance. So
it's kind of like
you asked how accurate and over what distance? It's 10,800 miles, nautical miles. That's the distance that it's accurate for.
Yeah, that would be pretty big. Thank you for your answer. So, and how has that been verified? What's funny? Oh.
Like I told you,
I don't know, by traveling and actually navigating the the seas by using celestial navigation.
This is how we make maps and shit.
Yeah, that's how we make math. So now we're talking about math. Now we're talking about abstracts. It's just kind of funny to me because I didn't expect you to take such a very specific number and just assume that to be valid. Like the 60 miles.
It is because this is how we map and navigate.
Yeah, but the same argument can also be used for like GPS systems and how they have to assume that.
Yeah, but what happens when your GPS goes down and you have no GPS? Yeah, exactly. So this is what they use before GPS to navigate, to not get lost, to know where they were at in the sea.
Yeah, and now they use GPS.
Yeah, and they still have sextants.
When they were on sea,
and they still have sextants in boats today.
Do they still use longitude and latitude?
Did you say?
Do they still use longitude and latitude?
Yes.
Okay, so that comes from an angle measurement to stars in the sky.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that part. I'm not disagreeing with celestial navigation. It's just kind of interesting to me that that's this very particular number, 60 miles, because we were talking earlier about how you need to independently verify all of these assumptions, but this particular number, it to me, it kind of feels like it's coming out of nowhere.
It's not. We travel this distance when we measure this angle. We're interested in the ground locations of objects that are above that ground location. We're interested in the distance between us and it. We're interested in it because we want to draw a mathematical circle of equal altitude with the radius, the distance between us and it. This radius is a straight line distance. This circle is equal altitude. These are angle measurements. All require a horizontal plane. All objects are on the same horizontal plane.
Or someone take me.
How do we measure these distances? We go to the fucking place. We measured the distance, how long it took over time. It's not hard.
So someone tagged me in a Wikipedia article. I don't think Wikipedia is the best source to support your case in this particular case. Because even on Wikipedia it says the rule is based on the small angle approximation, and this is exactly the thing that I was talking about earlier. Because if you're if it is about small angles, small distances, you cannot use that to infer that it will be true everywhere. That's why I was very insistent on asking, like, where did that 60 rule come from? And this is not me. This is let's see, like, this is Amish Battle Mac. I don't know if you want to talk or not, but like the thing you sent me debunks the whole thing for exactly the same reason that I mentioned earlier. Because the 60 rule, it's an approximation. It's not the actual distance. So does anyone want to discuss this? Or?
What exactly?
So, are you a flat earther, EMBO? Or like?
No, I'm a global earther. I just wanted to speak because I didn't want the discussion to die.
Yeah.
Because somebody else was speaking.
Yeah. So someone, so like the thing that we were discussing right now is how you can convert the angle that you measure with the line that connects you with Polaris and the ground. You can take that angle and you can take the difference in angles as you go. Towards
man, you have a computer, right? You could definitely Google, ask AI, do whatever you want, dude. I mean, that's the metric to it.
What did you say, Albo TV?
I said Google it, man. Look for sources. Man, you actually want to be hand fed. You want to be bottle fed, man. Come on, man. Do your research. We told you. We told you how it's done. We gave you the explanation and described it to you. Now it's up to you to go on the internet and look up how many degrees for every degree of a star. How many miles is it?
Yes, and when I looked it up, it says that it's an approximation. It's an approximation for small distances. It's not correct for larger distances. And that's exactly the thing that I was suspecting.
So latitude are an approximation then, right?
What'd you say?
What GPS uses is approximation then.
Yes, for small distances, sure.
Sure.
For small distances, it's a decent approximation, but it's not a good approximation when you extend it to the entire Earth.
Right. So if I go 1 degree and it's 60 nautical miles, then what?
What'd you say?
If I go measure Polaris and it goes I go 1 degree and it's 16 nautical miles, then what?
Yeah, that rule is correct by approximation. Right. For that 1 degree, for that 1 degree, it is true.
Right. So I do that for every degree all the way until I get to Polaris is 90 degrees above my head.
Yeah, with every degree that you add on top of it, the error becomes larger and larger.
What degrees? I went 1 degree from Polaris, from Polaris all the way to the equator, and it was every degree 60 nautical miles. So now what?
Yeah, the error becomes larger and larger. It's not the actual distance.
Every degree that was traveled It was 60 nautical miles.
Yeah, with error.
Okay, but it is not 60 nautical miles. What's the error margin? Can you tell me?
What's the error for?
So I don't think it's an approximation that it accumulates some error. I think Fadorf is right here that this relationship holds, but I don't think that it was measured, that the nautical mile corresponds to 1 degree. It was defined as that in the first place, the concept of nautical mile itself. So you're by saying that you have 1 degree of drop every 16 nautical miles, you're basically saying that you have 1 degree of drop every the unit that is defined, using the fact that there is this drop relationship. And only then there was confirmed how big this nautical mile was, because the surveyors entered and measured how big that relationship is exactly. So the nautical miles wasn't firstly established with some given distance, just like a meter. It was established as this concept based on this drop angle, and then its distance was precisely measured after already establishing what is its definition.
It is a distance. It is a unit of length.
What?
It can be nautical miles can directly be converted into meters.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, it's a unit of length.
Yes, that's true, because they have a relationship that was measured physically.
Yes, and it works for small angle differences.
No, I think it works for any difference. It would work for some small angles on flat Earth, because on flat Earth you don't have a linear function between the two. On a globe you have.
Yeah, you do, dummy. It's not because of
you don't.
That would necessitate a curved surface.
He just became
prove that you can have something like that with a curved surface. My claim is that the antecedent for this linear function is a curved surface. Prove me wrong.
You're wrong.
It could be a curve.
Curved sky.
Yeah,
the curves in the sky.
A dome of vision.
Okay, can you please prove that?
Yeah,
that's a claim, but there's no demonstration for that yet.
There's no demonstration for it being due to a curved surface of the ground, and in fact, we've already debunked that because the ground is directly measured and observed as not curving, so it is not an antecedent. You are making a logical fallacy.
There is a demonstration. You can just draw a diagram of a sphere or a circle in 2D and see that D will have this function.
That's a reification now.
It's a protractor.
Oh,
this is what.
That's just a fact.
Embo. Remember, this is what Aristophanes did, right? With his parallel light rays, and him standing on the surface of the Earth, a curved surface, much like a protractor, and him measuring the angles in separation of the 2 points of measurement. And the 2 points of measurement, when they go straight down, they meet at the center point, the radius of the Earth. Yeah, it's a protractor. The protractor's in the sky. The curve's in the sky, dude. That's what you're measuring, right? The angle's in the sky from a horizontal plane. The horizontal plane's the Earth. Your curve's in the sky.
Yeah, because you're basically trying to claim that there's actually a geometric horizon after you spent all this time saying that you don't see one because of refraction. So that's stupid.
Yeah. So if you want to call geometric relationships and how you can prove things in reality using them reification, then you basically excluded a possibility of proving any shape of the Earth.
Well, dummy,
if you want
I'm
to
not trying to
prove that dogma that...
So I really could care less.
Because if you disregard geometry as a tool as a whole of something that then describe reality accurately, then there's no tool to prove any figure of the Earth at all, because it's based on geometry.
Care less. There's other ways that you could try to model it in geometry, but I'm not trying to prove a shape. You are, so that's your problem.
But you're trying to prove a figure, the topology of the Earth. You can play with definitions as you want, but you still have a claim of how the surface behaves, that it is flat, planar.
Yeah, it is. Water's always demonstrated as flat and planar. And no geometric horizon, we're seeing more of the surface than we would if it was dropping off and away from you, and that being the reason for the linear relationship and all that stuff that you're going about.
That's only when assume no atmospheric refraction, but due to basic laws of optics, we know that this wouldn't be a case regardless of the shape of the Earth because we have the air.
Defeat your entire claim. So now you don't see the curved surface that you said. You saw blocking stars.
That's a false dichotomy fallacy.
No, it's not. What's the false dichotomy?
That either you see a physical curve in the size that it would be perfectly geometrically, or there's no curve at all perceived. We exclude the possibility of we observe being an effect of the curve and refraction combined.
That's a straw man. I'm just saying that your claim is incorrect. 60 nautical miles because the surface is curving away from you. That would mean that there's a maximum limit over the surface that you can see before it starts to obstruct everything. That's the geometric horizon distance, which you just threw in the bin when you said refraction. So, sorry, you did this, not me.
No, I didn't, because when you factor refraction in, you still... When you factor refraction in...
Yeah, you're doing it again.
I will try to repeat that again, without interrupting me. So,
no, I mean,
we factor refraction in...
times, dude. You said that there's a curved surface, it's blocking stuff in the sky, and then the next thing you go to is refraction, telling me you can't see that curved surface. So how do you see it blocking anything in the sky, dummy?
Because refraction doesn't perfectly cancel the curve. It's much, much weaker. So you still see the effect of the curve. It's simply slightly less than if there was no refraction.
If I was to extrapolate from the horizons that we see that's a curve in a globe, that globe would have to be 60 times bigger, many times bigger than what you're telling us you figured out from looking at stars. And so that relationship doesn't square with the linear one that you're talking about.
Yes, but that would be under assumption that light travels in straight lines, right? And we already know this assumption is false because the air exists. And
you're not seeing the geometry that you think that you're getting from the stars.
Like that. So you want to claim that it's because of refraction these stars have this perfect...
No, I don't want to claim anything. That's your claim. You have contradictory claims, is all I'm pointing out.
No, they aren't contradictory because you want to interpret it in a way where refraction can make any effect you want. So when something doesn't fit, it could be refraction without any limits. Where refraction is simply a law that you can quantify and you can still predict how big effects it would have. And there is no relationship that could model what could cause this effect on stars, but there is a model that could predict this horizon being slightly further. This isn't anything extraordinary.
And it's not where it needs to be blocking the stars. 1 degree per 60 nautical miles, because that goes with the 3959 geometry that omits refraction. Basically, you're just dealing with the pure geometry, which you then, out of the other side of your mouth, tell us that you can't actually see. So how do you see it blocking things in the sky?
It omits refraction, but you can factor in refraction. This is what you've been practicing in celestial navigation, and then you will see that stars are slightly slow.
I got a ball now, 250,000 miles in radius. How is that blocking stars 1 degree per 60 nautical miles?
It isn't, because that ball doesn't exist.
Yeah, well, that's what it looks like on the ground. It looks much bigger than what you're saying it must be.
That's how it looked like under one specific conditions that were very extreme that you cherry-picked, and under assumption that this is perfectly geometric shape. And
that's extreme, because I've never seen a single example or demonstration of the horizon being where it must be for your claim to be true.
Okay. I can prove that because the author of that photo in one of the videos said that only on a couple of days during 2 months he has been doing this observation. Was that far?
I need data. I don't need a guy saying stuff. Okay. I've never had the data provided to me that actually backs up your claim.
But this guy was the author of the photo, so if you don't trust him on claiming that, then you also have no reason to trust him on...
Why would I trust him? I don't care what he said. I'm dealing with what we actually observe, you dummy. That's not proof of anything, what a guy said.
For me, it is.
Yeah, it's not. Exactly. Those are your standards of proof. They're trash. A guy said something and you call that proof? You'll know what proof is. Joker.
So, if you want something better than just a testimony, which you don't seem to accept, then there has been...
Raw observation, direct.
Okay, there has been a project by Walter Bislin where he took meteorological data from different altitudes and different days, and
That's
he
not an
marked them.
experiment. That's not an experiment. That's comparing data.
So what? Is an experiment the only valid form of getting information?
It was an experiment that he did some experiment. That means our business and analysts at work are all scientists now because they take the numbers we give them and turn them into pretty graphs.
Yeah, so if you know the weather data, based on that you can calculate the refractive index. And it turned out that such extreme refractive conditions...
Not an experiment then. The calculation, it wasn't an experiment then, right?
So what? How is that supposed to debunk the validity of it? Is an experiment the only valid form of getting information?
Yeah, because you said it wrong. Yep, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I've never said anything about an experiment.
A bunch of half-baked rhetoric that you haven't thought through as usual.
Again, if you know the weather data, you can calculate refractive index, and this index that would allow the black swan turned out to be extremely rare and happened only on the lowest part of the surface.
Oh, really? It's not extremely rare because you see that all the time, dummy. He's got like how many more observations since then of the same thing, and none of what you say is going on.
You don't. You only have like 3 of them at best.
No, we don't. They just go on and on. Got the Rampion one. We got a whole Santa Barbara location, like 3 or 4, maybe more than that by now. I don't know.
Okay, so you have the 2 oil rig ones. You have the one with the windmills, and I think that's it.
It's not it. And guess what? Even if that's the case, even if that's it, we have how many of what you say is there? 0. Even the ones that you guys cherry picked out to go, there it is, there's the geometric horizon, still way too far. You don't have 1. So don't talk to me about us not having enough.
Because the horizon appearing at this geometric location is not the globe prediction. If it was, there would be no atmosphere.
Because that's your prediction when you say it's getting in the way of stars 1 degree per 60 nautical miles, you doofus. Because that is a pure geometry claim where you would just be seeing the pure geometry acting that way. And then you say that optics messed it all up so it doesn't look like the ball that you actually said it is, yet you're seeing it as the ball that you actually say it is when you see stars in the sky. You're a complete dummy. Your claims just go against each other. I don't even have to do anything. You just defeat yourself.
Yeah, so this relationship in the stars is also kind of an approximation assuming the refraction. The refraction still impacts the stars.
Oh, really?
So when the star gets... Yes, when a star gets lower above the horizon...
I'm just going to take that and use that then. Refraction impacted the stars, so it changed the apparent location when I moved my location, and the ground's still flat the way it's measured and observed. Thanks.
I don't really think you have any measurements like that, though.
Well, you just said that it does it.
Yeah, it does it only in very specific conditions and over distances that are enough small for it to not make a difference on the globe under these conditions.
Prove it. Show me the conditions. Let's see what you looked at.
For example, in the Black Swan, you can see that there are very extreme conditions because there's big refraction on the oil rigs.
No, that doesn't tell me anything. I don't see any refraction on the horizon. The water all looks normal. Doesn't look weird and all miraged and distorted and shit. Just looks normal. And there's other ones where it's clearer. There's another one where it's a clearer day, and we see way further. We're seeing the island at, 32 miles or whatever it is. The horizon much further even. So...
That's just refraction, though.
Oh, really?
I'm just kidding.
I don't know if you are, because
if this wasn't refraction and it was an effect of actual geometric flatness of the Earth, then you would expect to see it much, much more frequent.
Oh, really? It's all we see, you doofus. We don't see what you're claiming is there. How much more frequent?
Like every time there is no basically temperature inversion that would bend the light upward, creating a curve illusion, which is a rare event. It would basically be the default observation.
So you have 0 observations of what you say is there, but you said it needs to be more frequent that we see something other than what you say is there, when that's all we see.
Not really. There are observations of the oil rigs or the horizon.
You don't have one. Like, why are you putting the burden on? Why are you trying to put the burden on me? You don't have one. You don't have to come with anything.
There is a photo where the horizon is clearly in front of the oil rigs.
Yeah, I already dealt with that. That's a black swan too, you idiot. That's just another point for me.
How is that a black swan exactly?
First of all, it's cherry picked. You've got one. You've never presented anything else, and it's a black swan because it's not at 1.2 miles, is it?
Oh, so you're arguing with a strawman. I've never claimed that the horizon has to appear.
Oh, you didn't? So what did you just say it was? It's in front of the rigs, and therefore what?
And therefore it matches the globe predictions under standard conditions.
What's the globe prediction under standard predictions? 7/6R?
Yes, this is under standard conditions what you would expect to see.
So you're going to be an idiot and say I'm strawmanning you again because you don't understand your claim. So is that horizon at 1.3 miles?
I would say close to that, yes.
Close to that. How did you quantify that?
Well, you can compare the height of the horizon compared to the oil rigs.
Okay, give me your analysis.
Wait a moment, let me find it.
You're telling me that horizon is 5 miles in front of that 6-mile oil rig. How did you figure that out? There could be waves and swells and stuff that are obscuring part of the oil rig, so don't give me that argument about, so much of it is obscured. There could be refraction and stuff too, the thing that you like to use all the time. So don't discard all these things now that they're not working for you. How did you figure out it's 5 miles in front of the rig? Won't matter anyway if it is, but it's clearly not. My only point is that you don't have one observation of the geometry that you say is blocking stars in the sky. Not even one. You never see this geometry that you say you see blocking things, ever. Your best attempt is this. Can you prove it's 5 miles in front of the rig? Just one picture through all the years that's not even a match with the standard refraction claim that you make. That is a pathetic embarrassment.
Come on, Embo. You just got embarrassed.
Don't say that, man.
Cherry picks one black swan and somehow he thinks that helps him. I just find that monumentally stupid.
Yeah, don't pick the black swan, bro. Pick any swan you.
I don't need any black swan or anything. I mean, there's no demonstration of a curved surface of any body of water. This is the best that he can do.
I mean, have you ever been on like a plane or whatever? Like at the window on a plane, there's a little bit of a curve with the horizon and whatnot.
Right, the horizontal line that is the horizon has a little bit of a curve.
Yeah, it's usually if the Earth were flat, it'd be perfectly horizontal, perfectly,
It is. Horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. It's a definition of horizontal.
Yeah, but it's still a curve, man.
How big is that Earth then that you're seeing a curve of from the height of an airplane?
I mean, when you're high up in the clouds, you tend to see more of the Earth, basically. Like,
it's not very high relative to the scale of the ball that's been claimed.
I mean, when you go on a plane, you're usually pretty high, I think.
No, not relative to the scale of the ball that's been claimed.
Dude, what are you talking about?
35,000 feet up, about. That's where the plane dealt. That's where the plane was at.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, okay, then who's the idiot? Is it you or Neil deGrasse Tyson? Because he said that 128,000 feet, that is still nowhere near high enough above the surface of the globe to see it curving. So you both can't be right. Which one is the dummy? You are the astrophysicist, science communicator, so-called.
Shit, I've been on planes a few times. Usually I get the window seat, sometimes not. The times I got the window seat, there's always a curve, you know?
You won't tell me who the dummy is. I guess it's probably you. I'll just go with that.
No, it's Neil deGrasse Tyson.
So you trust Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Can you repeat that? You can't speak for shit.
I don't know.
I said, so does he trust Neil deGrasse Tyson?
No, I just asked. I asked a question. I mean,
it's probably a circumstantial part of evidence. I think probably circumstantial.
Who has to go under the bus? That's all I'm asking. Is it him or this guy? Because one of them has to. Because it's one of them has to.
I don't have the degrees. I guess I don't have the degrees, so I'm showing perfect observation. So maybe put me on the bus.
Okay, you're going on. Then so Neil wins for now. Okay, fine. You're not going to skip even from 128,000.
I'm humble. I am going to. I'm humble. I will be able to take one for myself. Why? Because I do not have pride. I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay.
Yeah, I know. Nobody ever measured the curve of the Earth. By the way, water's planar and flat at rest.
It is one big plane, like you said.
Yeah.
Waddle is Waddle really at rest?
So we got Embo back with another affirming the consequent fallacy. This is so weak. This is what my assumption predicts. Plus, it's not even. It's just so pathetic. What's the distance that your standard refraction assumption predicts? Not that I should even entertain this, because it's already fallacious circular reasoning. If it's a globe, I'll see this, saw that, which you didn't even. It's a globe. It's just so bad. We got knocking futz again.
So at 6 feet, at 6 feet altitude, standard refraction predicts 3.24 miles horizon.
Why did you go with 6 feet?
What?
Why did you go with 6 feet?
Wasn't that the height of the observer in the Black Swan photo?
Where'd you get that from?
I think it was in the argument.
No, I don't think it was. Maybe you can show me where that was in the argument. Just keep trying. Keep swinging.
Knocking thoughts.
Don't stop believing.
You really think that you can just make stuff up in here? Like, how many times have you tried this and it didn't work? Why would it work now?
Wait, I have a question for like the flat earthers.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you get? What's at like the edge of like the not like the not the planet, but like the plane or whatever you guys call it.
Like, I to that question.
Have you been there, Heretic? Do you know what's there?
I was just wondering.
I've never been out to the fringes of this place. I don't think any of us have. Someone else pick up.
So
Not
do you guys even think, allowed to travel without a passport. What the fuck, dude?
Do you guys think it's possible for you to like reach the edge, or like do you guys even think that like I don't try to like understand like the concept of like the end of the planet or whatever, or the plane?
It's kind of hard to think about, right?
Because like I don't know, I looked at like some people believe there's like a giant wall. Some people think like the water drops. Some people think that it just stretches on. So I don't know. What do you guys believe in?
What do you mean by a wall of ice? What do you mean by a wall of ice?
Oh no, just not like a wall of ice specifically, but maybe it's like blocked off by something. I don't know what.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat that we all are, right? I'm just lots of ideas and possibilities of what could be possibly, at the limitation to our environment. Some people say there's an ice wall. We can't verify it. Some people say there's a dome. We can't verify it. Some people say there's extra lands and it goes on to infinity. Can't verify that.
Why can't that be verified?
Because I'm not going there. Heretic's not going there. Nobody in this Discord server is going to be going to this place.
Do you guys think like no one else tried it before?
So where are we going to go?
Straight one direction.
Okay. And
would you eventually not reach? Is that not possible with modern technology? We went to, I mean, do you guys believe that we went to space or no?
Okay. So one thing at a time.
Okay.
So for us to do this, we're obviously invoking a lot of money. All right, we're going to need to be able to transport ourselves. We're also going to be able to keep ourselves alive, survive, take food and fuel to do whatever type of exploration you're thinking about. Now, we know that as soon as you travel, say, for example, below the 60th parallel south into the Antarctic region, you need a damn good reason to be there. You better have permission. If you don't have permission, you're in breach of the Antarctic Treaty and will be told to turn around.
How about instead of north or south, you continue straight west or east?
So straight west or east?
Yeah.
East and west aren't straight, that's circular.
What?
So you would east and west are circles around north, right? They're just circles.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. If you look at it from the top, well, I don't know how we're in a sense of like a plane. No, not really.
Well, if we're navigating and we're using cardinal directions, like you said, east and west are circles around a point that points north, the point that the compasses point to. We circle around that.
Okay, I guess I can't use west or east if like we don't know if you guys think the planet's flat. Then how about just like well, let's say a direction that's not north or south, so in between. You go straight in a direction in between. Don't try to twist what I'm saying, because you guys, I'm sure you get like the point of what I'm trying to say.
I am. I'm just trying to help you understand the nuances of what you're trying to say.
Yeah. Okay.
So a straight direction, this would be 180 degrees away from north. This is south, right? This is where the 60th parallel south is.
Okay.
So we talk about Antarctica. So the wall of ice, that can be termed as the coastline of Antarctica. Now we're told that Antarctica, its coastline, are walls of ice cliffs and ice shelves. So when you sail or travel towards it, when it comes up over the horizon, there is a great big wall of ice. So that's what they meant by the ice walls. Now, container for probably the water within this kind of conception, if you were to go over the cliffs or ice walls and carry on traveling south, this is Antarctica. So now we're in Antarctica. Do you understand how? And I'm begging that we've got the permission to do so, right?
Yeah,
that we're there for good reasons. We're going to have to survive for a long time, take a lot of fuel, food, and resources.
Right.
You understand how we're not doing this?
What? How is that impossible? What?
No, I'm not saying it's impossible. If you were to have all of these things, then hypothetically, this would be the direction that you would go, right?
Wait, say that again?
Hypothetically, this would be the direction that you would go. I'm buying into this idea, just saying that we've got a lot of fuel and resources. So hypothetically, we just keep going. Then from that point onwards, if we're lucky enough to survive, we discover what we discover.
Oh, so you're saying like we will run out of whatever we bring if we try to journey across Antarctica with whatever means of transportation?
I mean, we can say yes to that argument because it's going to be finite if we've begged the question that we've got the permission to do so. I keep bringing that up because we need that permission, especially around fuel and resources and so on, because it's an ecologically protected environment. But I'm begging this question to help the hypothetical, right? If we could do this. So now we're invoking a lot of time because we'd have to do some kind of leapfrogging event, right? Where we go out to a place, run out of fuel, and then get supplied somehow so we can carry on going. Hypothetically, yeah, we could do this if we had the technology to do so, yeah.
Okay, so this is going to be... I don't think this was... So is every single direction, let's say from the point I'm standing on, every single degree of the direction that I go to, I'll end up on an ice wall?
This is what some people say.
Okay. Or like I will eventually run into the edge or whatever, and then...
however you would determine the limitation to the environment.
Are you do you believe in flat Earth?
Yes.
What's your belief on the edge?
I don't hold beliefs, and I said yes to do I believe the Earth is flat. I know the Earth is flat.
Okay.
It would be a belief about what's at the limitation. This is why I sarcastically asked Heretic at the beginning, have you been there recently? Because we honestly can't. Honestly, we can't tell you. We can just think about it. Doesn't change the fact that the Earth is measured flat. We're just talking about a potential limitation to the environment or what is outside of our perception of what the environment is, extra lands and so on.
I think so. Okay, so like the whole concept about like the east and west thing, that interests me because if like for transportation, you guys are saying that, or like anything like that's overseas or like plane transportation, it's not. When we visualize west or east to you guys, it's just on a piece of paper we're drawing a circle. If we were to continue going on a direction of west instead of across like the lines of like longitude or latitude or whatever.
The lines of latitude are circles, aren't they? That's just.
Okay.
I think no. It's a red herring. Listen, because it seems to be related. But what you're talking about is a bird's eye view of how we travel on the entire Earth. Let's say if we were to make one full revolution. Like, no, we can't make that claim. Like, when we fly, we use navigational charts. So we're going from point A to point B, and we're using a lat launch system. So we can't adjudicate this issue of is it this or is it that when you're using the thing that was built off flat Earth. You're like, okay, for example, latitude or longitude on a globe does this. How does that work on a flat? No. The whole system was built on a plane of reference to begin with.
Are you talking to me or him?
Forget it, because he's not even aware enough to understand that was directed towards him. Forget it.
It's probably because you probably misunderstood what I was trying to say. But again, I'm not educated on this matter. That's why I'm asking questions. I'm not trying to red herring create arguments or anything.
Yeah, but you realize you just said you don't know. You said what you said, but it was kind of saying two things. So on one hand, you're telling me that I'm wrong about my assessment. On another hand,
I never said you were wrong. I never said anything was wrong up to this point.
All right. So what's your criticism of what I just said? Say it again.
I'm not criticizing. I was just wondering, like, whatever you said to me, if it is directed to me, you probably misunderstood because I'm not speaking.
Yeah, that's the thing right there. I didn't misunderstand. I explained what you're asking, and then I gave you a reason why. I gave you a justifiable answer as to why we're not looking at a bird's view snapshot of how we're navigating. It isn't so west is this circle, but when we look at longitude, no, when we look at latitude and longitude, we're looking at a system that was built off of a flat plane to begin with, is what I'm telling you.
Okay. I mean, yeah, yeah. If you like draw like that circular, yeah, like if you look on the VC chat, like yeah, what Eggshell posted, is that what you're trying to say? I understand that.
Yeah, that's non sequitur to what I'm saying. That's the point.
Okay.
It's non sequitur. It has nothing to do with what I just said. To you.
I forgot where I was.
Yeah, because everybody wants a conception of what the world looks like, and they're like, okay, so when I go west on a flat Earth, is that like in a circle or something? Like you're worried about the wrong thing.
Anyway, so if I was to, let's say, go on a plane and go straight in one direction.
See, he's doing it right now. He's too dumb to realize that I'm trying to shoot him something before he says something dumb.
What? I can't like I don't understand half the thing you're saying because like I don't know. I just can't understand it.
So why are you still talking? Like I'm telling you that you said you're ignorant. I'm saying, yeah, you don't understand what I'm telling you and how it's relevant to what you're saying because you're ignorant, and you're willing to say, yeah, I don't understand, chuckle on and continue talking.
Well, you're not explaining. I still don't understand.
Yeah, but why would that mean?
I don't even know what you're trying to explain. What?
Yeah, but you're willing to continue on with it. Okay.
Can I not continue on? Like I'm not trying to start an argument. I just want to learn. I don't see the problem here.
Yeah, and I told you what I told you, which was very coherent, and you said I don't understand. So what else that's what happened.
Well, clearly there was no problem until you started speaking. I understood pretty much.
No, there's no problem. I responded to you, and you said I didn't understand. That's the problem. Is that actually my response to you is relevant, but you don't understand the relevance because you're too ignorant. I'm not creating a problem. It's just you don't have enough information.
Well, all right, so what's your point? Like, why are you cutting me off?
You mentioned latitude. You mentioned longitude. For what?
Right. I just wanted to understand. Like, if I was to go, I just want to reconfirm that if I was to go east or west, in the sense that, like, if the planet was like flat and we looked at like a flat planet map thing. If I was to go east or west, it would be a circle. It would be a circle, like the longitude and the latitude lines, or whatever.
It's a malformed question. That's what I was trying to tell you. It's a malformed question because we're not going to be looking at a snapshot of the whole world, like for example, a flat Earth map, where we're going to say, yeah, you see, here's north and here's the circle that we're going on, saying is east. So if we hypothetically, but in a real world situation,
all right, bro, you're okay. All right, check the server chat. Hold up.
He's not getting it,
bro.
He's not getting it.
No. Check the server chat. You see this? I was reconfirming that these lines you see that draw circles on the map is how east and west is viewed. I just wanted to like understand that before I move on to what I was gonna ask, which I now forgot.
Yeah, he's not getting it. He's focused on the chat and he's not getting it.
No, I'm not reading the chat. I just saw the image and I just wanted. Okay, someone explain for me in the chat then.
There's nothing to explain. Look, every map is coming from the listen. Every map, I don't care which it is going to reference, right, the Earth in some way, or the stars in some way, and the Earth.
Yeah.
That's there's only one Earth, and there's only one sky and one Earth.
Yeah.
To reference together, there's no third option. So whenever you look at a map, all of these points come from one particular measurement system.
Okay. Anyway, by the logic of like looking at that map in the circles, if you look at the what's it? If you look at the longitude lines, which don't draw a circle, what basically what I think, because I believe that the Earth is round, is that those lines also draw a circle. So essentially, it's like two circles. You know, like
how
you get what I'm saying?
How do we measure something like, well, either longitude?
Well, no, I'm just clarifying the difference for now.
You can't. There is no difference. You didn't say anything coherent because you don't know that. What are you expecting us to say? You keep asking a question. I told you it was malformed. It's almost like you want us to pretend that it's not malformed.
If you're not gonna like,
you're gonna cut me off.
I don't know. What's the point?
Actually, you're not, because I'm about to mute you in a second. Yeah, so it's very funny that you think you're gonna cut me off when I could just mute you. What are you trying to do? You gonna be a big boy?
What are you trying to get to?
Yeah, it's a malformed question, my bro. So
what are you trying to get to?
Hold on, let's see this over here. Oh, there we go. There we go. Yeah, it's a malformed question, my guy. Thank you. No. So when somebody continues to ask you the same question, it's like, Jose? Yeah.
Well, just to kill the dead air, I'll tell a 30-second story. At the grocery store today, and some lady comes up to me, and I can immediately tell she's going to ask me for money. She comes up to me, she starts talking, I'm like, yes, you want money? She's like, yes. I'm like, okay. Have you heard of the flat earth? And she's like, oh, no. I'm like, well, do you believe the earth is a globe? She's like, yes. She starts to get a bit uncomfortable. Like, well, what if I were to tell you that your whole life you've been taught a lie? And immediately, as soon as I said that and I started talking more, she was like, I'm gonna go now. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go too.
W. They always want to back out when faced with the truth. Why does that make him so nervous? It's like that almost every time. Look at the time.
Yeah, I can't believe she gave up so quick. As soon as I said flat earth, like, oh, money just went away. She's like, I don't need this guy's money anymore. I'm out of here.
So, referring to the previous discussion, do you think the latitude lines could be circles around the South Pole? Because they were called circles around the North Pole, but do you know they aren't circles around the South?
You know what a circular coordinate system is, right?
Yeah, I mean, circle has a pretty simple geometric definition. It's a set of points of.
So I appreciated the silence there because I wanted you to think about what you asked. You could draw circles of equal altitude around any point, can't you? So
yes, that's true.
Yeah. If that's what you're doing, you can do that.
Yes, I can do that, but the problem is that on the flat Earth, as understood by most of flat earthers, South Pole doesn't even exist as a single point. That's why I'm asking, could it be a single point that you could draw a circle around? And how do you know that it isn't?
I'll tell you what, for the sake of the hypothetical, I would say yes. Okay.
Okay, nice. That's a good answer. Because I personally find it pretty weird that at the same time you want to get rid of all of the assumptions about something that you cannot verify, but at the same time you argue about some already like established concepts where you don't have any reason to favor one over another, like the south or the north being the center. I don't think there's any observation that could differentiate any of these hypotheses, because they are basically symmetrical in all of the observations.
Okay.
But the globe is the only shape where latitude lines would be circles of equal altitude around the north and the south pole at the same time.
Oh, okay. I get you. If you were to measure more than one place, you'd get two circles. Okay. And because of these two circles, you can say that's a sphere. Because you can put one circle upside down and on the back of the other one.
No, it would be the same circle. Any circle of latitude, like the equator, for example, is a circle around of equal altitude, both at the same time around the North Pole and the South Pole. Because every point on the equator is the same distance from the North Pole and it's the same distance from the South Pole.
Okay. What if we weren't to use things in the sky and were to use just things on the floor? Like, say, a city. We could draw circles around that city, couldn't we?
Yes, definitely.
Cool. It's just because in this instance we've chosen 2 points and these points are in the sky. Apparently, I'm letting the hypothetical go. On the hypothetical that there are 2 rotations in the sky, I'm not really going to argue that point. But if we're using these 2 rotation points in the sky, then okay. Maybe if we choose something on the floor, maybe we could measure something different. I don't know.
I don't really think 2 rotation points in the sky are hypothetical. I think they are observable, but you may disagree with me.
Yeah, if they're actual or just some kind of rotation because of how we view the world, lack of perspective and all of that type of stuff. But we observe rotation in the sky. I'm not going to deny that. I'm saying that if there's a rotation in the sky and that's directly overhead the continent of Antarctica, which is circulable in of itself, and not a circle around the outside, so a point, that the rotation in the sky is directly above, and we can measure a circle from there. But that's because of the rotation in the sky, and we're drawing 2 circles and putting them back to back and calling it a ball. The measurements are going to be using angles, though, right? Let's assume we're in the middle of the ball. But yeah, for your hypothetical, yeah, you could measure this, I guess.
Yes, but on flat Earth it wouldn't really work like any other circle of equal altitude, because usually the center of circle of equal altitude is the ground position of some point in the sky. But if you want to make a circle of equal altitude around the South Celestial Pole on the flat Earth, it wouldn't actually be around the South Pole because it doesn't exist. It would be around the North Pole.
Yeah.
So you would have an extraordinary example. So I would make an argument that if you want to assume, if you already take that for granted, that circle of equal altitude is something that is around the ground position, then that already proves the globe. Because, for example, on the equator, you see Polaris, the north celestial pole, at the same altitude, so that's a circle, and you see the south celestial pole also at the same altitude, and the only shape where you will have a circle centered on these poles at the same time is the globe.
Okay, so just so I understand you correctly, when you stand at the equator, you have to your north and to your south both celestial rotations on the horizon at 0 and 180 degrees, yeah?
You mean of altitude? The altitude angle?
Yeah, the altitude angle. So you look north from the equator, and let's say, for example, that's 0 degrees. You look south, and that's 0 degrees, but 180 degrees if you think of this arc as a protractor.
Oh, so the azimuth. Azimuth is the horizontal angle, altitude is the vertical angle.
Yeah. So, because we're measuring angles, invoking the celestial sphere, which is a protractor, the distance between you and the ground position of both of these things is 5,400 nautical miles. That means that if you've got the entire measurement, that's a distance of 10,800 nautical miles from the ground position of both of the celestial objects that appear at 0 degrees on the horizon, north and south.
Okay.
Okay. You see, because you're measuring angles, this is to stars in the sky, this is what you're doing, right? And you're using a horizontal to denote a distance. Your curve is on the arc of the protractor. Based on how you see the world. Keep trying to tell you people.
Yes, but at that point, my understanding kind of breaks, because then the distance to that celestial pole, it would be only in...
Where are we measuring curvature?
The old globe-tide strength.
Just trying to figure out that where in this methodology of looking at stars in the sky and their angle are we measuring the surface of the Earth to be curved?
Never. It's just a thing that he asserts over and over again.
Because if you assume the south isn't a single point, there's no concept of circle of equal altitude around the south pole. It doesn't make any logical sense. So, if you agree that circle of equal altitude and 16 nautical miles per degree gives you a distance to the ground position of something, and you have someone observing it at equal altitude at, let's say, South America and Australia and South Africa at the same time, then how do they have the same distance to that ground position if it's not converging at one single point and it's just like a an outer edge.
I don't know. Again, this is just going along with this hypothetical. You're invoking that. Why does this happen when you take these objects? Does it? I'd like to see those measurements, and all of those measurements are going to be angle measurements, right? The things in the sky that you don't quite understand.
I would say that I do pretty well, but assuming flat Earth, you can't really, because it doesn't make sense. But in reality, I don't believe in flat Earth. That's why I don't have these problems.
Yeah, no, it's like it doesn't make sense that you could have two things rotating above a flat surface. Couldn't be. It just doesn't make sense.
Yes, it doesn't. That's true. It's physically impossible to replicate
Well,
that.
you step right into that one, like a tried and true doofus. If there are ever two apparent points of rotation above you, then you must be on the ball. So if you've ever been in a room with two ceiling fans, that's a ball, actually. I mean, it doesn't make sense any other way. It just doesn't. I'm not even going to look at the floor of the kitchen. I mean, it's obviously a ball. I don't have to. There's two fans. Flat floor doesn't make sense.
Well, if you take your fans and throw them out with magic gravity and have them go around on the outside of your house and your room, then that's what we could believe. We can believe those fan blades are going to fall down and around and up and down and around and up in orbit with nothing. Magic orbit. Orbit's going to hold all balls when they fall. Just a ball falling in a vacuum, and stuff's just going to magically start mechanically fucking working like clockwork, right? That's believable, right? Fall into nothing, gentlemen. It's going to help you.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes sense. Just say it with me. It makes sense.
Falling to pieces.
I don't find any sense.
Embo, have you still got that picture of your edited star that I made you put in one of instead of two? Have you seen that picture?
No.
Saved it, but I didn't. Damn it. I wanted to show Jedi.
That one with the enormous star? This one? Like when you requested for me to show a star next to the Earth?
I have my name, but it's not me.
Like, I saved that one, and then I made you take it out and just put one star in. And then you drew this big ass thing right next to the Earth.
Yeah, because you wanted
like
me
how
to.
you had two stars there, right? One star, making an angle to. You've got two there, and then I made you do it, and you put in the new one, and it was so funny, man. And I thought I snapshotted it, but I didn't.
Yes, it is two stars because the light to the stars is practically parallel. So you would be looking at the same direction to look at the same star because it's so far away.
After that, I'll show you what he posted now. 3 stars. But they're all the 1 star.
Yes, they are all the 1 star because the star is big. It's bigger than the Earth. So all of these lines of sight converge at one single star that is very far away and very big.
It's one big 3.
1 star.
1 3-star.
Outside there's a bloody protractor and light rays parallel again.
Two parallel lines.
You can either have a star that is at finite close distance, and then the change in the angle to the star would be a matter of you getting further and closer away, or you could have an infinitely far away star, and the change in the angle would be a reason of the Earth curving, and you traveling around the curved Earth.
How far away is the infinite star?
The closest one, Proxima Centauri, is like 3 light years away, I believe.
Who measured that?
I don't know, to be honest.
So looking in the sky and making up stories is what got you into this mess in the first place. So stop doing that.
I think there's a satellite called Hipparcos, something like that, that measures parallaxes of stars to determine the distance.
Satellites don't measure anything. They take pictures.
How do you know that?
That's what they do.
Wait, there's a star. There's a satellite. How many light years away?
No, satellites aren't light years away.
Oh, never mind. I thought you said there was a satellite there.
No, there's a satellite that measures parallaxes of stars that are that far. And this gives you the distance.
You're roboting like me, but you said that, and I didn't understand what you said.
Satellite that measures the parallax. Hey, but just quickly, Jedi, you'll notice in his diagrams that his GP is 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
No shit. Oh yeah, it is. Well, that's interesting. I mean, okay.
Hipparcos was a scientific satellite of the European Space Agency. It was the first space experiment devoted to precision astrometry, the accurate measurement of the positions of celestial objects in the sky. This permitted the first high-precision measurements of the intrinsic brightness, proper motions, and parallaxes of stars, enabling better calculations of their distance and tangential velocity.
Yeah, that's great. Anyway, your drawings are wrong. You drew a circle with a center point, so everything's null and void now.
What was the problem with the circle?
You don't have you're not standing on a circle with the center point.
Yeah, the observer in my diagram isn't in the center. It's on the surface.
He should be.
Why?
Because this arc is a protractor and you're measuring angles outwards from the center of that radius, where those 2 straight lines converge.
No, the angle that you measure is the angle alpha. This is the altitude angle, and then you subtract it from 90 degrees. That gives you the zenith angle, and the zenith angle will be the same as the angle in the center of the Earth. It's just simple geometry.
Yeah, with a protractor, yeah, we get it.
Yeah, the point is that the angle you measure on the surface is the same as the angle that is in the center, so we don't have to directly measure it.
The surface that you measure, the angle from, is horizontal.
No, it's the zenith angle. It's not horizontal. The zenith angle is between the star and the vertical direction, the zenith, as the name suggests. And then this angle is equal to the arc distance between you and the GP, and that gives you the distance.
Yeah. I'm sorry, sometimes your microphone's really hard to understand. So I understood about 80% of what you said. Sound like a robot sometimes, dude.
The angle that you get on the surface is the zenith angle, and this zenith angle will be the same as the arc distance between you and the GP in the center of the Earth. So even though you don't directly measure it, it's simply the same as the one that you directly measure.
Yeah. You just keep invoking tangent. So how do you invoke this tangent to a sphere?
You establish the tangent either having like a bubble sextant that already gives you it directly, or by using the marine sextant and using a deep correction to raise the angle up to the horizontal.
To the horizon?
No, to the horizontal.
To the horizon.
You could call it the astronomical horizon, but it's not the same horizon as you see.
So yeah, so it would have done the astronomical horizon.
The astronomical horizon is the direction 90 degrees from the vertical.
Astronomical horizon, is that parallel to the equatorial plane?
Not. No, it isn't. It would be only if you were standing on the North Pole or the South Pole.
Have you figured out? Have you figured out when we mean that you're standing on the outside of a protractor when you're measuring these angles? You understand how you keep invoking that curved surface but never measuring it? All of your angles, you've just invoked celestial horizon. We've got equatorial horizons. We've got lots of horizontals that we're making the angle measurements from. You're saying
I don't think something like the equatorial horizon even exists.
It's all horizontal planes that you're measuring angles up from, right?
Yes, this is the one you directly measure the angles from. This is the horizontal plane.
Yeah. And you understand what we mean that when you're measuring the angle, you're in the middle of the protractor, measuring up to, say, 90 degrees at your zenith, or the elevation of the star zenith at 45 degrees. You're in the middle of this protractor making the angle measurements. But you think you think that you're on the outside of the protractor, taking tangents from your height of eye to the curvature of the Earth at 1.225.
Yeah, you could imagine like a protractor surrounding you in the form of the celestial sphere, and the angles you would be measuring would be on this protractor.
Yeah,
this is basically what the celestial sphere is. You imagine that the stars surround you from all directions like a sphere, while they are in practice all at different distances from you.
Yeah, the stars are on the outside of the protractor. We can call them the stars at 45 degrees or at 90 degrees or whatever. Wherever we move the protractor, that's where we say the stars can be, because that's how we see it. All measurements are taken from a horizontal plane.
Yes, that's true, but you have to kind of advance that statement and make a point. What does this mean to you? Because just stating it doesn't make any sense.
Well, for example, when you're at sea level, you're saying that this horizontal plane isn't the horizontal plane of the Earth, even though that's still how we're going to treat it.
Yes, this would be a horizontal plane of your horizontal. It wouldn't have anything to do with the Earth. Other than it would be tangential to the Earth. That's the only thing it has to do with the Earth.
Yeah, and how do we measure that tangent to the Earth?
You don't measure it, you calculate it.
Well, we're going to measure a dip correction, right? Or whatever.
We're going to calculate the dip correction.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, whatever. But you're going to draw a tangent from your eyes to where it intersects curvature of the Earth at 1.2, blah blah blah. Right?
Yes, it already encompasses refractions, so it's like 7/6 power.
I'll try and help you with this one as well. All right, so that is based on the limitation of your eye. Because you know that when you increase the optic or look in the different spectrum of light, like infrared, the horizon moves around, it gets further away. We observe this. The horizon moves as long as you increase the ocular device. Atmospheric conditions help. Nice clear day. Horizon will appear further away. This is, again, how they've taken the limitation of your eye, your rational horizon, your height of your eye to where it intersects the horizontal below you. It's all based on your eye, the celestial sphere, how far you can see, how the world is observed by you, the person making the measurements.
How does GPS exist?
So you understand that why that 1.225 is important, because it does give you a limitation.
How does GPS exist?
We're not talking about GPS at the moment. We're talking about this form of navigation, celestial navigation, measuring angles to things in the sky. We can measure angles to satellites later for GPS. Still get a reference a horizontal plane.
How do we have satellites if it can't?
What do you mean? Now we're asking, how do we have satellites? I'm trying to point out to my friend here that this methodology of measuring the world is based on how the observer sees the world. In this instance, the horizon, the limitation of the observer's eyesight, how far he can see. Angles. So the 1.225 isn't the curvature of the Earth that you're drawing a tangent to. It's based on the limitation of your eye.
It's a weird question, isn't it? They're like, how do we have birds that fly? How can the ground and water be flat of any way? Birds can fly. Like, what? That's the stupidest shit. I never knew that instead of measuring or proving or doing any kind of thing like that, you just say a word satellite, and everybody could just go home and go to bed. Just say the word satellite. It's done deal. Weird.
Well, that's like saying science. All you got to do is say science, and it proves everything. Conversation's over. Well, how do you know? Well, it's science, bro.
My grandma always told me to always be weary of somebody else's science.
I was just thinking, excuse me, am I interrupting the room at all?
No.
Okay, I was just thinking we should get a petition going to elect Elon Musk as the first person we send into space. Like the first person to get off Earth. That'd be probably a good petition to get going.
Yeah, how are we going to do or prove it, though?
As long as he gets off Earth, who cares if we prove it?
Bro, we're just going to see it on TV and be like, what's it, man?
I wouldn't take a nickel from that guy. He wants to put a chip in everybody's head. That's crazy.
Oh, yeah, the neural thing.
Well, I got a dilemma because I need to use Starlink because I don't have internet. So I'm screwed.
He's claiming no one will have a cell phone by a certain year, like 2050 or something, because we'll all be neural linked. What a
freaking me, little bastard!
What a crazy
You can put a
man.
chip in everybody else's brain, not mine. Kill me first, piece of shit.
So are we all just going to be like the Borg or like a hive mind? Because, like, I kind of dig watching videos on YouTube. It's going to be retarded if I got to also experience every single person in the world experience something that I don't want to experience simultaneously.
You're just walking down the street and all of a sudden an ad pops up in your eye. Like, go away. Super Neuralink.
Why'd you run over that dog? There was a dog there? I saw an ad for Viagra in my eye. I didn't see a dog.
Dude, people would want to have boogers in their eyes. You know what I'm talking about? Like, you wake up first thing in the morning, you got that little white thing that floats around over your eye and you can't see shit. You gotta wipe it out. That would be probably the one thing that would keep you from fucking watching an advertisement.
You couldn't run over a dog. There'd be freaking safety features. Elon Musk will make sure you don't run over a dog. Everything be fixed for you. Sure, you wouldn't be able to shoot a gun. Probably wouldn't be able to call anybody a dirty little N-word. You probably couldn't do anything. You know, he'd have it all controlled. Your speech.
Wake up, hygiene, go to work. Go home, hygiene, go to bed. Wake up, hygiene, go to work.
Hygiene? Why would he waste time on that?
Because can't be a dirty little plebeian. It's unhealthy.
Can't be a dirty little Neuralink slave.
Damn it, YouTube, figure it out already.
Child platform. Yes. Awesome.
I just bought a frozen turkey pot pie.
That's all you need.
Yeah, Thanksgiving's canceled.
Our stuff is all being prepped right now.
Scan geograms and federal reclamation.
Sometimes Nova will.
Yeah, we could talk.
What's going on? Yo, yo. Who's here? Eggshells. Googie.
Yeah.
Googie. What's up, dude?
G'day, Daz.
How are you, bro?
Surviving?
I'm enjoying this Melbourne weather. It's like, it's raining, it's hot, it's cold, it's raining, it's hot. It's great. Never get used to it.
Yeah, it's sweltering up here at the moment. So I'm on the Central Coast, and it was like 37 yesterday, which for Americans is like nearly 100 degrees.
Yep.
What is 100? 100's like 38 or something? Close to 40.
Yeah.
It sucks in New South Wales. Whereabouts are you guys?
I'm in
Yeah,
Melbourne.
New South Wales, Central Coast.
Yeah.
Sleepy town.
Yeah. My sister lives in Melbourne. Awesome. Probably the best city here.
Yeah, it's a really cool city. My mates just moved there.
Yeah.
It is.
Love it. The party
Get a
life
lot
is
of-
awesome.
Yeah. Well, it's great. Good live music. Live music's great here.
Yeah.
Yeah, theme bars, stuff to go out and do. I like a bit of like immersive theatre or live music or something, and there's fuck all on in Sydney. Because they did a ban because they kept punching people, so they just were like, yeah, no more shots, no more venues open past midnight. It just killed the live music scene.
Yeah, it sucks. Sydney's got a lot of losers in it.
Nailed it.
Hang on, bro. My nose just started.
I really love Manly. I love Manly. I sometimes just go to Sydney for a couple of weeks and just stay in Manly. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, I've just gone slightly north of that. It's really nice. I'm on the Hawkesbury River. Beautiful estuary. Go fishing. Well, I go attempting to catch fish. I don't really catch anything.
Yeah, you know it's hot when you notice it starts pissing out blood.
How do you get those heat nosebleeds? What are they called again? There's something. My dad used to get them.
It's from like a weak blood vessel.
Haven't snorted enough. Chemies. That'll sort it right out. Man, won't stop bleeding, but it'll be bleeding for a different reason.
Nah, the snorting usually fixes it. I'm working right now, so best not. So eggshells, you still think it's a globe, Todd?
Do I still think it's a globe tard?
Yeah,
You get how silly that sounds, right?
Nah, you get how silly believing in a globe sounds. We could say anything that not sound as stupid as that.
Well, I think the most of what I hear is people making really bad guesses about what a globe would mean and then testing those bad guesses and assuming that's a fault of the globe rather than their guessing abilities.
Maybe
that's
so they've been provided stuff.
Say again, was that somebody speaking to me or talking hot micing?
I think it's breaking up. A bit of a straw man there, Charles.
Well, it's my opinion of what the arguments were. I wasn't presenting a flat earth argument. I was saying why I think they're flawed. It's not a straw man unless I present what I think is your argument. And I wasn't.
Yeah.
So I wasn't a straw man, was it?
Yeah, that's valid.
Well, you're saying what people think. So what you mean is not a straw man.
How long you been looking into things for, Eggshell?
Oh, a couple of years. What was it, since we all got locked down? That's when I first came across it.
Yeah, right.
I was just curious to see if people were LARPing or not, because I remember reading an article about it years ago, and it was claiming that it was mostly like people LARPing.
Yeah. Yeah, I was one of the people laughing.
Was on some.
Sorry.
Was on some. I think it was on one of these servers actually, and I was like talking to people. And somebody said, "Oh yeah, I've got a server for you," and then they introduced me to, I forget if it was Geos or 24/7 or something. Oh no, it wasn't Geos because Geos didn't exist yet.
Yeah, right. This server's been running that long, has it?
Well, this one in the politics, but they had their own server, but it had to keep getting remade. My understanding was there kept being politics between people, and
Yeah. I don't see many people in that other server much anymore.
yeah, pretty much everybody came here because it's not quite enough people to sustain too many servers, right?
Yeah. It's the same main ones anyway. And they carry on about it a lot in, what is it, the Globe Awareness one, whatever it's called. Earth Awareness. Oh.
Earth Awakenings?
That's it, Awakening. Yeah, maybe I need to wake up. I had a big night.
Did ya?
Yeah, I mean, Dad's dog passed away, so we had a few drinks before.
Oh no,
geez, I'm sorry
my
about that,
dad's
bro.
did too a couple of months back. Really sad. Little whippet went and fought a kangaroo and lost.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair to her, is about the most Australian way for a dog to go.
True that, man. True that. I couldn't go any more Aussie than that. Yeah, I've seen my dog get sliced open by a root. I can do some damage if you get them front on, eh?
Yeah, she used to chase him. We weren't pigging her or anything. She just loved chasing him, and usually they'd just get really scared and jump face first into fences and stuff. And this one turned around and went for her.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
How'd your dad's dog die?
We had to make the hard choice because she was in pain and she had a massive growth and it just wasn't pleasant for her. She was 18-year-old Jack Russell, so she had a good life.
Yeah, little dogs don't last a super long time. too, which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah. Jack Russells, like, they tend to get up there, but not many other little dogs. Yeah, speaking of Ruse, my last dog, which was a Whippet, got killed by a Ruse, like not by the Ruse, but the Ruse jump out, and they're really timid dogs, the Whippet, and it's scared him straight under the tire of me ute, and I was fully loaded, and I just went straight over with two.
That happened.
Yeah, two. Oh, it was a horrible situation. Yeah. And
we had a similar one. Sorry, going on.
No, you're right. Go.
We had a similar one at the farm. We got some Maremas. Have you heard of them? They're like a stock protection dog that you're not meant to keep as a house dog. You're meant to like send it out into the paddock, and it sort of befriends the sheep and doesn't really like humans. And we weren't disciplined enough, so we kept hand feeding them and stuff. So they became house dogs. But because they were meant to be like live out in the paddock, we hadn't done the normal training you do for a dog out in the country, like to get away from the back of a reversing car and stuff. So yeah, the manager's wife, who really loves animals like you wouldn't imagine, backed over it and ran over its head. Oh, the thing didn't die, so it's now got this like crushed, funny-looking skull in one eye that doesn't work, and it has just got so many behavioural problems. It'll be like friendly with you one moment and then turn around and be like, "Who the fuck are you?"
That's a vibe. That's crazy. I mean, yeah, I ran over me dad's Jack Russell, like the one we just had to put down not long ago, actually. And she was walking the next day. I felt the bump, and it was the rear in a heavy ute. I was like, oh, that's got to have killed her. And she was fine. I was like, oh my God, you're a tough little dog.
It's amazing that, isn't it? Like even with humans where you're like, that's killed them for sure, and they get up and walk it off, and then other people you hear like, yeah, ordinary adult tripped over and hit their head and died. And you're like, this doesn't seem to compute. That guy got hit by a truck and this person tripped and the wrong one died.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like when it's your time, it's your time.
Oh, you reckon?
Yeah, because some of it's a little bit hard to explain in that, like you just said, you know? Like, it's hard to wrap your head around it. So it wasn't Molly's time, my dad's dog time, when I ran over with the ute. You know, she was like, nah, mate, not ready yet. Because that should have crushed her thigh. That should have caused internal bleed. Like, and I wasn't going slow. Yeah, it was crazy. And my other dog that, you know, got scared under the tires, he was the runt of the litter. He had epileptic fits all the time. He was on medication. He was blind in one eye, so he was a really special dog. Like, you know, he took a lot of care. So maybe that was best that way than a more, you know, traumatic event of him dying, like an epileptic fit until death. Like, that would suck because they're horrible. Yeah. Like, they froth in their mouth, you know, they've got no control, don't know who you are. It's just, yeah, you don't want to see that. And that, I don't know if I agree with all the medication these days. We don't really know what it does to us. A lot of it's got side effects and, you know.
Yeah. Go and get, so you go to Pet Barn and you get this product called Diatomaceous Earth, right? It's for fleas and it's all natural, believe me. It's completely natural, non-toxic, and it fucking works, right? So use that for fleas instead of these flea pills and all that, which are neurotoxins. But yeah, check it out. Diatomaceous Earth. It's really cheap. And if you've got a problem with fleas in your dog, it's the best. So cheap, it'll last you for 50 years. You get one bag, it'll last you forever.
Is that the product name or is that the ingredient?
That's the product name.
Because I saw an ingredient like that on my natural deodorant, like it's just like a rub-on.
Weird.
Yeah. It said something like that. Something earth, like what, Dimetaceous Earth or something. I was like, that's why I asked.
Oh, that's
I was like,
weird.
Yeah, it was real similar. I'll have to read it and get back to you.
It's I did research because I had bed bugs. I was in a place that had bed bugs, and I did all this research and came back with Dimetaceous Earth, and yeah, it worked like bang. It was really good.
Yeah.
And it works on the fleas, and it's really, really cheap. It's good stuff.
Yeah, well, it's the one they were suggesting because the scientists were predicting some big problem with the growth of bed bugs, where they're like, there used to be not many, but all of the chemicals and stuff we used to use on them don't really work anymore, and they've gotten strong to that. And they're so difficult to kill because the eggs can last for months before hatching. So yeah, I got them at a youth hostel kind of place in India, and I was after I started reading about them, I was so panicking because what happens is people take them home, don't realize because the egg will be microscopic, just this tiny white bit of fluff on their clothing, and it'll wait out their trip home, survive through the wasp, and then your house will be infected with it. And they said the most common thing people do to deal with an infestation of bed bugs is sell their house, because the other options are like you can keep getting bug treatments, but you just have to keep getting them like every 6 months because you'll never get rid of them all. And the only other way to be sure is they refrigerate your whole house. So they wrap it in this insulated double layer tent and then freeze your whole house to below freezing. That's the only way to kill them. They can handle really high temperatures, but not very low. So you've got to get the whole house below zero, which means you've got to, and it's also not that reliable because people will they've got to live outside the house for a week while they're cooling it down. So they'll bring some clothes and they'll also have to remove some electronics and stuff like that, food and stuff that might get damaged by the cooling process. And they said often what people do is unwittingly rescue a couple of eggs when they're doing this $20,000 house treatment. And as a result, just still have an infestation a couple of years later.
The pest control industry hates this Dimetaceous Earth because it's non-toxic and it's cheap. So they're like, oh, that's poison. You can't use. They'll lie about it because it'll undercut their whole industry if it comes out. That's how effective it is. So they will go, no, you can't use that. It's poison.
Yeah, that is the same as Neem products. Have you heard of Neem?
I've heard of Neem, but I've forgotten what it is. I just know I've heard that word before.
Yeah, it is the best healing product that I've seen, and I've got a lady that makes it in Coffs Harbour, and she can't go to a store and ask if they can put it on her shelves because there's laws against it. Because if you ingest enough of this stuff, it will kill you. So will fly spray. So will a lot of the chemicals under your sink.
Bleach will do that.
Anything will do that, bro. If it's a chemical, if you ingest enough of it, it will kill you.
Alcohol will kill you.
You can have this stuff all over your skin. You can rub it all over your skin every day, and it's only good for you. It's healed people that's had eczema their whole lives, and none of the products in the pharmacies work. They've tried everything, and they try this Neem product for a week, and they're like, it's a miracle. Why isn't this on the shelves? Why don't they sell it in the chemist? Because they're hiding it. They're hiding it. They don't want it out there because it only has results and no side effects.
Yeah, can you buy borax in Australia?
I don't know. I don't know about it.
Yeah, you can't because it cures arthritis, so they banned it.
Yeah, doesn't surprise me.
Borax kills. Borax kills or cures
arthritis. Arthritis, yeah.
That's a new one. Okay.
Yeah. And cannabis also helps with epilepsy, and what's that other one? Shut up, Mitch. Yeah. What was I saying, buddy? Oh, Mitch. Yeah, you just talk some shit on the radio. I don't need to hear it. It's not dementia, but it's a disease where they're incoherent, like they can't talk or communicate, and they have a bit of cannabis oil. None of it is
Cerebral
psychedelic.
palsy.
Yeah, that's it, man. And they all of a sudden can talk normal, can act like a normal human being. Like, I've never seen anything so amazing in my life. I was like, what? Why is this not out there? Why?
Yeah, no patents on it, that's why.
Yeah. And yeah, they won't make enough money. It's healing people. They don't want to heal people. It's obvious. They don't want people to be healthy.
Yeah, cannabis oil cures cancer, but why give somebody $1,000 cure when you can charge them $50,000 to take chemo?
And
Well, we should probably stay off the medical talk anyhow, because it's sort of like a censored thing on Discord and YouTube.
Yeah, I hear you, mate. Yeah, copy. Change the subject.
I'm with you, but you know how it is. We got to keep the flat Earth room open. If we're gonna lose it, let's lose it for the topic, not something else.
Yeah, I respect that, man. Sorry.
Yeah, our overlords are right to ban all these things from us.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing too is like I kind of don't really mind like those things being off limits, because like it helps us focus on what we're actually here for. Because it would suck if it was like, oh, it's a free for all, we can talk about whatever we want, and then we were never talking about the topic.
It's getting annoying. You're not wrong.
Yeah, so I'm just sort of like, it's fine because we're here to do this certain thing anyway, so let's go for it.
Yeah, we need a Globy, not eggshells, because you're just unpenetrable, mate. One day, mate.
Well,
One day.
I know all the arguments. I can do them better than most flat earthers. I know the flaws with them.
So let's train and mate.
You guys figured out rotational invariance yet? Or like not yet?
No, go ahead.
You guys figured it out yet? All right.
I'm gonna go on mute.
Nobody digested what I said last night. Nobody.
Okay, this complete idiot, the tree guy again, who thinks that you step foot across the equator. Now he's going to do his little tactic of talking through me because he's got nothing else.
It's Fox's husband, dude.
That guy's so.
He's always angry. He's always angry. I think there's some deep-rooted anger in him. Maybe we should get to the heart of that first.
Well, he thinks he's an intellectual, but I mean, he's the dumbest person full of flat earthers. That's got to be enough.
I'm just smart enough. I got it, man. It's pretty fucking straightforward.
Yeah, well, why don't you shut your mouth so you can listen to what you're supposed to respond to first? Start there, intellectual. Well, someone else can try. He hates me every time I talk. He tries to steamroll the VC so that I can't talk, and then he spirals out. So someone else can try.
Loco, this guy's crazy, man.
Dog, it's pretty straightforward, bro. There's rotational invariance, man. You guys gotta fucking like understand this
Yeah,
shit.
you're imagining rotational variance, you numpty.
Yeah, you gotta understand it, man. It's
It's not about understanding, it's about proving it, numbnuts.
Oh my god.
What's up, Alba? Dude, what's with the nervous laughter, dude? It's cringe.
Yeah, you're broken, dude.
As Wolfgang would say, you're brick.
I thought Crick coined that, but yeah, for sure. Bricked indeed.
Dude, he's only good as a door stopper, like no other purpose.
Well, put yourself to good use at least, Fox husband. Quit clowning around out here pretending to be an intellectual doorstopper.
He could be a door greeter too, so let's not sell him short. He could actually wave and say, "Welcome to Walmart."
Think you're up to the challenge?
Sorry, Andrew, I didn't answer you because my machine's on.
It'd be like Rain Man staring at the revolving door at Walmart saying, rotational invariance, rocking back and forth like a psycho.
Oh my god, you guys are hilarious, man. Hilarious. It never stops giving. That's why I keep coming back.
Here's what's actually hilarious. Here's what's actually hilarious, though. You have no evidence for the globe. That's actually hilarious.
Yeah. Oh man. Fun stuff.
Why do you think people defend the globe idea when it's really not even their idea, right? Somebody else's idea. So why do people come in here and act all spazzed out like you are? Because
does that logic work?
Yeah,
is the flat Earth your idea? Do we need to have an original?
No, it's observational.
It's been verified with the naked eye fucking 10 million times. Fucking like what? I mean, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Like seriously, this is the final boss of I don't believe anything. Like that's where you guys are at right now. Like you guys are full schizo mode. You don't believe shit.
Good try.
It is fucking crazy, man.
Wrong.
You guys have slid down far. You are down. You are really far gone.
Still wrong. No, we're empiricists. So I'm going to address both of you and the other guy at the same time with the same argument.
Who's the other guy? Who's the other same person?
The other guy that said the flat Earth is an idea. It's not an idea. The globe is an idea. It's conceptual. There's no quality to it. You don't go out of your door and say, "Go get that big globe," right? So there's no sensory perception of it at all. It's not. That is an idea. Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay.
Man.
Where do I go?
Specifically the sense of sight, to be specific. Yeah.
And where do I go for this sense of sight to perceive a globe? Where?
Oh, well, you can do, I've explained it, fucking 10,000 times how you can do it in your own home. But if you don't want to do that, then, fucking how many? Like 1,000 people have been to.
In my own home. That's what you're saying.
No, yeah, I can demonstrate it for you. Yeah, I can demonstrate
in my own home.
Yes, you can.
Why does the necessity to do it in your own home?
It's our empirical evidence. The flashing lights and fucking Superman exist too, bro.
I got you, bro. No, I got you. Here it is. Build a large clock, or just imagine it if you don't have access to building materials or not intelligent enough to build a clock. All right? Just imagine a clock on your ceiling. It's facing downwards, and the minute hand is going clockwise. It does not matter which way you look at the clock, like which direction you're facing. The minute hand will go from your left shoulder to your right shoulder, or the other way around.
Just turn around, flip your left with your right, and there you go.
If you turn around, it will also go from the same shoulder to the same shoulder. It does not matter which way you're looking. Right. This is invariance.
It'll go from left to right, and then you'll switch your left to right.
You are so spatially impaired that you can't even imagine this.
You're a genius.
It's so sad. It's so sad. Oh my god,
It is sad.
Yeah,
it's sad,
but
bro. It's
but
sad.
see, you didn't mention
Sad.
anything about the Earth. That's the weird thing, did you?
Oh my god, you're
You
so
said I could
fucking
perceive.
retarded.
You said I could
You are
perceive
so
a
fucking
globe.
retarded. You're so
No, you said
retarded.
I
You're
could.
so
That's
retarded.
not an argument, and it's
You're
not a
so
refutation.
retarded. So
Okay, you're not
retarded.
even addressing what I
So
said.
retarded. So retarded.
Yeah,
Have a good day. Have a good night, guys. Have a good
yeah,
night.
Brick. So mention the Earth next time. What do you say? It's not perceptual. He talks about the fucking clock, dude. Proving my point. That is conceptual. Good game. See, this is what's wrong with the modern era. It's lost in, like, the people, the kids, even the adults, they're lost in abstraction, dude. They're so divorced from actual reality that they perceive outside of their body that they, like, just even talking about it makes them go spastic. Does Elf at work? Oh, you at work, bro?
So how did we decide that the north was the middle? Or is that a psyop? Somebody told you. Somebody
Nobody
showed you a
here
map and you're
says
like,
that. Shut up, dude.
Oh,
You did.
come on,
You said that.
every map, every example has the north as the center.
I don't care.
Just
Nobody.
because the star doesn't move, the North Star doesn't move. That's it.
Does the
So
southern
it doesn't matter
star
whether
move?
it's the center or not. No, it just doesn't matter whether it's the center or not. It just doesn't move. So we use it
Right.
to
So
navigate.
that's a good
Or they
reason.
used it to
Yeah.
navigate.
Yeah, so that's a
But
good
so
reason to
it's
put it in the
center or
middle.
not, a center of what? I don't know. But it's the only reason. It's the only star that does not move. It
Well,
moves a
Sigma
little bit if you want to get pedantic.
Sure,
You
Sigma
can't
Octantis
see
moves
Sigma
as
Octantis.
much.
You're gonna have to know where
What do
the
you
outer
mean?
limits are in order to claim a center. We don't. The end.
No, you don't. You need to
Now
know the
we
path of the
fucking do
sun.
because it's going to be center relative to everything else.
Well, center of what? Center of the path of the sun. We know the path
Whatever.
of the sun,
Yeah,
right?
center of what exactly?
Path of the sun.
No,
thing
not
I said.
necessarily. Not necessarily.
So that's what I'm talking about.
Center for its path.
So yes, necessarily.
Path can change. This is bullshit, dude. Nobody's saying it's the center. Try really hard to push that straw man, but just come up with something else. It's old.
Oh, it just seems like people got fed that story and were like, okay, sounds good for me. And when challenged on like why,
Oh, but he's doing
they
that.
pointed the
Yes,
sky.
there are the AE
And they
map
pointed the
people.
sky and they pointed at a thing that is
Nobody here is doing that.
matched in
Go
the
into a
south.
room where they claim the AE map
T-Dub
is
just
a
did.
true representation of the world.
T-Dub, were you not
T-Dub
here in
did.
the room?
T-Dub did.
Was it T-Dub?
No.
No, who was it? Was it Matrix?
No, it was Daz. He said that it's the center.
The star, yeah. Based on celestial observations.
No, I
Great.
just said
So
it
we've got mapped
doesn't
ones in the
move.
south.
It's just, no, it just doesn't move. It's the only star that's steady, so it's used to navigate. So it's the center of the navigational system, if you like. If it's the center of the Earth, no, fuck no, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, you can say that.
Polaris was over. If Polaris was over Frankston, then Frankston would be the fucking center of the navigational system. It's got nothing to do with where it is. It's just the star doesn't move.
The North
That's it.
Pole's not the fucking center of like the Mercator or something. Like,
No, it's at the top somewhere.
I know. Like, fuck. Nobody's saying this, dude. Just give up.
No.
Oh, that's a
Well, there are people
weaselly
who are
way to get
saying it,
out
but
of
they're
it.
just- they're
There
just
are
not-
people who are
Get
saying
out of
it. Don't
what,
lie.
dude?
Don't
You're
make stuff
trying to get
up.
out of it. You're the one making stuff up, and straw manning relentlessly. There are people who say that. Can you just go
Okay,
into
so
one
there
of
are
their
people who
chats?
say that.
Yeah, they're not us. Go argue with them.
I'm Daz is right here.
He didn't say that, dude. Are you delusional? Are you taking your meds or what?
Because the star doesn't move. He gave a reason.
He
I asked
said
the question. He gave a
explicitly,
reason.
the center of the Earth. Fuck no, can't confirm that.
Didn't say it was the center of the Earth. I just said
Well,
center. You assumed of Earth.
Okay, center of what?
Path of the sun.
No, it doesn't necessarily have to be that either.
Well, it's a fun one. I'd be sus of any movement that told me to not look at some phenomena.
I'm not telling you to not look at things. Where'd you get that from? Constant fucking gaslighting.
We don't need to look at the stars to know what's under our feet. I mean, I'd just be really sus if anybody told you not to look at stuff. Like turning
Well, yeah,
up to
you can look
investigate
directly
something, and
at
somebody
it.
goes, "Please don't look in my
Into the
garage.
sun.
You don't.
Going off the
In order to solve this crime, you don't need to know what's in my garage." I'd be like, "I'm looking in that fucking garage."
Yeah, if there's a dead body in there, you look directly at it. Same as you look directly at the thing in question, the ground.
Well, you look at all of the available evidence. I look out the front windscreen of my car when I'm driving because I want to know what the other cars are doing.
Yeah,
'cause I
you're
wanna
not
know
going to be
what the
looking
car's
out
doing.
the back or looking up at the roof of your car or something. You're going to be looking directly at the thing that you're trying to travel over.
Well, it still tells me what my car is doing, does it not?
What?
The
staying
visual
focused on the
information I
road?
received from the windows tells me the current behavior of my car. Like my speedo could say 40, but
Yeah,
if
okay.
nothing around me is moving,
Well,
I
why
would
don't
assume
you
my
try
speedo is
blindfolding
broken.
I shouldn't even say that. They'll probably get banned from Discord. Try looking somewhere else other than the road and see how well you do.
So in order to know what my car is doing, I do look at things other than my car.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, look at things other than the road that you're trying to travel on to find out what's going on with the road. See how that goes. Actually, don't.
Yo, into the break, I have to know, is your quote unquote syllogism, is that
Is horizontal flat? Yes or no? Let's go slow for you because you're really slow. Is horizontal flat?
Okay, before I
Yes or
dignify
no?
this with an answer,
Is
are you being
horizontal
Are
flat?
you being 100%
Yes
serious? You're being
or no?
okay. Wow, dude, yes, a horizontal line is flat. Yes,
Is
you're
horizontal
right.
parallel to the horizon? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, there you go.
The conclusion doesn't follow from those premises, you fucking idiot.
Okay,
What are you
what's the
talking about?
conclusion is where doesn't
You're
it follow
so
from? Where doesn't it
stupid.
follow from?
It doesn't follow from those premises.
Where doesn't it follow from?
Okay, listen to me. End of the break. Imagine that the world, I know that you don't. I know that you don't think that the Earth is a globe. But imagine that it was a globe, which it is. But just because you don't
Well,
think
the
it is,
Earth,
imagine that it is.
the globe
That would
is a
still
flat
be
Earth
true
hollow.
on a globe. You fucking idiot. That doesn't disprove shit. It doesn't. The conclusion doesn't logically follow.
No,
It doesn't
okay,
disprove shit.
Fox. Listen, dude, you
You're
haven't
right.
shut.
You're fucking retarded.
You're getting muted. You're getting muted. This doesn't work. You can't just blabbermouth your way through the person you're talking to. Fucking little dick. I'm gonna ban this cunt.
Yeah, he wants to say there's no Earth in there, but the horizon is where the surface of Earth appears to meet the sky. So horizon is your reference to Earth. So it follows, buddy. You just don't know what words mean.
I'm moving 300 ton.
Hi, everyone. My name is Marsula. I am known as a guy who could sometimes be intellectual, and I could sometimes be an idiot. Today, I want to disprove to you why you think the Earth is flat.
So we'll be being an idiot this time then. Okay, go ahead.
To understand certain things. There are mathematic principles that we must accept on day-to-day life. I believe that you guys are accepting and understanding of mathematic principles relating to that of gravity, or what we think of what gravity is, or what gravity was introduced to you or taught to you. You may
Well,
have
gravity is a flat Earth word, so why are you using it? It's a reference to downward pressing. It's a reference to flat Earth geometry.
I came here for domination. I came for Thanksgiving Eve.
Well, you just got dominated.
I'm going to dominate you back. I came here for
Yeah, I would like to
Thanksgiving.
hear what his ramble is going to be first. Hold on. Go
The
ahead.
ramble. You're going to answer my
Gravity is a flat Earth word.
You're going to acknowledge the statements that I've made. I've come here to give you
Not necessarily.
terms. Well, then we're two lawyers for
give an argument.
We're two lawyers for two different defendants.
Just give an argument. I don't care what you are.
You don't get to tell me. You.
Well, watch this. Yeah, I do, because you won't be able to speak in this courtroom if you don't listen to me. So
You're just gonna walk all over me? You can tell me what I get to do forever? I don't get a chance to.
In here,
So it's a dictatorship.
Yeah, shut up. Okay, so go ahead with your argument. I'll take you off mute. Just
Yes,
start
it
with
is
the
a
argument.
dictatorship, by the way.
Yeah, I'm in charge.
Tell me what to do. You think you're cool? You think you're funny?
Oh my god. I muted
Is
into the
that the
break.
best he's got? That all he does?
How about we try again, young fellow? All we want to do is hear your proof of curvature. That's it. Spit that out. Happy days for everyone.
I have many proofs of curvature.
Excellent. Please proceed.
I will give you a bullet of facts. And if you refuse to acknowledge the information given,
just start with one good one.
Just one, not a bunch. You start with one, we kick it out, you give another, we step on that.
We kick it out. I love that you admit it.
Oh, yeah, but I will
start with one, we disregard it, you then do another, and we do the same.
I know that
apparently thinks he's a mod. Yeah, he's muted. Good. All right, go ahead.
I know that you're shaking, and I know that you're scared.
Oh my god!
Especially
hurry
you.
up! Dude,
Okay,
hurry up.
start over. Yeah, obviously you're scared. You're stalling. You fuckwit. Now go ahead. Start with the proof.
Scared guy?
Just the proof.
I'm the scared guy? Okay, cool. Yeah, obviously I'm not. Let me explain this to you. Why is it that?
No, not question, please.
Why?
Not question, please.
It's not going to help you. Ask
You
me
better be quiet
questions.
before I do
That's what
something
you're
about
here
this.
Not question, please.
You better be quiet before I do something about you.
You don't get to ask us the question.
So
You're supposed
what? Well, you better be quiet, or else I'm going to make your life difficult. Okay?
Excuse me. You're supposed to be proving something.
I will make
That
your
means
life difficult if you keep interrupting me.
You don't get to ask us a question when you're trying to.
Yes, I do. I will make your life difficult.
Okay. We're supposed to be proving something. No.
Yeah. You guys are scared of me, bro. So as I was saying,
No.
I'll make your life hard, bro. I'll make your life hard.
Listen, Linda, you need to calm down and stop spiraling, okay?
You call me Linda. Yeah, call me whatever you want.
I just did, Linda.
Yeah, I'm not fucking Linda.
You're not intimidating anybody here. Nobody's afraid of you.
I know you.
We're here to discuss the information, nothing else.
I know you're scared of me.
Don't let your feelings get involved, Linda.
Yeah, Linda. Fucking Patrick looking ass. Let me explain this to you.
Just spit out the proof. That's all we want, bro. That's
Guys,
it. Just
if I was to drop a ball that weighed 4 kilograms.
He's asking questions again.
I'm not asking questions. I'm telling you how things
You
work.
said if I drop a ball that
There was no question. It's a rhetorical question. And if you interrupt
yeah, just go ahead and give us your globe proof.
Hey, Globe Grew, I'm gonna make your life hard. You're not some fucking tough guy. You're a pussy. So as I was saying, if I was to drop a ball, and the ball was measured to be the empirical unit of 2 pounds. 2 pounds.
Does the ball has like water and gas pressure on the outside of it?
You're muted. So as I was saying, it's 2 pounds. The empirical unit of this ball is 2 pounds.
Because the ball that you're talking about, if it doesn't have the water and the pressure on the outside, is not comparable to the sphere that you're trying to prove. So it's not.
You're muted. So let me explain this to you. If I had a ball that weighed 2 pounds, empirical unit. I'm not.
He's drunk.
No, I'm not. If I had a ball,
wow, dude, you can't even say words.
I have said many words. If I have a ball,
Yeah, you're up to about 9 balls now, so we just needed one to start off
yeah,
with.
you guys want to run this game around me like Rugrats? You dirty bastards! You can't catch me. You can't do anything.
Listen carefully.
You can hurt me.
Yeah, no, I'm just Marvin. The only thing I am fearful of is dying of old age, waiting for you to give us the proof. That's all I want. I don't want your stories about all your other bullshit. I just want proof of curvature.
Yes, and when you said that we're scared of you, we're scared that you have a driver's license and you might be driving.
I'm not a doctor. I don't need alcohol.
Nothing.
Let me explain this to you bastards. Explain it to you fucking bastards. I had a ball.
Sorry, what's the name of this?
If I had a ball.
What's the name of the channel?
11.
What's the name of the channel?
If I had a ball that
I had a ball 24/7 balls.
Yeah, you want to keep pushing me like you were pushing me right now?
Right, I'm going to ask you this question. What are you trying to prove?
What am I trying to prove? That the Earth isn't flat.
Okay.
What
And
would
you're
I
going
try
to
to-
do that by dropping. You're going to do that by dropping a ball.
Well, it's more than just me dropping a ball. It's inconsistencies.
It's more than dropping a ball.
It's me trying to illustrate inconsistencies with what we understand as physics.
No, you're not supposed
I'm
to
going
be
to ask you,
demonstrating.
sir, you're not going to interrupt me because now I have you in a corner, and I know you're scared.
I am.
Yes,
I am.
you are scared.
I'm not supposed
You guys
to
are
be
all
demonstrating
cowards in this room. You guys are all bastards.
It's interesting. I find it that when people talk through other people stopping the rebuttal, it's those who are cowards. You don't want to hear me speak and ask you questions about what you're fucking putting forward. We're trying to determine the surface description of the Earth. How is dropping a ball determining the surface description of the Earth?
So you don't get to ask me questions.
Yes,
That's not
I
how
do.
it works.
You're the one bringing forward evidence
you don't.
so far. So, yes, I do. You're the one
No, you
that's
don't.
bringing forward evidence so far. Your
You're gonna
evidence
shut up
doesn't
when I
seem to
speak.
jive with the question. Well, sorry, that's not going to happen. Do you understand? I could just mute you. You can act like an adult or come fuck off. So make it make sense. Dropping a ball is measuring the surface how?
Yes, I get to continue the way I want to.
No, you get to answer the question.
I get to do what I want.
No, you don't.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, the election happened. 2025's coming. You don't get to do whatever you want. I can hear it in your voice.
If you can get to do whatever you want, can you add water to the outside of this bowl, and will the water be attached to it and not go splash splash on the floor?
What? Yeah, you're not in charge of this conversation, Sunshine. I am. So I'm going to unmute you. Oh, you don't know. I'll explain again. I'm
Yeah,
in charge of
so
this conversation.
it is an interesting question.
You need to acknowledge that I'm in charge of this conversation, not you.
I refuse to acknowledge your existence.
Oh, okay.
Well, fuck me. The non-existent man just made him go quiet. How's it going, Jedi?
Yeah, it's good. Thanks, man. How are you?
Oh, not too bad. I'm just laughing at this clown. Oh, look at me. I'll just drop into a room and I'm the boss now.
Yeah. No. I mean, we can try again. You can try with somebody. I don't have to exist, but he's got to make this ball fall into the floor, make the surface measure somehow. I don't know.
You drop the ball, then the Earth is flat. That's what he's going to
Yeah, so you guys are all stupid, right? Let me explain this to you. What is a ball?
I'm going to explain this to you, and then ask us a question.
Yeah, you ask us questions.
No. You get to do what I tell you what to do. What is a ball?
Not the Earth. Not the Earth is not a ball. So that's not
what is
it
the ball?
Not the Earth.
Yeah, so the Earth is not a ball. So if the Earth is not a ball, what about the Earth does it make it a ball?
You drop balls and they fall on the Earth.
I asked you a simple question. Since the Earth isn't a ball, what property?
Okay, let me tell you what a ball is. It's a thing that doesn't hold water.
You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me.
And I'm answering your question. The ball doesn't hold water on the outside of it. And also it doesn't hold the gas pressure or the air pressure on the outside of it. It doesn't do that. That's what a ball is.
You're a fat loser. That's interrupting me. As I was saying, guys, if the Earth isn't a ball, what characteristic?
Why are you asking us questions?
I would just smack the shit out of you if you interrupt me again.
The surface.
Yeah, keep quiet, you little pussy ass bitch. You're a flat earther, but you're still a bitch.
It cannot be a ball because balls will require curvature, and the waters across the earth and the earth itself doesn't have that curvature. So it cannot be a ball. It will be impossible for it to be a ball with the water outside of the ball while the ball is spinning. Because if that was the case, the water around the ball will fall from the ball and go splash splash on the floor.
Somebody said the N word. See you later, fuckwit.
And he's white too. My God.
Why these people don't get that if you had water on the outside of the ball, the water will go splash splash on the floor? They don't get it.
You need to put it in a vacuum chamber, then it'll stick to the ball.
The vaporized water? Was he drunk or doing a really bad troll, LARP, nonsensical argument?
Both.
The ball argument. If I drop a ball, falls to the floor, therefore Earth is the ball.
I know we went to the moon in less than 10 years back in the 60s, but we destroyed that technology. It's a painful process to build it back. So before we try to put people back into space, it's going to take at least 30 years to rebuild new technology. And it's going to cost a hell of a lot more than it did before.
Oh, we're gonna go to Mars first.
Well, yeah.
That way you can prove if you can get to the moon or not.
Nordic Legend is going to be back on the moon by 2025, 2026 says. That's hilarious.
They already moved that out to 2055.
I don't know. His hero Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, still hasn't gone to space, but he's going to get us onto the moon in 2 more years. Right on. I bet you this guy would buy the Eiffel Tower from you to like sell it off as scrap metal because, you know, government of France doesn't need it anymore.
Someone actually did sell the Eiffel Tower twice for scrap metal.
I know Nordic Liberal is the third customer in line here.
Well, the RIDE report said it would take 25 years if NASA was fully funded to return to the moon. And other estimates have been 100 years. But somehow we did it in 10 years in the 60s.
That's because you don't get it. Space is expanding, so it takes double or triple or 10 times the effort to do what you did 50 years ago. Because there is more space to cover now. Remember? It's expanding.
What I really want to know is why most of the Apollo launches were done during meteorite showers.
Don't you know? It's called real good engineering.
Even had like a
Charlie, can you help us? Oh, too late.
Give me image firms. I want to send you all an IQ test.
Yeah, you don't get to speak here anymore until you agree to some basics. Yeah, you're going to be on permamute until you agree that you're not going to just word vomit through everything anybody says in response to you, because that doesn't work. Can't have one person just steamrolling the channel. If you want to debate in here, you go point for point, you listen to what the person says, then respond. Can you handle that? It's your chance to speak.
Oh, am I unmuted?
Yeah.
Can I handle that? Yeah, I suppose I can.
It has to go point for point. We can't just have one person just dominating everything.
Yeah. Listen. I will do that if my interlocutor also does that. I will do that. If yeah. Okay.
All right.
Fair enough.
Good deal. It just becomes absolute chaos. Nobody can,
Okay. In my defense, though, the unpleasantness kind of started with you, didn't it? You the first time I came in here, I made a point and you muted me, started insulting me, and then I left before, like, you were just gonna go on this rant, and I just didn't want to hear it, so I left. But because you had me muted, you understand? Like, with that, the hostility, you get why that's like hostile.
As far as I remember, I've only muted you when you've just gotten out of control and nobody else can get a word in edgewise.
That's incorrect.
Otherwise,
okay, that's fine.
I'd rather
Water
not
under the
mute.
bridge.
I'd rather just let the conversation take place. But if one person's just going to try to dominate through everybody, then, well, I mean, you got no choice. You got to stop them.
Can we get back to brass tacks?
Yes, please.
Can someone shed some light on New Swabia?
I got no clue what that is, but it doesn't sound like brass tacks for this channel. All right, so maybe someone else can talk to Fox's husband because, I got a track record of winding him up too much. So somebody wants to talk to a Globe guy. There you go.
Can the hell he's back in here again?
That wasn't even me. Just to be clear.
New Swabia is part of Flat Earth, dude. What are you talking about?
He's agreed that he's going to speak in turn. So, I mean, this might actually work this time. Who knows?
Yeah, man. I will.
Why can't we talk about the Nazi bases in Antarctica?
Why are they so desperate?
That wasn't me, by the way. But anyway.
Shit,
into the
dummy.
break. Into the break. If you want, man, I'll go over the argument that you sent me. We'll try to. Let's see if I can help you with it.
Well, actually, Fawkes' husband, I think it is. Since Alpha's there, he might want to chat to you.
Alpha Veritas.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, gentlemen, I'm at work, but I'm listening though.
Oh,
Okay.
that's a shame.
Well,
have you got any proof of curvature? How about we start there?
have I got any proof of curvature? Yes, I do.
Excellent. What is it?
Among other things, right? There's plenty of things, but the one that you guys have not addressed, and I will be willing to do point for point on this, that you guys have not addressed, is the counterclockwise rotation of the stars in the north, say you guys don't like the word hemisphere, so I won't use it. In the north, in the United States, say, and the clockwise rotation in the south, in say Argentina. It's not. It's not. These things are not. It's not a matter of perspective. You can turn around. Okay, so picture. I want you to
Excuse
picture
me.
this.
It's not a matter of perspective, but yet you've just said turn around. As soon as you change your view position, it's a matter of perspective.
Yes, but my point is that when you turn around, it doesn't change. Like it's perspective invariant. It doesn't matter which way you're looking. It's going to be like you can face north, south, east, or west, or anything in between, and you will not be able to change a counterclockwise rotation into a clockwise rotation.
Interesting. Now, if my memory serves me correctly, you were on the other server yesterday or the day before, and I offered you up a video to watch. Did you watch it?
Oh, was that you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, I didn't watch it, bro, to be honest.
Excellent. How about you go and watch it, because what you're about to watch explains the rotation and also explains crepuscular rays and anti-crepuscular rays. So that video goes for about sub 20 minutes and should be quite helpful.
Okay. Is it?
Would
Is
you
it
like
not?
me to repost it?
Is it so convoluted that you can't just verbally tell me within a reasonable amount of time what the secret sauce there is? How is it possible to turn a counterclockwise rotation into a clockwise rotation?
How about I repost it and you can make up your own mind?
Okay, so you can't tell me because there's no answer in there. Is that what I'm getting?
No, because it goes for 19 minutes. I can't just give you 8 words to explain 19 minutes worth of verbiage. It's not happening.
You should, if you've understood it, you should be able to give me the
He's
core.
looking for any reason to not watch it. Don't worry, guys.
If it actually had some content in there, you should be able to give me a few just bullet
Go ahead and watch it and give us a report on it.
Yeah, okay. So you can't do it.
If it's got any content in it, how's that?
You can't.
If it doesn't, we'll take it down.
It doesn't inspire confidence. I will watch it, but your inability to summarize it does not inspire confidence. That tells me that it's word vomit, but I will watch it.
I can summarize the video that I just posted.
Okay.
Let's ask you a quick question. So your claim then, in the northern so-called hemisphere, stars rotate counterclockwise.
Correct.
I have a video with the camera facing south in the northern so-called hemisphere, and the stars are rotating clockwise. 119 in the video I just posted.
Actually, it's wrong. Okay. All right, I'll check. I'll watch.
That's an interesting one, Heretic. That's new. You're saying you've seen the stars.
Oh
and
my
that's not
god, even eggshells is this dumb?
I'll watch your videos. Cheers.
That'd be great. Thanks a lot.
Oopsie.
What I found interesting is he came in, he said he was going to prove the globe, and then he ended up just asking us questions.
I know, that's what they always do. This has been going on for days, though. He just keeps stamping his feet, and he's like, no, I don't need to look at the sky. It's simple logic. It's like, dude, just look at it. You're wrong in what you're saying. I know it's not like, I mean, it's a derivative thing, but like, fuck, just gets my goat. At least get it right if you're going to make some kind of claim about it.
Elevate your mind.
Into the break, I have to know, did you finish like third grade, bro? Like, really? Did you? Like, I feel bad even.
So you think a curve is parallel to horizontal? You obviously didn't finish third grade. Foundational geometry escapes your capacity.
You understand that if you drew a circle on a horizontal plane, it would still be parallel to the plane, right? You understand
draw
that,
a circle on a piece. Yeah, a circle is a 2D figure. You cannot draw a circle on a sphere.
Yes, you can.
Now
It's called a disc.
So dumb.
A disc. Okay, yeah. So you can't draw. It can't be drawn on it, right? You have to cut through the potato. Then you have a potato stamp, like you did at your preschool.
Into the break, I have to know, man. Did you go to third grade? Like, really?
Dude, you're confused about a curve, an arc, and it not being parallel to a straight line. Like, this is your confusion. That has nothing to do with me and my education. This is your education. Foundational geometry escapes your capacity.
Do you think that your argument was actually an argument? Like, do you really think that the conclusion?
Well, you haven't refuted it. You're mad about it. I like that you're mad about it. I think that you're dysmorphic, and I want to exacerbate your condition. That's what I want.
The conclusion doesn't follow from the premises. It is literally no different. It is no different from saying, I like ice cream.
Don't tell me about, I didn't argue. Did I say anything about ice cream? No, what I said is horizontal is flat. Horizontal is parallel. Hold on, you're calm down. I didn't make an argument about ice cream, right? I didn't make an argument about ice cream.
Do you understand abstraction at all? Do you understand that there's that logic?
Now we're talking about obstruction. Obstruction? What obstruction? What are you talking about?
Are you retarded?
Now we're on to a different subject. I just said horizontal is flat, horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. You agreed to that.
Abstraction.
Now you're confused about how that relates to Earth.
The conclusion doesn't follow from the premises. The premises would be true.
How so?
Because the premises would also be true on a
Don't tell me about ice cream. Tell me how the conclusion doesn't follow the premise.
Listen, idiot. Hey, listen, idiot.
I am listening. Calm down. You're spurging about ice cream. Calm down.
In either case, on a flat
I'm not Joe Biden, okay, buddy? There's no enemies here, okay? I'm not the enemy. I'm not the bad guy.
Shut up. On a flat Earth or a spherical,
I'm not the bad guy.
On a flat Earth or a spherical Earth, both your premises would be true. Therefore, your conclusion does not follow logically. Because it would be true on a flat Earth or a spherical Earth. It doesn't matter. Like, you understand that your premises...
Wait, so on a spherical Earth, horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon?
Horizontal is a mathematical concept. It's not. What the fuck?
Yes, it is. It's a geometric principle. Yes, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about math, geometry.
Good, buddy. Good, buddy. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Not ice cream. Remember?
And it's flat. Yeah, it is. That's
not ice cream.
Yeah, it's a flat line. Yeah. It is. Yeah. You got it.
That is a curve, right? Horizontal is flat.
Retarded. This guy's retarded.
Flat lines. Can't have flat lines on a sphere.
You don't understand that if the horizon is a circle, right? Your horizon is a circle in all directions.
Okay. A circle is a planar figure. Okay.
Yes, it is a planar figure, meaning it can be inscribed on a horizontal plane. So therefore, it doesn't matter which. So therefore, it
that's not your argument, right?
No, it is because your conclusion doesn't follow from your premises because it would be true.
Wait, hold on. Your argument is a planar circle making your horizon.
Hold on, before I do this, the rest of
where's the globe? Where's the globe in that?
Flat earthers actually believe in this shit. The rest of you flat earthers, do you believe in his argument? Like I like just
literally everybody believes. Everybody here believes in horizontal. Yes, I'm a believer in horizontal.
Does anyone else here actually think that his argument is sound? Like it's fully logically valid and sound. You get dude. Besides this fucking idiot.
It's my profile.
Yes, there's no such thing as a curved horizon.
Okay. So you guys are all profoundly retarded, and I'm completely wasting my time.
So if you draw a circle on a piece of paper, then it makes it a ball.
Yeah, already.
Wow. I like that I exacerbate his condition. His dysmorphia. Like he agreed to the premise, horizontal is flat, horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. He's just confused where the Earth came in. It's like, well, you don't know what the term horizon means. This is your problem.
Yeah, horizon. That's parallel to horizontal, since horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon, so therefore horizontal.
Yeah, once you agree to the first two premise, right? Horizontal is flat, horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. It's game over.
It's always been game over. All it's been this whole time is a Cope spiral.
Yes. Cheers to that.
I wonder if you watched the video yet. Might help to look at the sky before basing some kind of claim on it, you know? Just saying.
He's trying to tell me about an ice cream argument again. That was so silly.
What was even his argument? I just tuning out.
Well, he was just giving me an example of affirming the consequence. I was like, oh, and he was like, he got it off Chat GPT, and it was like, ice cream, neighbor, and it's like, well, I didn't say that, so you're not addressing my argument. You're just saying something that you got from Chat GPT.
Addressing the argument would be a downfall. They can't.
That's how they reason around. Makes sense. It's usually, when I pretend to play baller, that's what I do. I just weasel and hop around and don't answer questions and pretend confused. They're starting to do new tricks like pretend their mic doesn't work. I'm gonna have to incorporate that one. Is this thing on? Sorry, I can't hear you. Easy. Crazy.
You got a mic.
I also haven't incorporated the whole where you mute them and then they just mute you. What? Who does that? There's somebody here that does that. I think Harrison, you were here that day. I was like,
yeah, a lot of that's like a trend here in the politics server. It's like a server condition.
It's so lame.
We got Mr. Almond Nutmuff. I'm sure he's a expert globe, enthusiast. We also have Crack. Between the two of these guys, we gotta have some globe proof in here.
I heard it's not hard to find. I mean, truly, one of these guys, it's a 50-50 shot.
I mean, with the likes of these two, I don't see how we could go wrong.
All right, guys, come on. I think you guys can help us out with some good globe proof, right?
We've even got Imric. I mean, we're set.
So no globe measurements, right? I was asking Eggshells. Is Eggshells here? I was asking him earlier about is the ramp of perspective accounted for in cell nav? See, I would have a particular way of stating yes, and I wonder if he does.
He's deafened.
I wouldn't worry about him.
He's just a politician. He's going to just use rhetoric and word games and stuff.
And use our tactics as well. I actually logged out today. I responded to something he said, and he was like, "Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear you. What was that?" And so I was like, "All right, you know what? I'm not even going to do this." But he likes to use our tactics as well. One thing I know, things that we do well, they'll try to steal it and do it themselves, which I don't blame them. But I know those.
I mean, they got to take what they can, but they're missing the main part, which is, the logic, the empiricism-based, argument.
For them, it's a cheap trick, and for us, it's like damn rapid.
Got all these fucking silent Glovers here. No wonder we can't get any globe proof. None of these guys want to show up.
Yeah, nice.
Well, yeah, they stole our globe model and they reified it, and then they started worshiping it. And it's like, bro, like the globe is a flat Earth model. Like it's just based on concepts of measuring. Like,
Yeah, it is. Elevation angle measurements.
yeah, you're not supposed to reify it and then worship it. Like, what's wrong with you?
So I guess you could say that their favorite flat Earth model is the globe. They love that one.
Yeah, they think that the yeah, because it's
Do you have a model? Yeah, sure, the globe. That's your favorite flat Earth model. I mean, then you can get into is it even a model? It's not a scientific model. Still fun to play with their heads that way.
yeah, the glob is an armillary sphere with the ground positions of the map placed on the celestial dome in place of where the zenith of the celestials is at. I put it in text. I also made a real new funny meme.
Took a sphere of perspective and turned it into a sphere beneath your feet.
Yeah, eggshells. He said that the ramp of perspective is included in cell nav, and then I was asked, "Okay, show me that," and he said, "I said finite moon." So finite moon apparently in cell nav is the ramp of perspective. You can't write this stuff. Yeah, and Fox, he scrambled from VC because he doesn't want to hear it. So, but he's just like in chat, just like still like so confused and mad at the world.
My goodness, can we get a Glober? We'll give you one free pass to say any stupid thing you want.
It's a great incentive.
to this Fox guy, I said tangent, so not parallel to the horizon, and then he called me the bad R word, and it's like, dude, like,
You can say the bad R word here if you want.
well, I would call him a cognitive minimalist
There you
at
go.
best.
That's nice.
Well played, sir. Classy.
Yeah, I like the censorship because it pushes you to do better. Like, you can always be better.
I kind of like it. Like, I like the censorship of the other topics because it pushes us to stay on the topic.
Oh, well, there's that, yeah.
It's like a really good excuse to just keep it always focused. It's like, we're not allowed. Yeah, back to Flat Earth.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that is 100% agreed because, I mean, we're talking about Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory after 2 seconds of asking for glob curve measurement.
I know, it goes off the rails so quick.
And then they're like, I have the right to talk about my favorite movies. It's like, no, you don't.
Well, he's spiraling again, this guy in the chat. Absolute retard, he said. Oh, yeah, like you said, the R word. Cognitive minimalist, I mean, my bad.
Yeah, he's suffering severe cognitive debilitation.
Severe cognitive minimalism has struck again.
Yeah, they say they've got, globe evidence, and they ask if you're ready for the globe evidence, and you're scared of this evidence, and I don't think you'll understand this evidence. Are you ready to hear this evidence? I don't think you're ready. And then it just derails before they even get to presenting anything.
Well, if I was to give it to you, would you accept it? Like,
yeah.
Oh, I knew that was coming.
Would you accept as evidence?
Yeah.
Sounds like he had a lot of evidence, not gonna lie.
They just put the tap dancing shoes on and start clicking around the question.
Try Fox's husband if you want, TV. This guy gets worked up pretty quick, but we've struck an agreement that he's not going to try to steamroll with words through the BC, so maybe something can be accomplished here.
Fox's husband.
yeah, Guy Fawkes, we're being chill. We're being chill guys. We're just destroying your entire paradigm, but we're just chill guys.
Be chill about it while you have your paradigm destroyed. That's all. You can call us assholes and names and idiots and stuff like that. Just, at least let the other guy get a word in. That's all.
I enjoy when they're exacerbated. Their condition is exacerbated.
Oh my!
Yeah, I enjoy it. Don't you?
Pause.
Really get down to the heart of the matter.
This is a family show, sir.
Mi casa, tu casa.
I particularly like it when they go from calm to immediately spiraling.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Fox did that. He was like chill for a second. It's like, he was like, hey, I really want to talk to you about the syllogism, and then was like, you agree with the premise, like where's the confusion coming with the conclusion? And then he just was spiraling, talking about ice cream. It's like, hold on. And then saying everybody's the bad guy. It's like, hold on, nobody's the bad guy. I'm not Joe Biden. I'm not eating ice cream over here.
That Noble character wasn't here the other day, right? That was
Yeah,
that was
that was funny.
that was interesting to say the least, man. I mean, she wasn't really paying attention. I think that was the worst part of it. Like, she wasn't even paying attention to what she was saying. And that was extremely frustrating because I was like listening in the background, but even I was paying attention. She said you could measure a lake with a pendulum. And then later on, I was like, I never said that. Then we played it on the recording, and then, it's just stuff like that grinds my gears.
What flat earther would like to get rhetorically skinned alive today?
There we go.
Yes, we have a logical syllogism on the table. Horizontal is flat. Horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. The Earth is flat.
You put it in the chat.
You can look at my profile picture, and then I will also send it to you.
All right, thanks. Oh, wow, you can just look into your bio. Horizontal is flat. Horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. The Earth is flat. I agree. This one's too good to defeat.
In defense of
My only thing I would actually just change, I don't need plane of the horizon. I can just say horizontal is parallel to the horizon. So I actually added a word in there. I'm thinking about taking it out. What do you think?
No, I think any formulation is just going to be like perfect. The syllogism, sound.
It is sound and it is valid. So it is. I call that perfection. But I think it could be more perfect. I can just exclude, because I don't want to confuse people, so I want to exclude plane. How about that?
Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine, but it could be great, and we're trying to make Flat Earth great. Again.
Flat Earth is already perfect.
No, you're not wrong.
Creation Bear.
What up?
How's your day?
All right. Yeah, pretty good, actually. How about you?
Good. So, just to be clear, what are your other positions besides anything in relation to the Earth?
Well,
Doggy's
that's not what we do here. We don't do that here, sir.
Yeah, relevant is what they are.
If you want to take me on a date, at least slide in the DMs first.
All right, I'll DM you.
Pause. I don't respond to DMs usually. But
Heretic, I'm being so serious. Why are you so socially inept? Not to be rude.
He's just focused on the topic, which is what we do.
I mean, that's fine. That's fine. Like, being on topic, perfectly okay with me. But like, anytime he interrupts, he's so just socially inept, just screaming. I'm gonna interrupt. Like, he's so stupid, dude.
This isn't just your run-of-the-mill social gathering, dummy.
It sounds like you have a hate boner, bro. Just put that thing away, dude.
This is
it's like you don't know. There's a time and a place. Like, so your tact is not, up to par for social gatherings.
We're not here to plug brews, but shit, man. We want to know where your globe proof is at.
Yeah, so just to be clear, I think we should still be not socially inept, even in debate settings or on serious topics.
But we don't care what you think, though. So go file a complaint with policy.
Go file a complaint.
Wait, you don't care what I think, but you just said you want my opinion on the globe? Seems a little
contradictory. Okay.
Oh, it's an opinion. It's an opinion on a globe.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I do care as long as it's pertaining to the topic of the channel and something to do with the globe. Other than that, couldn't care less.
Well, at least you fixed that huge blunder you just had right there.
Oh, such a huge blunder. How am I going to recover? How can I continue?
Let me think. Well, you already recovered yourself.
How's he going to go on?
So there is no globe curvature, but there is flat Earth HR that you need to consult with.
I can prove the Earth is a globe if anybody wants to see my evidence.
Stop the cat.
Yeah, don't you did.
Well, you already conceded geometrically, so like this is a geometric argument, so you already conceded to my syllogism, so like that's game over. Like you don't have an argument anymore, buddy.
In the side chat, If you have any like disagreements, then feel free to put them on the rhetorical table.
That's a flat Earth model. Like you just are confused about conceptual models.
No. I have to. Yeah, define flat.
That's even true.
Having no part higher than
Alan,
another.
What do you think 1 + 1 = 2 is flat?
You have to write that on paper, I guess. If you write it on a chalkboard, then no. But that's like asking, what color do you like? And you respond with apple.
Yeah, so you just didn't answer my question right. Number one, I can just visualize 2 + 2 = 4 in my head right now, so I don't have to write it down.
Yeah, it's incoherent. You asked what shape 1 + 1 = 2 is, and that's not a shape.
No, I didn't ask that whatsoever. So you said,
okay, you did.
Just even and true. Wait, no, 1 + 1 = 2, or 2 + 2 = 4 is analytically true.
Oh, we're talking about bullshit again. So he's off the hook again.
He's confused about context. It's always context. They always like to go from context to context. And they say there's a different context. No, we're talking about geometry, so the context is geometry, right? So you saying 1 + 1, like, is that geometric? You're talking about a triangle or something? You're talking about elevation angles? What are you doing?
I'm just going off your definition, okay? By your definition, flat.
No, you're going off of your own confusion by conflating contextualization.
Confusing contextualizations.
If you want to change your definition, just go ahead and do it.
Yeah, I didn't have to say contextualization. I could have just said confusing context.
Never said anything about contextualization.
But I like contextualization as a word. I like how it rolls off my tongue.
Right, but contextualization is when you add context to something, right? You give something context.
Like in this stand corrected. My verbiage was correct. Thank you.
Where Sensei is such an irrelevant member of the panel that even the Globers talk over him like he's not even here.
Is that supposed to be like an insult? I don't know. You're like 40 years old, so I can't take you serious. But anyway,
is that supposed to be an insult?
Using the definition of flat. We already know anything that's
Trump's like 75 or something like that. You take him serious.
I didn't answer the question, by the way.
Yeah, your questions are irrelevant.
You even know my question?
That would lead to the conclusion that Earth is a ball.
Hey, sorry, heretic. Tell me what my question is.
I don't know. But
oh my god, you already.
The last thing I heard was something. The last thing I heard was something about 1 + 1 or some bullshit. So, trying to reset it now back to the baseline of do you have any information that might lead us to the confirmation of the Earth being a ball of some sort?
So just to be clear, you said it's irrelevant, but then you said I don't know. You're so lost, dude. It's funny.
Yeah, so lost. Yeah, I'm trying to get it back on track. I'm trying to get unlost here. Let's try to get it right back to where we're supposed to be, which is looking for globe proof. Do you have any? Help us out.
Yeah, it was on track, by the way.
It never was. You don't know what on track is, but I'm helping you figure it out. Globe proof, got it?
Me and this guy were just discussing if the Earth is a globe or not.
Okay, all right, that's great. So what sort of arguments or evidence do you have to provide in support of whatever position you hold?
First, I'm just attacking his position, right? So,
all right, which is what?
You didn't attack a position. Like you're here supposed to demonstrate a globe measurement.
He doesn't have to if he doesn't. If that's not what he's standing for. Just depends what his position is.
Oh, right. He's probably a concave earther or something.
Okay, so back to the topic. I know this guy rudely interrupted, right? So flat equals true. 2 + 2 = 4 is true. It's flat. Do you agree or disagree?
What did you just say?
Yeah, actually, if you were to put the 1 ounce of gold and another ounce of gold on the other side of the scale, it would be true. When you get to things being unjust, have you ever heard of putting your finger on the scale?
What the fuck are you talking about, man?
Unbalanced?
What is going on right now?
It's supposed to be analogous.
Higher than another?
Oh, well, I mean, we got the pseudo-intellectual, sophist debate bro kid and into the break, so, I mean, what do you expect?
Yeah, name one thing that would just make me a sophist. Go ahead.
It's like you just said my name
That right
twice.
there.
Yeah, so you're already lost in the conversation for a second time. Anyways.
I wasn't talking to you, but okay. Well,
Yeah,
let's
winners
start
don't
over.
have to declare their own wins.
talking to
It'll
you
be
either.
self-evident and also acknowledged by everybody else on the panel. So nice try, loser.
Yeah, so this just can't be self-evident since it's a subjective topic. Nice one, though. Anyway.
Yeah, so you're so lost. I said that winning would be self-evident if you actually did it, but you have to declare wins for yourself. So obviously they're
No,
not very
it's not
self-evident.
self-evident, buddy. Okay. Yeah, so into the what's your name? Into the break. Do you think 2 + 2?
Yeah. Who cares what you think about 2 + 2? Why do you think the Earth's a globe? Or am I wrong? Am I straw manning?
What is this loaded question for?
Yeah, you're right. It's a loaded question. So am I straw manning your position?
That means you're a sophist then.
Okay. Well, I guess you don't want to address the topic then. Oh, well. See, that's how you're being a sophist. You never want to address the topic. You always constantly divert to something else. You talk about the people in here, anything to red herring away from the actual issue. There you go. Does that answer your question at all? Now, with that said, would you like to address the topic or be muted forever? Let me know. Just let me know by addressing the topic.
Or what?
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. One more try. Let me know by addressing the topic. If yes, address anything else. If no, go ahead.
And what's going to be the current topic?
Okay. And that's the end of that. He said no, in other words.
The title of the room that you just came into is 24/7 Flat Earth. So that should give you a clue, Sensei.
24/7, put your finger on the scales of justice.
That wouldn't be flat, so no.
Ah, there we go. Flat
It
Earth
wouldn't be
debunk.
true, wouldn't be even, wouldn't be balanced.
We've solved it.
Okay, walk me through this, Eggs. No, I like how you're doing that. Like, go on. Flesh it out. We were talking about something meta, justice. You were confounded about this terminology, so it's open now. You can talk about flat Earth. It's okay.
Cool. Let's talk about the rotation. Could the Earth be flat and rotating?
Well, what are you talking about? Rotation? Like we could also just be. We see the rotation. Are you saying that if I'm going on an airplane, my destination will arrive at a different point from when I take off? Are you suggesting that?
Is that what I said?
Are you suggesting that when you take off in an airplane, the destination is somewhere and it'll be somewhere in 11, 20 hours, 5 hours? It'll be somewhere relative to from your position when you take off. Because you're talking about a rotation, so.
Right. I mean, right. The question was pretty clear. Do you want me to repeat it? Could something
my question was pretty clear.
also be rotating?
Like a turntable. Yeah, turntables exist. Okay. You've never had a record player in your life? Awesome, you seem old enough. You seem like you have a large collection of vinyl, or you did at one point, and that was one of the real turnoffs for you. That's why you went in your camper life.
So what we could say is, if we have proven that the Earth has no curvature, we have done nothing to address the claim of rotation. Would that be accurate?
Or it's just the claim that it's rotating and a globe and in space isn't true.
Say again?
Well, this is why I'm asking you: is
presuming our conclusion without testing it?
No, is your
No,
is the
the worldview
destination?
that's put in front of us isn't true, which includes rotation.
Say again. Say that again. I
When
missed
you
it.
go on an airplane, is your destination arriving to that point
I think I'd
along
like to talk
with
to the other
you?
guy because I can make sense of what he's saying. So what was it the other person said?
You're the one conceiving of this idea that you're spinning. Like I would never suggest something so absurd. Like you're sitting still in your chair.
No,
but you're
not you,
moving
right.
at the speed of sound. I wouldn't suggest that ever.
No, so aside from Bob's, has anybody attempted to test the rotation? I heard somebody once tried to create a massive mechanical gyro. Is that right?
If I saw some Coriolis effect, I would be forced to believe that the Earth is spinning. Well, that would be great evidence. That was the indisputable evidence that the Earth was moving.
Right.
If I could
but absence
see,
of evidence is not evidence of absence, is it? So having not seen something doesn't tell you much. So has there been any tests?
tells me it doesn't exist, right? It tells me it doesn't exist. So yeah, it does. Tells me a lot.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
It's just not how you logic. I'm sorry, bro.
No Coriolis means no Coriolis.
But that's
it.
irrelevant. I'm saying rotation.
So I need to see Coriolis just to prove rotation, and there isn't any. There's no evidence of rotation, so why should I believe it?
Well, any you found? Have you tested any measurements? Naturally, we're all aware of it.
Yeah, I've
So we know
tested
that
it. Level, horizontal, I've tested it.
you've tested it. Awesome. This is exciting. Tell us how you tested it.
I flew in an airplane.
Okay. And what was your test?
Horizontal.
Your test was saying to me the word horizontal, or I think it's got to be something a little better.
Greek derived from the horizon.
Greek.
Any bounds or ends.
Right. And would Greek still exist if the flat Earth were rotating?
If any other sort of ancient civilization, I would have been an easy yes, but with that one, yeah.
Right. So I'm just trying to discuss the rotation part, not the Greeks.
It's tested every time a plane takes off and lands. You've tested for the Coriolis effect, and there is none. Okay, there's no deviation.
Is a suggestion? Can I try to understand? Is a suggestion if a plane is taking off,
zero,
it must be taking off on
Coriolis.
something stationary? Is that the gist?
Yeah, same as a drone or a hot air balloon or a helicopter or anything.
Wait till this guy finds out about aircraft carriers.
Oh yeah,
Wow,
if it's
that's gonna
moving,
blow
it's
your
moving.
mind.
We know it's moving, so we know an aircraft carrier is moving. We can know that. And they make it not move. They make it not. They try to make it not move as much as they can possibly.
Yeah, but they have to adjust for all the movement, even the up and down in the waves to land.
Oh, this triggered everybody.
You're being a goof. Silly goof. We love it.
So do
We
they
wanna
try to keep
exacerbate
it?
That's an example of something you know that it's taking off and landing on it, and it's moving. The Earth isn't one
Right.
of
So
those.
things. This is interesting. So
The
things
Earth
can
isn't
take off
a sailing
on.
ship in the sea, dingbat.
So things can take off and land on moving objects or not. I'm just trying to understand that.
Concrete
Pretty simple
thinking
idea.
withead.
He thinks aircraft carrier is going the speed of sound.
Well, look at footage of planes trying to land on an aircraft carrier. Yeah, they just crash. Yeah.
Yeah, eggshells.
So yeah, difficult, fucking difficult. Yeah.
No one is landing at the speed of traveling the speed of sound or traveling Mach 1. No one's doing a landing then, buddy.
That's a great point. That's a really good point. What is it? What point is it actually addressing though? Like, I get that it's a good point. I just don't understand what it relates to.
The aircraft carrier, or the movement speed of the aircraft carrier is going Mach 1. This would be your equivocation, your equivalence that you're trying to raise here.
Yeah. Hey, egg boy.
Equivocation.
Egg boy. Egg
Yes,
boy.
confused old man.
Okay. Let's see who's
following the conversation today.
Clear up the confusion.
He's looking in the mirror.
Yeah. Is landing at LAX the same thing as landing on a boat in the middle of the ocean?
In some ways, yes. In some ways, no.
Is it okay? Well, what are the differences?
Primarily, as you described, one is at LAX and one's a boat in the ocean.
Yeah, one's rocking around and one's stationary.
Like how you tried to pretend I was stuttering even though I was speaking fluently.
Yeah, tapping the shells on the counter. All I'm saying is the aircraft carrier is different than LAX, and that the runway at LAX isn't moving.
So that's it. The runway at LAX isn't moving. So just
welcome
really
to stationary
stating your conclusion as a
Welcome to
premise is your
stationary
whole
Earth.
argument for the.
Dumpty.
Okay, LAX exists, therefore Earth not turning. Great, got it. You guys are nailing it. It's a wonder the globe's still alive with arguments
Even
like
your
this.
straw mans nail it. No, thank you. I actually use your straw man as my argument now. Yeah, LAX literally does prove that the Earth is flat. Boom. Done. Thank you. That was a very good argument, Eggshells. I'm telling you, you're going to get used to this whole flat Earth
I
thing.
was confused. He was the confused one. You're right. He was looking at the mirror. You're halfway there. Welcome to stationary Earth. Yeah, what kind of
So any
gotcha?
tests?
What kind of gotcha
Welcome to
was it that-
stationary Earth, nigga.
You said it, man.
All right. It's stationary. You heard it here first.
Pretty good.
Right from Eggshell's mouth.
That'll probably be the last time he brings up aircraft carriers. First and last.
I knew he was going to too. I was like, I can read these people. Like it's amazing. Like I have the psychic ability of knowing exactly what a globetard's thinking.
I guarantee you that was on someone's bingo card.
I thought he was going to say a bigger meter stick is more accurate, because, he's going to get a bigger cat toy. He's like, hey, let's get a big Foucault cat toy or a big Cavendish cat toy. And then that might work.
Yeah, we need that chick to come in and white knight for him and tell us how the pendulum measures the curve of lakes and stuff.
Oh, we need him to tell us how that there are other outhouse
Anybody going to address
experiments.
the actual argument, or is it just LAX exists?
Are you going to address that fucking water gets pushed away by the Cavendish?
Yeah, and it's no argument. All you said was planes take off from boats. We said, yep.
Yeah. So movement doesn't preclude a plane from landing. That's what we learned. So things can move
Yeah,
and
but
land.
they have to account for the motion of the boat. They have to account for the motion of the boat, Einstein.
Great.
Right.
And
at LAX, they don't have that such thing to worry about.
Oh, how do we know that? Have you tested it?
You dipshit.
Or are you just asserting it because it's
I'm
important
pretty
to your
sure
worldview?
LAX is not a boat.
That's true. That's a good point. Look, we're making some really good progress today. LAX is not a boat, is what we've
Well, I
learned.
mean, you said if we tested it, I'm just going to point out to you, you don't have to because it's not a boat, brother.
It's true. Hey, look, Demok is onto something here, guys. Get your pens out. LAX, not a boat.
Dirt, not a boat.
Fuck, every day's a school day in this server.
I'm not saying anything about movement or anything. I'm just saying it's dirt. It's not a boat in water. It's not traveling the speed. It's not going backwards. It's not going to turn left or right. It's fucking dirt. It's sitting there. It's posted. So as long as you adjust your fucking self and come in right, then you're going to come in right. If you don't adjust yourself correct, you just go back and come back again in a different format and align yourself correct. And you come in.
Really good point.
Now, if you do that on the boat, then you're fucking doing it. You know, it might take a little more skill. You might have to be a little better at adjusting shit, pushing the brake at a better timing and be better coked up or something. I don't know what you got going on, but you might just be a little better.
True.
And then they got that little cord that saves you. You know, that little cord your jet comes by and it grabs you, boom, pulls you back, right? So you don't have to be too perfect because there is safety measures to grab your ass to pull you so you don't go right off the boat when you land.
Let's hear you say it one more time, just so we know you remember. What did you learn?
LAX, not a boat.
Very, very good.
So do you want to talk about the outhouse experiment? How that, how like the one that supposedly pulls a chicken tender to it, or moves a turkey stick or whatever they got going on. They put a turkey and a chicken in there or some shit. You know what I'm talking about? Eggshells?
Don't nobody know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you do. Paid NASA shill, did an experiment. He grabbed a turkey out of a freezer and he had a turkey in the thing and he spun it around on the torsion balance, and then it supposedly attracted the chicken finger or the chicken, whatever the hell, chicken nugget. I don't know what he had. I didn't watch it. I just know he had those items.
Y'all ready to get Thanksgiving?
What planet were they orbiting when they pulled that one off? Or was that down here?
No, that's
on
not.
Earth?
No, I'm not.
That was down here in the dirt.
Well, I'm not worried about him spinning stuff on a little torsion balance and a piece of metal. That's they can do that. Kenny Rogers Roasters does that. I'm not worried about that. I just want to know if we put liquid next to the outside of that, just like they did the chicken finger, is it going to repel the liquid and not pull it towards it like it should? Gravity and water being and all that. So why would they not use liquid instead of another object? Do you have an idea? Eggshells? Eggshells. Why don't you spin your cat toys around in your container and then put a stream of water next to it where it's spinning by, and it'll move it away, correct? It won't pull it towards it. It'll repel it, thus disproving gravity in its finest.
I think he's lost in my LAX syllogism that he created.
Just waiting for somebody to address the point.
Airplanes fly direct.
Did you make a syllogism? Go for it.
Yeah.
Tell us your LAX syllogism.
Airplanes fly direct. Airplanes fly to LAX. LAX is not moving.
Is that a whole syllogism?
Airplanes fly.
Is that more silly or more jism?
Direct. Airplanes fly to LAX. LAX is not moving. That's the syllogism that completely destroys your notion that LAX would be traveling at the speed of sound.
Correct. It's a good syllogism. Just state your conclusion like it's.
It's your syllogism. No, you gave it to me. Thank you.
You don't have to let the runway adjust. You have to adjust. Pilots, the runway's not going to adjust for you. It's not going to move around for you. You have to move around for it. The runway is not moving. Only the pilot and the wind are. I'll repeat this again. The runway is not moving at your airport. It is not moving left. It is not moving forward. It is not moving back. It is not moving right. Not at all. Not one bit in anybody's sight.
The logic does follow, and I appreciate you bringing that
follow,
to
though.
my attention, Eggshells. I
Right.
appreciate it.
Could you give me the
No,
whole
thank you. It's
syllogism
your.
again? It
I
seemed like
put it
half
right
thought
there in the
thought.
chat for you.
Okay, awesome. Let me see it.
Airplanes fly direct.
Okay,
It's funny. It's very funny. It's your syllogism. Thank you.
Yeah, you can.
I'm going to use
simplify
it.
Please don't tell anybody it's mine.
I'm going
Please
to use it. It's
take
literally
the credit
your
for it.
syllogism.
You
This is the
deserve it, man.
Eggshells syllogism for why the LAX isn't moving.
Yeah, I know it's probably taken a while for you to make your
syllogism.
marks. He's making his marks in his notepad. Just for number one is LAX, not boat. And then number two, or 1A, whatever you want to call it, 1B, I don't know, 1A, say LAX, not moving.
It's genius. It's a wonder anybody does any measurements if you can just say words like that and then
You're going to get used to this whole flat Earth thing one day.
You
Like,
don't need
this is your syllogism, and I'm like, well, no, you're right.
Wouldn't you need the Coriolis calculations?
I mean, I'm still constantly amazed by it, I guess.
Don't you need Coriolis calculations for the airplane to keep with the runway?
Sure. Okay.
No.
It's a
Spinning
wonder you
Earth?
guys do any tests at all when you can just use the
this
D1.
Egg has a large collection of LPs.
Saying this.
This is the pilot coming in. Can you adjust the runway, please?
I guess it's kind of a
hover
true that you guys don't do any tests. You pretend you do, but none of
is
you
the
here have done one.
Coriolis or the
He's the
procession
kind of guy
Used
who
a
has
record table before?
He has a stack of LPs on every seat in his house. I mean, it's a classy guy. He has to move them
would
when his
feel pretty
company comes
classy if
over.
I had
Yeah.
LPs. I don't understand the relevance of the LPs. It sounds like somebody's alcohol talking again. Looking at you, Break.
I would not take
You're
that.
confusing people. That wasn't me that said that.
He said
Sounds like
alcohol talking again.
Yeah, it wasn't even me that said that.
Yeah, it was me.
Again.
You're
Yeah.
confused about people. You're hearing voices.
I don't know, brother.
And
hang on. What am I confused by?
LP collection.
I don't know,
Is it-
man.
About who said what to you?
I think he called you the N-word or something like that.
Not sure.
You blamed
like a blind person last night. Now we have a.
I'm just saying what's going on right now with you guys slurring over one another sounds like alcohol talk.
And now he's confused about what's going on right now. No, what's going on right now is your logical syllogism that you came up with proved that the Earth was flat, and I am applauding you and thanking you. Thanks for bringing that to my attention, good sir.
Thank you, sir.
He's trying to make everyone forget that he's stationary Earth smacked himself right here in front of everyone.
Himself so hard.
Yeah, stationary smack. It might be the first one we've had. A self-stationary smack.
No, he's done it a couple times tonight.
It's amazing how little evidence you guys need to be convinced that something is like proven.
That's a lot of evidence.
Just literally misunderstand the other guy's claim.
That's
say
not
something weird and
from your
incomprehensible.
imagination. That's something that actually exists.
Moving?
I just want you to get on the mic and say, "This is Eggshells. I'm coming in for a landing. I'm going to hover up here for a minute. Can you adjust the runway? Tell me the coordinates when the Earth's going to spin to the right, and then I'm going to land."
Yeah, get that. So that he's taking off, and the destination hasn't arrived there. The destination will arrive when he arrives.
He's like, "Is this one of them sphere spots, or is this one of them oblong runways you all send me down?" Roger.
Tom, this is Eggshells. Tom to Eggshells. You didn't tell me the procession was today.
Oh my God.
Where the hell's the runway? I repeat, where's the runway?
What is the speed of your airport, sir? Over.
Are you coming from the intercontinental trajectory of the velocity of the right spin from the east of the 15 degrees? Yes, sir. Turn to the left. Over.
Is your airport moving at the same speed it was last time I landed here? Roger.
Just 1 second. The procession's about to. Okay, yep. Okay, now you're gonna have to. Okay, to do a flyby. Come back around, buddy. Yep, we missed you. Thank you. The Earth processes right underneath the plane as it's going to come in for a landing, and the fucking runway just moves.
Copy that. We'll be there at your destination when you get there. Over.
Why don't you guys just swing a toy airplane on a string? Won't that tell you the procession of Earth?
Yeah, they're like, hey, look, this is how the airplane accounts for the globe, and then they have their toy airplane, and they're like flying it around like a little globe toy. They got like
How they
NASA
doing,
stickers and
Heretic?
posters all over the room or on their computers.
Right. How they doing, Heretic? Remember you were saying not that long ago we address the point directly and we don't divert? Do you reckon they're living up to that standard you set for your channel?
Okay, here's the point.
Gone into the again.
Yeah.
If I were to guess, I'd say it was just.
Well, hold on. What was the point of him bringing up aircraft carriers and planes taking off in the first place then?
Somebody else brought up the fact that planes can land, and I said aircraft carriers exist. Planes land on them while the aircraft carrier is moving. Therefore, whether something is moving doesn't indicate whether the
Can
thing
you
it's
put that in
landing
a
on is
formal
moving.
syllogism for me, please? Like, write it out.
I could, but I mean, I don't think you would recognize a formal syllogism.
Hold on.
if
Why don't you
one was
try?
right in front of you.
But you do realize, Eggshells, that planes do have difficulties landing on aircraft carriers when seas are incredibly rough. But that doesn't happen on Earth. The airports are all stationary. Does that help you?
Yeah,
The
some big ass
confusion?
waves coming in, and a wave rocks your fucking boat. Do you don't think that would?
I've watched documentaries on it, and they actually test. They go out and they'll have practices, and the practices are hairy, real bad. And, planes have crashed. When you have a deck rocking up and down.
Inside
that problem doesn't happen at LAX. There might be wind, rain, rainbows, and sunshine, but there's the deck ain't rocking.
It's a whole different impact. Yep.
So just a quick yes or no. Can things land on something if they're moving?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Great. So any other
What are
responses
you, an
to the
idiot? What are
question
you,
of
an
are there
idiot?
any tests to determine if a
So is LAX moving?
that's the question, yeah. Anybody got any measurements of it or reason to think that it's not?
Well, but he asked you. Yeah.
When I fly direct to it,
I think it might be. I haven't seen any evidence that it's not.
Okay, so it's not moving. Okay. Well, then I guess there's no argument. You have no argument. It's not moving.
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing. I'm not making an argument. I'm inviting somebody else to say what tests have been
You want
done.
someone to say it's moving
I didn't
at 1,000 miles an hour. Is that
I
what
get
you
that
want?
it's very upsetting. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. I just wanted to ask a question. I thought you'd be
It's
able to.
mind blowing. It's mind blowing that you've been a stationary earther this whole time, and here you've been latched onto this outer space water ball
Mythos, go on,
hurtling
say
through
it.
nothingness.
Say
Well,
mythos,
you
man.
understand?
Come on. Don't leave me hanging.
You can't have it.
You
Okay,
love
listen.
the outer space water ball mythos.
Sir,
Don't
you
just
can't
give
have
it
the
up at
water.
this
You
stage.
can't have the water ball mythos. If
Thank you
LAX,
very much. God, I was
if
blue balling me
now
there,
your
man.
ears. If LAX is stationary, your water ball mythos goes bye bye.
Yeah. Any tests? Has anybody done any tests? How did one come to the conclusion?
Yeah, there's
that
a lot of
things are
commercial
stationary
flights
being
that
tested?
fly into LAX daily. Like hundreds every day.
Okay. Well done, guys. Look, well done. You've proven it. You're right.
Yes, it is well done.
Dude, if a
You did it.
hovers,
Of course it's good.
Nobody.
Time out.
You did it.
Hey,
It's your
Einstein.
doing. It's good.
Nobody can
Eggshells.
defeat that logic.
Eggshells. If a helicopter at LAX
Oh,
hovers, Dude,
Yep.
a helicopter
And
at LAX.
physics went on holiday. Does F still equal MA in this scenario? I just want to check.
It can hover for hours. Okay.
Yep. And
welcome to stationary Earth again.
Nailed it. Love it.
Yeah, let go of your mythos.
Conservation of momentum doesn't exist in the Earth is flat. I get it. I'm with you, man.
Yeah, rationalize it all away. I don't know if the airport's moving. I don't see any reason that I wouldn't think that it hadn't been.
Well, now he just proposed conservation of momentum, like this spinning 1,000 miles an hour spin is actually launching the airplanes for them. Like they don't need engines now all of a sudden.
I see no reason.
The spinning globe is just launching
it's
airplanes
amazing
into
what
the
I
air.
say when my mouth is shut.
Yeah, because the wind, right? The wind underneath the wings. You're the wind beneath my wings.
That's the only time you're not
exciting. Go on.
Which is it?
Ah, Jesus.
Am I the wind beneath your wings, or is the globe the wind beneath your wings?
Your prayers.
It
your
needs
prayers
to be
Jesus
demonstrated. Wasn't that this channel usually? Is like the whole wind demonstration.
It's demonstrated. There's direct flights to LAX, hundreds of them.
Yeah. Do you have any demonstration that the airport is moving?
Awesome.
Do you have any demonstration that the airport?
I'm not pretending I do at this moment. No, I'm just asking how people came to the conclusion
How you
of
could
something.
fix this? How you could remedy
sorry,
the
I didn't realize you
situation? Is
guys
show me when the pilot takes off. No, show me when the pilot's taking off. We're going from America. Hold on, we're going from America to Australia.
Standard, do you think,
so show me when we take off how he's calculating that the Earth is spinning underneath him, rotating at the speed of sound.
Right.
So show me where he does that. Show me where he's flying to where the destination will be, and not where it is when he takes off. Show me that.
Yep, you nailed it. Really good.
I did. Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging that.
Am I on at a special time because I'm in Australia and it's just alcoholics on at this hour?
Not going to save you. You just conceded.
Is it sensible at other hours? And just when I'm on, it's like people who are like every neuron in their brain is
sensible. Like what should we be talking about?
All right, eggshells.
The sensible horizon. How about the sensible horizon? You want to talk about that?
The sensible. Tell me about that. What's the sensible horizon, as opposed to the silly one?
Yeah, exactly. As opposed to the silly one.
Great. I'm keen. Tell me about it.
Well, you see, horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Okay. Yep. Is this a new term you've come up with? The sensible horizon.
Do you think I'm referencing a silly horizon? Is that what you think?
I think a silly person is referencing the horizon, if that helps.
Oh, a silly person referencing the horizon, though. So the horizon isn't silly, just the person is silly. Okay, I can accept that.
Anybody going to address the rotation of movement business? Who am I to expect free thinkers to actually engage
that's
in
what I'm
thinking?
asking. That's what I'm asking. Do you have any evidence of motion?
Not pretending I do. Asking for yours.
Well, that would be a reversal burden of proof attempt.
He's asking for yours.
You little goof.
Would it? Stationary isn't a claim?
He's the silly person.
Is
which one? Which
not
one?
a claim anymore?
Time out.
Okay,
Time out.
That's a good one. I like it. I don't know. It's good. It's good. Run from making claims. I would look, guys. I would if I were. I think this is a rational choice.
Okay, now you're spiraling. So you have the aircraft carrier. Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. I think he's the one in the bottle. So you have an aircraft carrier that you brought up, and you have
very
and you have LAX.
Yeah, I don't have LAX.
Yeah,
the
royal we.
Oh, I'm not part of that way.
The they then.
Sure.
Okay. The people of LA.
Is this relevant to the claim?
Pronouns are we,
let me
us.
spit it out. Yeah, let me spit it out.
Please try.
We established there was a difference between the two efforts of the pilots landing at those two different locales. One was moving.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. You pointed it out, even. That one was moving and one wasn't. And now you're like, ooh, please tell me, show
I
me
say
the
one
way
move?
to understand that the airport isn't moving.
One we know is moving. The other one was a question. Yeah.
That was your second note. LAX not boat, LAX not moving. You have any amnesia?
Well, that's the question, right? Well, I think you gave it to yourself.
Okay, so do you have any evidence the LAX is moving?
Remember, I'm just asking for your stationary
You're not going to
claim.
pretend you do. Yeah, you're going to do your reversal of
stationary
burden
is a
of proof.
claim. It's simple as that.
Well, do you have any evidence
It's not a
that
reversal of burden. It's asking you to support your burden.
You're the one who stationary.
This is your burden.
Themselves.
Oh, is it?
Do you have any
Do you
evidence?
guys ever
that
have a
aircraft
burden? Do you
carriers
guys
move?
ever at all have a burden, or is it just
Yes,
like,
I have a burden. It's in my logical syllogism. It's in. You can find it located in my
reality.
I predict if the Earth is moving, that you'll see stuff on your walls react like an earthquake. I predict if the Earth's not moving, you won't see stuff react on your walls like an earthquake. Now look at your walls, eggshells. Do you see anything moving and shaking back and forth and falling off your table? If not, that's the evidence, and you had a prediction to follow.
That's it. No tests necessary.
No,
The
that was
test is the
Amazing
earthquake.
that the test things
The test
people are
is the
just
stuff on
not,
your
not
walls
keen on testing
moving or
this one. Huh?
not. Are you retarded?
Yeah, earthquake is Earth moving, and then
You
versus
fucking
not
idiot.
moving.
And the stuff
See?
on your walls are gonna move. That's the test. If nothing on your walls moving, motherfucker, then Earth ain't moving. How dumb are you, dude? Shake a fucking ball. The stuff on it's gonna react, dummy. Don't shake the fucking ball. The stuff won't react. That's your fucking test. That's your experiment. You guys think everything's an experiment. Wiping your ass is an experiment for a glober. So get her done.
Yeah, and that experiment would prove that the Earth is flat because of plumbing. Oops.
Great. Nailed it.
Yeah, there.
So like I
every
say, it's a
globe
wonder you need to
claim
test
is
anything.
a flat Earth proof. Just test me, every single one.
Yeah, it's in. So if there's syllogisms,
So what
tell me,
happens to
Ray,
moving
if there's
stuff on a
syllogisms
moving
prove
planet?
things, why bother testing things?
You are.
The
What happens to
horizontal
stuff
is
on a moving
tested.
ball, eggshells. That's the moving ball.
Horizontal
It's a
is
measurement.
tested. No,
Or
no, no, I
you
don't
do
think
know
that's-
that flat is a measurement, right? You do know that, right? Or are you one of these
Is this a
ones that
special
you can't
hour or
measure
just
flat?
three special people.
Well, you answered it.
Oh, you're number 4, and you're the
Exciting.
specialist.
Oh, thank you. It's good. It's good to know.
Yeah, do you find that?
Did gyros detect it out of interest?
Dude,
Did gyros
Gyros
detect
detect an earthquake?
Yeah, do you find that horizontal definition controversial?
Not really, no. Because we're talking about rotation, right?
Is
You're
that
not trying to
earthquake
divert from
affect your toy?
You're not
your
trying to
cat
divert from the
toys?
point, are you?
Does the earthquake affect your pendulum?
Does an earthquake affect my pendulum? I don't have a pendulum, but I suspect if the Earth moved, yeah, the pendulum would probably notice.
The fool's cult pendulum.
Okay, how about the snot hanging out of your
can I
nose?
just-
How about
Can
your
I-
wall?
Oh,
Brother, I don't think
can
you
we
can
just
do
have like
anything
one
eggshells. You
special
don't
boy at
understand that a ball moves, and if there's stuff on the ball, you'll get a reaction.
It's
You're
a
too
3
fucking
for 1
ignorant.
special. You already said.
You
Very
understand?
good point.
Hold on, yes
Yeah,
or no?
it's
Do you understand?
Three special people
Brother,
for one.
a moving ball.
3v1.
Well, I don't think it's really a competition. It's like dealing with toddlers who.
Well, we're
assure
dealing
me
with a
that
retard that
crocodiles
doesn't
have
know how balls work.
pets.
What toddlers are you showing how balls work and how stuff sits still on a
Sure.
moving ball that's not connected?
Yeah, you're
Tell
like
us
the
what the
father
fuck
of
you're talking
young
about.
Sheldon, bro. You're like
I
the
need a
father of young
demonstration on
Sheldon.
how
Sit
stuff
down
sticks to
and
balls.
listen.
I don't know what that means. That show is.
We don't either. We don't know
You
what a
do know what it
spinning
means.
ball.
You know what the show is. Ha! You
I know
don't
what
know
the show
what a
is.
spinning
but I don't
ball
watch
means
it.
either.
I don't know who the
or the
father
physics
is.
of.
It's a trash. I suspect it is almost as trash as the show it spun off from.
I suspect your
Oh
demonstration
my gosh,
is going
he's
to be just as
spiraling. You're
trash.
the father of young Sheldon, dude. Sit down and listen.
He's like the Ashton Kutcher that replaced Charlie on 2.5 Men. It's just Spaz City.
Yeah, trying way too hard for not much.
Tossing his hair all over the place while he runs around and stacks his LPs.
He's the kind of guy who tells everyone, "No, coming out this weekend. No, I'm going to organize my LP collection."
Well, did you see earlier he was
What you guys
he was
talk about?
no earlier he was
What's
trying
up,
to say
Humbled?
that there's
Humbled,
a ramp of perspective that is included in CellNav. So maybe he likes that topic.
he's all over the place. He's special. What's going on, Humbled?
I just came here because I haven't heard much about flat Earth in a long time. I didn't know if these guys were still, is that like still a thing or what?
Well, yeah, Trump supporters are flat earthers, and like resoundingly, like Trump got the popular vote on a whole lot of flat Earth land. So, yeah, I mean, it's just as relevant topic
Can you
today
get
as
someone
it is
coherent
tomorrow.
to respond to this new guy? What the fuck into the break?
How does that work with like space lasers though?
Christ, this is the direction it's going to go now since it started off goofy.
I'm just saying, like, it seems like a pretty big glaring contradiction. Like, if they're space lasers, right? Like, they're on satellites.
Hold on, space lasers was from the Reagan Star Wars era, not space.
No, I mean, dude,
you're confusing. Yeah, you're confusing government.
She was talking about the Jews have the space lasers. That's how they control people's minds or something like that, right?
No,
They use the lasers for telemetry and to, like gain like data.
Now you're muted, Humbled. Yeah, this isn't a Jew thing for them.
No, don't think that I believe this kind of stuff, right?
Did you get it out of your system? Try again.
Wait, are you under the impression that I believe that kind of stuff?
What, space lasers?
Well, no one cares. Like this, you were referencing like a balloon or something, and it's taking pictures and data, like strip data, like that's fine. And there's trajectory you can take with elevation angles from horizontal. Like there's no problem, and you definitely don't need to be talking about other things other than things that are referencing the geometry of the Earth being flat.
Are you saying it is?
Yes, I'm.
All right, Humbled.
I'm saying
Humbled.
Horizontal exists.
Yeah, Humbled. Why is it you come in and say, "Oh, wow, I was wondering if this flat Earth discussion was still going on," and then you start talking about space lasers?
Well, yeah, no, it seems like the people who believe in like the flat Earth, right? Like they also believe in like space lasers, and I'm wondering if like
we don't do conspiracy theories here.
Well, hold on. Well, I don't know. I honestly, what do you know about? What are you even talking about when you say space lasers?
Well, yeah, I mean, like how Marjorie Taylor Greene is like, the Jews have space lasers, and I'm like, what?
He just wants to use these words, these flashy words. He thinks that makes them special.
Yeah. Do you? I guess you might not remember back in the Reagan years. Do you remember the Reagan years?
No.
Do you remember the Reagan years? Isn't that funny? The guy's name was Reagan.
I don't remember them.
Well, yeah, they were talking about space lasers back then.
Okay.
I mean, you've seen Top Gun. You've seen Top Gun, haven't you? Have you seen Top Gun?
Barely.
Have you seen barely? But you understand the gist of it. It's planes flying around with their lasers trying to play tag. Huh?
Okay.
Yeah, that was the 80s. That was a film about guys flying jets. So almost 40 years later, I would bet they would have planes going higher with lasers.
Oh, so they're not like satellites; they're like planes.
No, I don't know. You were just talking about the lasers.
I don't know anything about them. I've just heard people talk about them.
Well, shit, you could have fooled me. You could have fooled me that you know anything about space lasers because you brought them up.
Yeah, I mean, just
light does propagate through space.
I had no idea.
Light does propagate through space.
You guys know
right?
anything about that? What's that?
Light propagates through space. Like you see things in reality. Like this isn't something
I don't know what you mean by propagate.
special. Oh, you wanna talk about, is it a wave or is it a particle?
But I just like, I don't know what propagate means.
Okay, just light shines. Like you have a flashlight. There's like the bright center of it, and then the ends of it, and you shine it and you light stuff up. Like that's what I mean.
Sure.
Right. That's not really a conspiracy theory or anything that like really should be concerning to you when we're talking about geometry. Geometric principles, right?
It's also
flat. Flat's a geometric term, right?
It's fake. It's all fake.
What is all fake?
Yes,
Geometry.
I don't know.
Mathematic. Everything. Everything's fake. The whole thing.
No, I'm talking to Humboldt. Whoever's talking right now, he's just dismissing civilization.
Yeah,
he's being a
literally.
Luddite.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Because if you believe in flat Earth, you have to dismiss everything that came before. Like Pythagoras.
So Merriam-Webster wrote a dictionary a long time ago.
Plato.
She defined level as a horizontal condition. So now all of humanity is doomed. Like, you're being a doomer.
I was talking. Hear me out. So
you're not talking about anything relevant or what any validity. You're just spouting a bunch of black-pilled nonsense.
Thank you. So Plato was the first one saying that the Earth is a globe, and if you believe that the Earth is flat. If you believe that the Earth is flat, you have to dismiss everything that Plato said.
Plato said that. Okay, can you give me where Plato said that? Did he write it in some kind of script? What's his book? Or did he write? If you don't believe
I'll give it to you. You absolutely.
Then you can't believe anything ever about anything at all. Like, give me that exact citation, please. Thank you.
The exact citation?
Well, yeah, you said that's.
Oh yeah. I'll give you a video. I'll send you a video of him saying that. Okay, give me a second.
Please don't.
Yeah, I'll send you a video of Plato saying that.
Yeah, you definitely can't give me a video of Plato.
What are you talking about, dude?
Break. The minute they hear the word horizontal, their mind completely works.
He's like, give me the exact citation.
Who's got video of Plato?
Yeah, give me the exact citation of what you said they said. That delusional, like geometrically
called TMZ. Yeah, called TMZ. Sell it.
Thing that you just said.
Breaking news: we have footage of Plato.
Plato saying that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, he thinks that they hide like UFOs at Area 51, and like the NSA is going to come out and kindly give disclosure to humanity. Your best bet is to go down to the Scientology church and to go give them enough money to give you, get you clear, son.
My best.
I bet this guy has Plato.
Dude, this dude.
He has LPs with Plato quotes on it.
Yeah, everything.
He doesn't call them LPs. This guy, he just calls them. What is it called? He goes, my Plato albums.
Yep, the past and the future is fake. It was all set up. It's all set up, guys.
Yeah, no, actually, Back to the Future 1, 2, and 3. It's a trilogy.
It's all set up. The past is set up.
Yeah, they were Robert Zemeckis films.
Yeah, they
set them up and directed them.
They made movies. And they told you it was the past, like 3,000 years ago.
Yeah, the director of the Moon Golf episodes, he very much influenced some of his trainees.
Yeah, the guy who made films of mazes. Yeah, did some moon golf. Inspired, at least. Technique-wise. Here, this guy, move over Kubrick. This guy's got footage of Plato.
Yeah. However, break. look at this and go to the, how do you call it? Actually, the one.
Well, just give me the name. Who first realized the Earth is glob? Like, it sounds retarded to me, so I'm gonna need for you to spell it out.
Can you read?
Very, very little.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know what I'm talking to you then.
Yeah, I'm a globe earther. I'm a real true globe earther, so I'm gonna need for you to read it to me.
No, I can't do that for you, sir. So
well, then you have no argument.
No, it's not.
You have no argument worth me hearing. It's as simple as that.
It's not because you.
Are you a globe?
Sir, you're cutting me off.
Are you a globe earther?
At this point,
yes or no?
I'll just have
if you are, then you are
just have you shut the fuck up.
By de facto, your model shows was a flat model.
Boo-hoo. Thank you.
Come on, mods, please.
Break.
Yeah, all right, round one over. All right, get it together, Crispy.
I mean, there's nothing to get together.
Okay,
I sent this guy an article. No, wait.
Well, Humboldt was trying to have like a real conversation. This guy's just like kind of spiraling. But Humboldt was like having a decent conversation.
He butt in.
This guy an article.
That's true.
What he said is I can't read.
You combat the idea that like the Earth is flat and that there are like space lasers. Like, how does that work?
There's no combat. Yes, you use the. What do you think they're beaming off of the moon reflector or whatever, right? It's like they're using the lasers to tell a lot of distances. So, with more data points, you can know more. But if you don't know something, then you just don't have enough data points.
Okay, hold on. Let's try to wrap your little troll up in a bow. What does beams of light high in the sky have to do with whether or not Earth is a ball flying through outer space? If the Earth were flat, could we not have beams of light high in the sky?
No, but the Earth is flat. That's the thing.
Oh.
Like, do they make the rockets go up?
Okay, snacks in the back?
No, there's not snacks. It's actually Antarctica's a giant ice wall surrounding the Earth. Why don't you guys understand this?
Well, there's ice walls in it. There's ice walls everywhere. They sell ice wall climbing gear at all the outfitter shops.
Well, you gotta imagine
it's an entire industry. Yeah, there's ice walls that people climb all over the place.
Well, no, it's
we don't have to imagine.
Does it shock you that there's more than one place to climb ice walls?
Well, no, Antarctica is a giant concept.
Yeah, you've been there. You've what are you, a ice wall climber? You've been down there?
No, I've been there multiple times. It's just the fact that most people don't know Antarctica.
Okay, how high were these?
Did you climb the ice wall?
Well, sometimes it can be up to about 500 feet, but it depends on the area.
What area?
Yeah, there's like a beach. There's beaches too.
Well, there's not beaches.
You can climb the wall and then go to the beach.
So what's the problem? You just want to.
No, but sand's impossible in Antarctica.
What does this have to do with?
Sand don't mix together. It's not possible.
So what does this have to do with whether or not Earth is ball?
Oh no, I was just joining in.
Yeah, actually, the glaciers make the sand. So, yeah.
I was trying to help you guys out. Damn.
Yeah, the ice walls actually make the sand on the beaches part.
Well, we were trying. Humboldt was trying to help him. Humboldt was trying to help himself.
You guys are talking about ice wall, right?
Humboldt.
Like, I'm asking.
Humboldt.
Yeah.
You were trying to help yourself before this guy butted in. I asked you, if the Earth were indeed flat, could we not have beams of light high in the sky?
Oh, true.
True?
True.
Okay. Humbled.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense to me, right? Because I mean, even when it comes down to
when you brought up space lasers, it was obviously a troll, but you found out that your troll really had nothing to do with the topic.
What do you mean by it was obviously a troll?
What do you mean by what do I mean?
Well, what I'm trying to say is, right.
I heard all the words I heard your buzzwords.
Right?
We heard your buzzwords.
The buzzwords. Which ones?
Yeah, I love it when you guys start repeating once you guys get caught with your hand in a cookie jar, you start repeating yourselves. LPs, buzzwords, space lasers.
Eratosthenes.
Yeah. Why would I say yes? Sticks and shadows. Why would I say troll? Well, I don't know. Just humble yourself.
Yeah, I thought he was talking about Jeranism until he mentioned the Senate, that what is a House representative or something. Then it was like, oh, this is some politics thing. It's like, the politicians sort of don't get these arguments, you know. And it's like, yeah, they use the lasers to like detect. That's how they do like ground topography. They'll fly an airplane over, shoot a laser down, and they get the exact topography of what it's flying over, and they do a couple strip datas and put it in the computer, and boom, got a whole square footage of flat Earth based on the space lasers. So it's always about having the data points.
So humbled to if you're wanting to redeem yourself and show yourself not a troll, what else?
No,
what else you
you
got?
just answered my question, right? Like that was the thing that I asked you.
Okay, cool.
Like, do the people who believe in flat Earth also believe in like space lasers?
Well, what's there to believe about them? You know what I'm saying? It's.
I like lasers.
You guys think that there's
That's what I'm trying. No, that's what I'm trying to convey. Space is volume. Space is length, width, and breadth. So it's just dimensionality. Now, what you're talking about is this other thing, right? So not just space, which is volume. You're talking about like outer space. Some people would call it a space where the laws of nature break down, and now the norms of nature and of the reality you experience, you don't experience.
Hey,
you're in a tin can, and you're drinking water, water out of and it's a bubble shape. Just things that are very odd and not in tune with nature. And it's accordance, right?
No,
that's what he's talking about. That's space.
Yeah, we're
right?
kind of all over the place right now. But I was reminding Humboldt also that back in the 80s with Reagan, that was when the whole Star Wars thing was going on. A lot of space lasers there. What was that, you know? It's funny how they kind of...
That was a movie.
It was a strategic government platform to deter Russian missiles with lasers from space to keep the missiles from hitting America. It's called Star Wars.
Yeah, also a movie after
you're not talking about
named
the Star
after the
Wars
movie.
You're talking about
no, it was the government.
It was the government in the 80s post the release of Star Wars.
I'm from the 80s.
They called it Space Wars.
I'm from the past.
Star Wars like the propaganda for that?
Well,
yeah, exactly. It was directly based on. It was propaganda. It was directly based on the world government. We got with the Obama taking control of the Senate, selling our country out.
I don't know about that, but we're talking about.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, the Star Wars thing, in the same space lasers Humboldt's bringing up, the modern day space lasers that he's talking about. In the 80s space lasers, they killed two birds with one stone because they had the story of the bad guys, in Russia. And plus they had the idea that, Earth is ball. They were probably doing all these things to keep seeding the idea of outer space, ball Earth. Earth is ball, and we have space lasers up there protecting our patch of Earth ball. And now, Humboldt, I'm guessing you brought up space lasers because space lasers to you means that outer space and Earth floating in outer space is real. Is that true?
But I'm not saying anything's real or anything's not real, right? What I'm asking, right, is it cohesive to believe in space?
But what's so important to you about space lasers?
Give me a second, bud. Because you're asking me a question and you're not letting me speak.
The importance of space lasers to you. Why is it relevant?
What I'm asking, right, is do people who believe in flat Earth also believe in space, right? Like, can there be space and flat Earth? I don't know.
Well, beliefs
So
are
now
weird
it's
thing, bro.
fake.
Beliefs are it's like a religion, and we're in the knowing business, and the knowing business is booming.
Oh, you know. Okay.
We know.
That's nice.
I know we're not on a ball shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour in 11 different vectors.
Okay.
Do you have any information to the contrary?
Listen, dude, I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from here, but if that's what you know.
Well,
I don't think I need to change
see,
what
I
you
don't
know,
think-
but I'm just here to ask you guys what you
hold on, time out. I don't think you understand quite why the idea of space lasers has been floated into your psyche.
Okay.
Yeah, because if they get you thinking space lasers, and you're demonstrating it right here, they get you thinking space lasers, they get you thinking we're in outer space.
Sure. That's why I was asking, right? Have people who believe in flat Earth believe in outer space? Like, that's what I'm trying to ascertain here. I don't know if you guys do. So,
Well, none of us have ever been to space to check it out, so we can't know for sure, 100%.
Sure.
But I don't have to believe the Earth is flat. It measures flat, flies flat, sails flat, it navigates
It's
flat.
sailing? What is it, like Yggdrasil? How does that work?
Sailing the ocean?
The Earth sails the ocean?
No, we sail the ocean as it's flat, stationary.
Like on the tectonic plates and shit. Oh, wait, oh, my bad. Do you guys believe in like tectonic plates?
No, on a
Hold the
boat,
hell on.
Einstein.
Why the fuck would you say tectonic?
Why do you think I'm trolling? What are you trolling? You mean tectonic plates? Pangea?
Over water?
He's confused, or he's a troll. You
guys talking about space
I genuinely want to know what you guys believe. I don't know what you guys believe. That's why I'm asking you guys questions.
Brother, he said water and you said tectonic plates.
But he didn't hear my thing about belief. Fuck. Belief is like the enemy.
Well, I
of
want to
knowledge.
know what you guys know. That's what I want to
There
know.
we go.
I believe you're either an idiot or you're lying.
We're in the knowing business.
Why do you think I'm lying? I genuinely don't know what flat.
Why, I don't know that you're lying. Then you're an idiot.
Dude, every man lies. Come on, dude. I'm not sitting here telling you lies to like.
That's what
bullshit
she
with
said.
You. I just want to know what you know.
I know. Calm down, relax, simmer down.
I think he's legit, Oz. He just doesn't know shit. What are you gonna do?
It's not that I don't know shit. It's just that I don't have to come in here and try to change you guys' mind.
You derailed a minute. We were talking about sailing, and you started talking about tectonic plates. So sailing is done in boats.
Yeah, no, I get that, but like, I'm not sailing right now, so I didn't understand where you guys were saying like we're sailing.
yeah. You're not sliding around on tectonic plates either. So why bring it up?
Sure.
It's a bit of a cog situation, I think, man. I don't know. I could be wrong, but that's my vibe.
No, I get it.
on
I know you guys probably get a lot of bullshitters that come in here and they're like, you know, the Earth is round. You guys are stupid, but I'm not. I just want to hear what the fuck you guys got to say.
Cool,
I have
man.
no idea what the fuck you guys believe.
Well, the Earth, we know that it sails flat. They fly airplanes flat. The oceans, water's flat. I mean, we know some
What
shit,
does that
man.
mean? What does that mean when you say the Earth sails flat? What does that mean?
Well, there's no like.
Oh, you mean if you get in a boat and you go straight,
I was-
it's going to be straight?
If I'm gonna sail to freaking Australia from California, I'm not gonna end up upside down, man. It's flat all the way from here to Australia, bro.
Well, what do you mean by upside down?
Like on a ball.
Not upside down, he said. Not upside
Do you
down.
think that your sense of
Horizontal
direction would
plane.
change if it was a ball though?
Not
'Cause, like,
upside
Yes.
down.
If the Earth were a ball, there would be boats sailing any given area that are antipodal to each other. You would have one boat right side up and one boat at bottom of Earth upside down.
That would be a
That means
necessity if
Bobby
Earth
boating
were a
up the
ball.
side of a hill.
Relative to what?
That's not happening in reality.
Dirt
When
and
you
water.
when you fly from New York to China, you don't land upside down from where you took off. You just fly flat, straight across, and land.
Oh, so you guys are saying because
you're not
gravity
flying
doesn't
over
change.
something bulbous and going upside down
So
in
is
the
gravity
process.
a real thing?
What, space time?
Sure, whatever you want to call it.
What gravity do you speak of? Because that's another buzz. You're going down a list of buzzwords.
Okay. So yeah, like gravity's a buzzword. Okay, I didn't know that. That's
Yeah.
new
So
to me,
what?
dude.
Yeah. Listen. What? When you say gravity, what do you mean?
Like when one object has a mass, right? Like it pulls on another object.
Right. Which has never been scientifically verified, ever.
Or saw, or demonstrated.
But I mean, I could show you that with 2 drops of water, man.
No, you can't. There's 2 cars parked outside.
Stop the cap.
There's 2 cars parked
How does that
outside.
work?
They
So,
should
like,
be
if I put
wrecking.
2 drops of
Insurance
water
companies
together,
would
and they kinda,
never
like, suck
get
together,
not pay.
then how does that
They would
work?
always be getting paid every second. Your
Somebody
cars
else
would be hitting
wanna
each
handle
other
it.
outside when they're in park, idiot. What the fuck are you talking about? Cups of water.
Do you guys not believe in
Your car
polarity?
will run into the garbage truck when it goes by when it's full of garbage. What are you going to say? Mass attracting mass now? Now I got a really massive garbage truck driving past your fucking puny moped. Is your moped going to fly in the back of it now, Einstein? Don't think so.
No, like the
You're saying
cars won't
nonsensical
move.
shit.
The
We
cars
don't
won't
see
move to the
anything
other
going to
cars
nothing
because of
stupid.
traction, and then they have the gravitational
Where does smoke go from a fire? Is it going down?
Just larger.
Smoke from a fire.
Smoke is actually lighter
Smoke
than
is my
air. So
favorite.
Is it
It's one of
going
my favorite.
down? Stupid. Down or up?
I like smoke.
Helium.
Smoke
Is it going
smoke
down
is
or up?
actually
beautiful.
hot. It's
Great.
hot, and helium kind of goes up. That's why you put it in balloons, and they
Clouds.
go
Are
up.
they going down or up? Is the sky falling, Chicken Little? Is it gravity
They go
down?
up. Yeah.
Chicken Little. Are the clouds coming down, Chicken Little?
Jamsy, help me
9.8
out.
meters a second, Chicken Little.
If mass attracts mass, why when I go to the store and I see the massive lady, I don't feel attracted to her?
Because you're fat, Jamsy.
Because this dude just heard some catchphrases off a fucking comedy skit and he thinks it means something.
I did notice that big girls like little guys. That's all I'm saying. I could be wrong.
Why aren't the kiwis stuck to the watermelons in the produce section? They just don't get it.
I think the
What
big
about
fat
the grapes
big
and the
fat
raisins?
guys like the skinny chicks too, man. That's weird. Okay.
I mean, you guys do like the ground, right? There's a ground under you, yeah.
All right. Do we go into density with this guy?
I'm asking if you got, is there a ground under you? Like, I don't know.
There's the tree first. The tree would be the first. The tree would be the first amount of mass that the apple would encounter next to itself, not the ground. It would be the tree, so it should stick to the tree and then roll down the tree
Grass
to the
next to
ground.
it before it encounters the
It
ground.
should go diagonally to the tree and then to
You mean
the
the thing it
ground,
has roots in?
stupid.
Thing it grew out of?
What about gravity? Yeah, the ground isn't gravity.
Correct.
No, I know the
Saying the
ground
word
isn't
down
gravity.
doesn't mean
but I'm
gravity.
just asking you. You guys do believe in the ground?
Brother, you don't have to ask. Brother, listen. Where can you demonstrate a ball of gas holding its shape?
A ball of gas holding its shape. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, like a gravity ball, like you're explaining the Earth is. You're trying to make that claim. Earth has a ball atmosphere and a ball of water surrounded by a ball
I'm
of
not
air.
even listening. You guys have already said that you don't believe in the round Earth, right? So, like,
Humbled, you moron. You keep
That's
here's the
irrelevant.
thing. Humbled, listen.
I'm just trying to see if you believe in gravity.
Humbled. One question, a simple question. Does the ground's existence require your belief in it?
No, man.
No.
Okay, so why do you keep asking us? Do you guys believe in the ground? You guys believe in the ground, right? Because if you guys don't believe in the
I just want to
ground,
know what you guys know, man.
no one has to believe in the ground. The ground be under your feet. Come on.
Yeah,
Right
but that's
by
not
the
the point of what I'm asking you. I'm asking you if you believe in it. That's
Are you stupid? You don't have to
Am
believe
I
in
in
real
Twilight
things.
Zone here, or
I don't
what's going
understand
on?
why you think. I get
Again,
your logic there. Yeah,
belief.
you don't
Why
have
are
to
we
believe
keep
in the
using
ground.
this
You don't have to
belief?
believe that the Earth is round
Can we
either.
stop?
But
You got to
I
go to
get
the
what you
religious
think.
channel if
Stop
you
the
want to talk
belief
about
word.
beliefs all day.
Stop the belief word.
It's
Thank
his
you.
buzzword. It's a buzzword. He's
The globe is the belief you have.
All right,
That's it. The
sure. I
only
just
thing
want to
you
know if
have
you
as a
know
belief
the ground.
is a
Sure.
ball.
You guys are into knowing. I forgot.
Fuck yes, we know the ground is fucking real, bro.
no one
Stop
doesn't
it.
know the ground.
Fuck, hey, man, come on.
And we know during an earthquake, all your pictures move. And when the earthquake stops, your pictures stop moving. Now, go to anywhere else and the pictures ain't moving, that means Earth ain't moving. If Earth is moving, pictures are moving on your wall. Don't be a fucking idiot, brother.
What's up, man? What we have here?
Do they have like weather machines or like?
We got a
is that
cog
not a thing?
potential cog situation.
But Comrade is telling us that the Earth is a globe, huh?
Well, he's questioning us on our flat Earth stuff, man. Really, is what's
Right.
going-
But does he have a position that the Comrade?
Yeah,
believes the Earth is a globe?
He's a buzzword
He's
spewer.
got lasers in space.
Dude,
and
yeah, I have a position, bro.
ground.
My position is to know what these people know. I don't care about
No, it's
changing
not
their
about.
mind. I just want to
Yeah,
know.
no, it's not about. It's not about like trying to figure out what people think, man. What do you think? Do you think the Earth's a globe?
Yeah.
Right, but what have you been shown as far as evidence that the Earth is a globe, Comrade?
Yeah, man, I just learned it in school.
I know. So did everybody else, but they didn't
So
give
did
us
we.
any. They didn't give us any evidence that it's a globe, dude. That's why we're all flat earthers, because there was no evidence whatsoever. When we looked into it, we did some research, and it turns out that there's no evidence to back it up. That's why when we asked the question, the same answers like what they taught me at school, right? But they didn't really teach you anything. They just told you. Because if they taught you something, you'd be able to tell us back, like, how you know it's a globe. But you can't even do that. So it sounds like they just told you, dude. Just like everybody else. It's like,
Yeah, okay.
I mean, we listen, we clown around, but like the real of it all is that the information is not true. Like it's misinformation because nobody, like your teacher doesn't know. Like if you were to ask your teacher would be like, oh, I don't know. I just learned it from my teacher. Like that's all. It just keeps going backwards that way. Nobody actually knows that it's a globe. They're just telling it's like a tradition, dude. So right now, like if you were to think about it, if I was to ask you, how do you know the surface is curving? You probably wouldn't know, huh?
I mean, I have a couple reasons why I think the Earth is curving, but I just want to know what you guys know.
Yeah, but check this out, man. I'm gonna actually ask you a few questions, and if you do know some things, then I'll just go and let you ask some questions. But if you don't, I want you to realize that you don't know. Okay. So the first question is, who's measured that curvature that you think exists?
Who? I don't know who.
Okay. So you don't know who measured it. So then how do you know it's curving?
I guess I don't then, huh?
Right. Well, that's
I don't
what I'm
know
telling
the
you.
person who measured it, right? Like I
No. It's not about. It's not. It's listen. It's not just about the method. It's not about the person. It's the method. So if you don't know the person, do you know the method? What did they do?
Oh, what's the method, dude?
No, I'm asking you. Do you know?
I have no idea. I mean,
all right.
You know?
So no, it's like, listen, whatever you think that you thought you knew, right now you're finding out you don't know. So that's what I'm trying to uncover in your mind. It's like a mirror. I got a mirror in front of you, and you're seeing yourself that you don't really know what you thought you knew coming into this room. That's what's happening right now. Right now. All right. So the next one, pretty simple, right? They're telling you that the Earth is spinning around on its axis, axial rotation. That's why they say they got day and night cycles, right? But who's measured that spin of the Earth spinning around?
Who? I don't know.
Or the method. It doesn't matter. You can tell me the method.
I don't know the method, bro. I'm not like a scientist, bro.
No, I'm not charging you with being a scientist, dude. But like what I'm saying, just the common folk, this is what they tell us, dude. They bamboozle us with lies. It's misinformation. There's nothing true about this. And it's curious, man, how old you are right now, and you don't know this simple information. But not just you, everybody, dude. Everybody that comes in this room, they don't know the questions that I'm asking you right now. They do not know these questions, man. It's not your fault, right? I'm just showing you right now. That's all I'm doing. All right, and then and the last one is they're telling us that space is a vacuum, right? So you got like a, low pressure up there. You got people floating around in a big old tin can, the ISS and whatnot. They got videos and, satellites and shit. But how do we know that the vacuum of space exists next to the pressure air that you and I are breathing, dude? Because you and I are breathing like 14 pounds per square inch of air pressure on the surface. But when you get up there, as you may know, the air starts to thin out. It gets really low. But there's a big pressure differential from the floor to up there where they're at. But problem is we have gas pressure, and the way you define gas pressure is force per unit area that the molecules are exerting on the walls of the container. So the container walls have to have the gas pressure pushing against the walls to make that pressure. But if there is no container, there's nothing for the molecules to press against. So the air will just keep going, like it doesn't stop, according to kinetic molecular theory. The molecules do not attract, nor do they repel. So molecules are just bouncing around everywhere, and the more confined space you put air in, the more pressure you're going to have, right? Because that's how gas pressure is, force per unit area. But, okay, so now we got the vacuum of space, and in a globe, they don't it's like an open system. The air can just like freely move around. But why isn't the air rushing out into the vacuum of space like it should if like we have like a gas pressure? Like, like if you have a tire and your tire gets flat, why does the air rush out? Well, it's simple, because you have a high pressure in the tire and a low pressure outside of the tire. So the air pressure inside rushes out to equalize with the pressure outside. So this is a situation we got right now. So they're telling us the space is a vacuum, right? It's a vacuum of space, a low pressure, but at a high pressure differential from the floor. The floor is 14 pounds per square inch, and the up there is like 10 to the negative 6 torr. And then if we have that high pressure differential, why don't we have the pressure equalizing with the vacuum of space? That should happen if there's nothing to stop the air. See, that's the issue. How do we have gas pressure without a container? And they're saying that.
What do you mean by that?
Well, they got like rockets can leave the Earth, and stuff like this, but that's matter. Matter and energy can transfer back to the system of the Earth being a globe. So, because it's an open system. If it was a truly open system, all the gas pressure we have on the surface would violently rush out into the vacuum of space, and we wouldn't have breathable air. That's just what would happen, dude. That's gas pressure. We don't have a container. Now, if you thought maybe gravity's a container or air's containing itself, first of all, gases do not contain themselves, and gravity doesn't attract nor repel the molecules of gas, but according to kinetic molecular theory. So we have a problem, right? The problem is we have gas pressure, and gravity doesn't act on these gases, not even a little. So if that was your answer, or you're thinking about it, then you can't go there because gravity doesn't affect gas pressure. Because you see, gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions. They don't have a vector, right? So far, hopefully I'm making some sense to you, bro. Because like this is what they're telling us is happening, and I'm showing you with gas pressure the way it's defined. You can look it up too. If you want, you can type it into Google definition of gas pressure. It's going to tell you exactly what I told you: force per unit area of the molecules bouncing off the walls of their container. But you can also look up, what they say the answer is for what keeps the gas pressure on the surface of the Earth as a globe. It's going to be gravity, dude, all day. But like I told you, gravity doesn't affect gases, so it doesn't hold them down because of kinetic molecular theory. So it's a big issue. So number one, it's curvature of the Earth. Like
how does the kinetic molecular theory work? How's that?
Well, it's supposed to be working about ideal. The theory is about ideal gases, and the way they operate in our physical and natural world. So basically, if you're going to look into how that's operating within the construct of like what gas molecules are doing, it's giving us an example, kind of like a convention, so that we can apply a specific theory onto gases and the way they operate. It has to do with physics, bro. So the physics of gas operate in such a way that the kinetic molecular theory actually would be something of a convention that we can use so we can talk about how gas behaves. That's its application. It has an application. So that's its application. So we can have an understanding. So when we're talking about it, We can do things like use equations and understand like the movement of gas, in a contained system and all kinds of stuff, man. We can do a lot of stuff with it. It's very useful. It has its use in applied physics. So, like I said, you can look all of this up that I'm telling you, and it all lines up with everything that we were talking about with gases. Anyway, back to the second point. Well, I told you first is curvature. Second is axial rotation, and the third is the vacuum of space. Now, these are the three components of the Earth being a globe. How it would be substantiated if you knew that the Earth was a globe, they would be answered, right? They're like the three pillars of the Earth being a globe. So if you had answers to each one of these, you'd be able to answer them quickly and without hesitation. But the problem is you didn't know any of this. That's not your bad. Not blaming you, but nobody knows this, man. So we have issues, right? We have issues with people that believe that they have answers to why the Earth is a globe, because you first have to answer the premise. You have to first find out how is the Earth's curvature measured? Either the people that have done it or the method, doesn't matter. And we have to find the drop over the distance. Because if you have a tangential line over the surface, well, that means that you're going to be able to see the Earth curving away from that tangential line. That's the drop over the distance. So if we don't have that, the Earth cannot be curving like people think it is unless you can prove it by measuring it. Number two, axial rotation. If you haven't proved that axial rotation has been measured by anyone or the method has been done, then how do you know it's actually rotating? Because the only thing you can tell is that things in the sky are moving. So it's very true that you say the sun's moving across the sky and the moon and the stars, and everything's moving from east to west. But it's not true that you say because you see those things moving that the Earth is moving. Because the only thing you see moving is the sun every morning across your sky. You don't see the Earth moving, not even a little. Number three, that's the vacuum of space. They're telling you that this vacuum of space exists and you could travel to planets and, you can do all kinds of fun stuff up there, send robots to Mars and stuff. But we live in a contained environment. The contained environment is a closed system. That means that you can't leave the system that you're in. It's a realm. It's it's a system that is a dynamic system because the gas pressure actually is, it moves around like low pressure and high pressure, like with weather systems. And we have the sun that moves across the Earth that stirs up with energy, it stirs up the system. So it's kind of constantly like making weather patterns change throughout the year. So far, these 3 points that I just told you right now are the absolute globe killer. There isn't any recovery from this. There's nothing that you could say that could rebuttal anything that I said because there hasn't, like as you just told me, and that you know of, anybody that's measured the curvature of the Earth, anybody that's measured the spin, or that that gas pressure can be without a container. Hopefully that helps you, man, but you can't come in here thinking that the Earth is a globe just purely on belief, brother. You just really can't. We don't operate that way. You have to know, brother. I mean, you got to know what's going on.
We're in the knowing business.
Hey, do you feel me, man? Like,
I hear you. Yeah, no, I just came in here to hear what you guys had to say.
Yeah. That's what we have to say. I just broke it down for you, man. Because if it was true, right, all of these things that I just told you, there would be somebody within the 10 years that I've been doing this, because I talk to all kinds of academics, all kinds of lay people, doesn't matter. Nobody has answers to what I just told you. Nobody. Not a single soul. Doesn't matter who you could bring your professor from college, dude. I could talk to him in this room. You could hear me having a conversation. He would not know these things. Guaranteed. 100%. So I don't know how much more you want us to go, man. I've been long in the tooth, but
you're crushing it, man.
That was it, bro. I just want to know what you guys know.
Exactly.
Well, that was it.
My favorite thing is to check out the globe first. Don't even look into flat Earth. Just go figure out as much as you can about this spinning globe thing that they taught us in school. Check it out, man. Don't believe us. They taught us some crazy numbers and spins. And
don't worry, bud. I don't believe anybody. I'm just listening to what you guys have to say.
Yeah, comrade, check this out, man. We're in this channel and we have fun, when we're kicking back and shit. Sometimes we give people some shit, but in all reality, there's a bunch of intellectuals that are in this room. Every now and again, we give the trolls back what they give us. Okay, so Don't paint us in that light that we're just all fucking memeing the place up. That's not what we're doing. There's a bunch of intellectuals in here, but we don't ever let that shine because we're overshadowed by the amount of trolls that come in here. So we have like a thick skin. We get on our defense, and that's why you heard what you heard when you got in here. Everybody's just like railing on you. That's why. But if we were to actually sit down and parse shit out, then you would hear what we really think, and that's why I have the time to break it down to you, man.
And it takes days, weeks, years to really get into the minute details of where we live. It doesn't happen overnight, man. It takes some time.
Yeah, and take your time too. Take your time when you look into it.
Trust me, listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not getting into any of this shit. I just wanted to hear what you guys know.
You don't. You're not interested in where you live, man. You're not interested in where you live.
I'm not interested. I'm sorry. I just wanted to hear what
you'd
you
rather
guys
go to the Bears football game. What would you rather do? Go to the Bears football game or talk about where we live?
Well, anyway, man, I appreciate. Listen, I appreciate for at the very least you heard me out. That's it. I really don't care if you leave here and you never come back here again or whatever. Yeah. I planted the seed in your head. It's now in your head. If you just walk out of here and say, man, fuck flat earther, whatever, doesn't matter to me.
It doesn't matter to any of us really in here.
My hope is that you actually look into it, like FED's saying, but it's up to you, bro.
No, I just like listening to people hear what they know. I don't know.
Yeah, I like to know that a whole shitload about like pianos. Fuck, I'm really into that. But that's me. And I'll listen to those guys all day. But I also love that we live, where we live with trees and oceans and rivers. And I love talking about that kind of shit because it's all reality. We can check it out. We can know things about it. And that's what we do here mostly is we know shit about stuff, especially Earth. We know a whole lot about it. And if you're interested, cool. If you're not, man, enjoy the football game or whatever, man.
All right, dude. All right, well, I'll see myself out. That's cool.
Yeah, man. Have a good day.
All right, bro.
Hey, man.
Cheers, man.
Hey, way to pull out of your troll. Good job.
Yeah,
I told you I wasn't trolling. I literally.
I know. Well, yeah, okay, you proved it. You proved it. Well done. That's all I'm saying.
That was pretty solid, man. It was hilarious. All right, man. You guys have a good Thanksgiving and all that shit, man. There you go.
All right, that's as nice as I'm going to be all week. So,
hey, it's a holiday, Big. Take it easy on everybody, man.
All right.
Pick it up on Friday, man. Kick some ass. Nobody's working on Friday.
Kick their ass on Friday.
Yeah.
I'll wait till they're all nice and fat from eating turkey. Then I'll.
There you go. Get them while they got a lot of dopamine in their heads, and melatonin, and all that shit. Yeah.
They'll come back to talking about how the ISS is falling around the Earth at 17,500 miles for over 20 years, going around the Earth for 90 minutes.
Yeah. Wow.
In a decaying orbit.
The decaying orbit, man. That was a thing I got back in like 2016. I was like, what? Wait a minute. Yeah. It's exponentially crazy how fast things fall out of their orbit, man. It's fast, bro. And the fucking Hubble Space Telescope should have crashed back to Earth back in like 2012 or whatever.
That fucking thing is going 17,500 miles. You know how fast a bullet shoots out of a barrel of a gun? It's like 1,000 miles per hour, man.
I mean, how that whole Robert Bassano phone call where he got that on the record, that thing's kind of aging like a fine wine.
Call, man. Yes, that's where I learned.
Yeah, wouldn't this? They both sit and think about it for a second. They're like, wouldn't this be like in the bottom of the trenches of the sea by now? Yeah. Well, I guess you make a good point there. Anything else? Yeah, that was amazing because that was before the era where someone could probably even imagine the phone call, or maybe he told. I don't know if he told him the phone call was recorded. I don't know what his situation.
No, he
or
definitely
state
did not. tell him he was recording.
Yeah, but no one would even if amazing phone call.
Just incredible. I could probably find it if somebody's interested in it, man. Let me know.
Yeah, I have to listen to that like once every other year or once every 1.5 years or something.
Every couple years you gotta pop that one in, man. Give it a spin, it's like an old record, just crank it up. You gotta spin that bad boy. Give it a spin. Thanks for letting me hang out, you guys. Humble was I didn't know if I was buying this shit. You guys are calling him a troll. I was like, nah, I think this guy's just fucking tard or something, man. Cogdiss, something.
The old Beavis and Butthead episode where they're drinking and they're like, wait a minute, these guys aren't drunk. They're just really stupid.
I was in that middle ground with him, man. I'm like, okay.
Well, he said space lasers 24 times in 4 minutes, so
Yeah, that's pretty weird. But he thinks that they shot a laser and got measurement to the moon, and people think that that's a light that they shot at the moon in 1962. It was just some fucking radio signals. But anyway, they shot it, came right back, said, "Up, there it is. We got the distance." Boom. What? Get the bug out of here.
That it for Globers? We run out?
Dude, the night's young, man. Hang on, everybody.
Yeah.
He didn't run out. He just had a lot of things to think about.
Here comes one right now.
Is this a regular Glober or a newbie?
Just a regular.
Regular.
Regular everyday Glober.
Oh, damn it. Those guys are no fun, man. They're just not fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's the same old story.
Those 39 59ers never change.
See, that's funny, man. That's hilarious. Yeah,
well, that's what's funny to you because 49ers is so much in your
the 39
in your lexicon. Yeah, that's why that one. That's why that landed with you.
39 59ers. Damn, fucking crazy fuckers.
They sound like they'd run an option.
He's coming off mute now. He's going to say something crazy. Stand back.
39-59 hike.
Who's that?
It's calling an audible. Calling the 39-59 audible. Let's do it.
It's Imbo speaking to his cup again.
The globe rests on your shoulders.
Oh, I'm wondering who is the 39-59er.
That's
Oh, shit.
It's a team with a shaky kicker.
Yeah. Dude, I wrote down some quick, calculations, and guy missed it by a 1/4 inch, bro. Earth spin.
Yeah, you'd think they'd be the experts.
Earth spin. Yeah, it was Earth spin. It was Coriolis, guaranteed. Guy didn't compensate. Fucking Mongo didn't compensate.
So, how did you exclude the possibility that the Earth is a rotating plane? Can the concept of rotation be independent of the globular shape of the Earth? Like a rotating plate, for example?
Be able to detect such motion from.
Exactly.
Oh, can you repeat again? No reference frame? Is it what you said?
You need some sort of external reference frame to validate that.
External. Away from
we need an external reference frame.
For the same reason it's not included in anything, Guy. That's why we don't include it, because it's not included. So why would we need to make it up?
Yes, I mean, it's included in many things, like the modeling of weather patterns, predicting when the hurricanes are going to happen.
Tell me what you do when you have to pour tea and stuff in a cup. Does it like move out from underneath the pouring tea? Tell me when the Earth processes underneath the tea stream. What's the calculation for Coriolis of cup movement?
I don't know, probably very, very small.
What is it? What's your calculation?
It's probably very
small
close
is
to
not a
zero.
calculation, Goofy. How do you know the cup's moving away from the tea pour?
Back to your litter box.
What I'm wondering about is why do I need an external reference frame?
Why do you need what?
Because this is
To
interesting
show an
statement.
experiment or prove anything?
No, why do I need an external reference frame to tell
I
if
don't know what you're
I'm
talking
moving?
about. You're supposed to just demonstrate your fucking what you're talking
Because you're
about with the
fucking
cup and
stupid.
the tea.
That's why you don't know.
We're going to reference the motion too.
You don't know what a spinning ball does. What?
thought it was
Show us
all
what a spinning
relative.
ball does. Show us all about a spinning ball, retard.
I would reference it to the stars personally.
So what's moving?
The Earth is moving in relation to the stars.
Oh, in relation. What's actually moving?
The Earth.
Not the thing that you saw moving?
No.
How do you know that?
Because of Coriolis.
Magic?
What Coriolis? Where'd you see that?
In Bob Noodle's measurement.
Then why did you bring up the stars if you have a measurement of motion in Coriolis?
Because you asked me what would I reference it to, and I said the stars.
Well, why are you doing that when you have a Coriolis reference already? So where's the Coriolis? You said Bob Nodell used a laser ring gyro?
Yes.
That'd be a Sagnac effect, not Coriolis. Start over.
Oh yeah, you're right. It would be Sagnac effect.
Try again.
Try again, man.
Yeah, no Coriolis, I guess, because you pointed to something, well, allegedly Sagnac, so you didn't even point to something that's even alleged to be Coriolis. I don't know where you're going to find that. Maybe the stars. Maybe the star motion is Coriolis effect.
How? How is that Coriolis effect?
Oh well, I don't know. You figure it out. You should know. These are your claims.
Exactly.
No, it isn't. It's something that you just made up.
I don't think you really know what Coriolis is.
It's an effect.
Can you say more?
An effect on things that move in relation to a rotating reference frame.
Right.
Far out, man.
That's what you think the sky is doing.
Yep.
I think the sky is rotating in relation to the Earth.
Yeah.
And the Earth is rotating in relation to the sky.
Oh, cool. Which one's actually moving, though?
What do you mean by actually?
What's rotating? You know, like if I'm spinning on a merry-go-round and I see a bird flying overhead and it looks like it's taking a curved trajectory, but it's not because I'm spinning around, because I'm actually spinning around. What's actually spinning around?
Oh, the merry-go-round would be spinning around.
Yeah, so when you see the stars, what's actually moving?
The Earth is moving.
How do you know that?
Because I see the stars taking a curved path.
How do you know that? How do you know they didn't just take a curved path?
Because of Coriolis. This is the thing that differentiates.
Where?
For example, in mechanical gyroscopes, this would be the Coriolis one, not Sagnac one.
Oh, can you show an example?
I can show it.
Please.
He's talking about spinning up a mechanical object and having it drift. And it does it in one place, it drifts one way, and take it somewhere else, it drifts a different way. That's weird.
So what are your two reference frames to show Coriolis effect? With the mechanical gyro?
I don't need any two reference frames to show a Coriolis effect.
Yes, you do. Sorry, that's a strikeout.
No, I need one.
No, you need two, dummy, for Coriolis effect.
You gotta have the deuce, man. You gotta have the deuce.
Completely wrong. Inertial and non-inertial, you need both or else no Coriolis effect. That's what Coriolis effect is. You already said it yourself. You have one reference frame that's stationary and another one that's rotating. You said it yourself. That's two. Now you're contradicting yourself saying, no, I just need one, dummy.
Coriolis effect will only happen in a non-inertial reference frame. There is no Coriolis effect in an inertial reference frame, so it's absolutely useless.
With respect to the inertial frame, which is the thing that is going to appear to deviate when it didn't. You need 2 reference frames for Coriolis effects. So what are your 2 frames? Well, actually, you already said you only have 1, so you already struck out. Anyway.
Yes, I have 1 non-inertial. This is the only one required for Coriolis effect.
No, it's not. You're just wrong. Go back to the drawing board. You have no clue what Coriolis effect is.
You gotta start over,
just
man.
Getting stupid, dude.
I define this frame as fixed to the Earth.
Then give up.
And this is my frame.
You don't even know what you're trying to demonstrate, dude. Don't know what Coriolis effect is. Just fucking hang it up.
Fold.
The Coriolis effect is when you observe something from a non-inertial frame, and
Where's that
moving.
Something? What kind of frame is that something in?
That statement isn't logical. It's impossible for something to be in a reference frame. That just doesn't make sense.
Dude. I mean, that's a nice way to try to skirt around it. So you're in a non-inertial reference frame. Now, according to you, reference frames don't exist. So how are you in one?
No, they are just abstract constructs. They are coordinate systems.
Oh, okay, yeah. Nobody's in any reference frame anywhere, so now you've really cooked yourself.
All people are in all reference frames at the same time.
We're all in all reference frames everywhere all the time. So you don't have 2 specific reference frames you can point to because everybody's in all of them all the time, so they're all just fucking meaningless then. You can just say this is that, anything is any reference frame I want it to be.
I can, because I can... A reference frame is the point of view that you describe
that's
them.
just some subjective crap that you cooked up right now off the top of your head because you don't really understand what you're trying to argue. So can you get somebody better than you and come in and demonstrate Coriolis of the Earth for us?
That's kind of the entire point of reference frames, that the motion is relative. So that's kind of the entire point, that it's subjective.
Yeah, but you dodged the important question. You need 2 reference frames, non-inertial. You got that far before saying there are no reference frames, and they're every reference frame. You got that far. But you didn't tell us what the inertial one was, which you would need.
I wouldn't need it. If you Google Coriolis effect, it will tell you that it happens in non-inertial reference frame.
That you're spinning, right? And then something else is in a frame that's not spinning. Remember when you said that?
Mm-hmm. No, I never said that it is in a frame that is not spinning. I just said that...
Yeah, you did, essentially. That's what it is. You said that somebody's on the merry-go-round and then somebody else or something else is somewhere else where it's not spinning, like the merry-go-round. Remember that?
Yes, but I didn't describe it that it's in some reference frame that isn't spinning.
That's what it is. Whatever you want to use those words or not, that's what you're talking about. That's what it actually is. So how many reference frames is that? Count them.
It depends how many you define.
That would be 2. I can count 2. I'm spinning on the merry-go-round and something else is not on the merry-go-round with me. It's not spinning. It's not in any sort of reference frame that's spinning. I can count 2 reference frames there. I don't know what your problem is.
Well, if there's Coriolis, then that means it is described in a non-inertial reference frame, because there is no Coriolis effect.
Non-inertial with respect to an inertial. 2. How many times do I have to tell you this? You already described it yourself. When you said something's on the merry-go-round, something's not. That would be 2.
Not really, because a reference frame isn't...
Oh my god, you are just too stupid for this.
Give it up, man.
Just hang it up.
Just give it up, man.
Hold your hand, man. Fucking basics of what you're trying to argue. You don't know the first thing about it, dude. It's just stupid. It's like a kid in grade school who understood this by now. You don't get it. You can't get it, and that's why you're still stuck on this dumbed down belief that you have of a spinning ball. So just do something else. I don't know. Send somebody else in who actually can grasp the 2 reference frames required for Corey. Just at least do that. Come on. This is just dumb.
Come on. That's a simple thing.
So a reference frame isn't bound by its borders by the merry-go-round. So even if a bird is flying by the merry-go-round, you can still describe it from the non-inertial reference frame. Because it isn't something with a finite volume. It's just a coordinate system.
That's really cool word salad, dude, but You've got one thing spinning and one thing not spinning. Those are your two reference frames, non-inertial and inertial. And you need both to have any Coriolis effect.
Not really. The only thing you need for a Coriolis effect if something is moving in relation to the non-inertial reference frame.
What, dude? No. The thing moving is the non-inertial reference frame.
If something has to be moving from the perspective of the non-inertial reference frame, then you have Coriolis effect.
Okay, from the perspective of the non-inertial reference frame. So you're looking at something else in another reference frame.
No.
No? How do you get that? Okay, so it's all one non-inertial reference frame. It's all spinning then, because you just said it's one. So you're not going to have any apparent deviation. So then no Coriolis.
All of these objects, the bird and the merry-go-round, are all in all reference frames. You simply describe the same motion from different perspectives.
You're just so bricked. There's just no point.
Yeah, there's no point, man. I think we just kind of move on to something else at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this is just basic. This isn't even something to fight me over. It's just what Coriolis is. We should both be on that.
Let's talk about airplanes. We talk about airplanes on a globe. There's a problem. No?
I just wanted to ask last one question. Do you agree that you can translate the velocity and position of some object from one reference frame to another?
No,
it would be equivalent.
Everything is every reference frame, and it's just one at the same time.
Yes, exactly. So you can describe the same object in different reference frames. That's why I'm asking you if you agree that it's true and that it's a valid thing.
No, because you didn't give me multiple reference frames. I only have one according to you. So nothing can transfer anywhere.
Exactly.
I am asking about the hypothetical case.
Oh, a hypothetical case, not in the real world where you say we only have this one reference.
Just a real world. We like real world.
There is only one, so there is no Coriolis. That's been the point all along.
We like
you can have infinitely many reference frames as you want. Just for the Coriolis effect, you only need one reference frame, not inertial reference frame.
No, you need two, dude.
You got to have the deuce, man. Sorry, bro. Deuce is wild here at this poker game. Deuces are wild.
So when I have this bird, for example, do you agree that I can define it in the inertial reference frame, the one that is fixed on that bird, but I can translate it to the non-inertial reference frame fixed on the merry-go-round, and it will be equivalent?
Is anybody still listening to this goofball?
This one's deep, man.
I was just doing something that was more worth my time.
I think he's got more homework to do, man, this weekend. You might want to go do your homework for your physics class. That'd be cool. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to get you a citation because at this point you're just arguing something that you thoroughly do not comprehend. So just 1 second. I'm going to help you out. Maybe next time you can come back with a semi-coherent claim. 1 sec.
Dude, this is so 2018, man. We gonna talk about this shit again? Fuck. Come on. It's not cool. To me, I mean, yeah. It's kind of funny. They're still bringing up Coriolis, man. Really?
Yeah, because they never figure out what it is.
And they can never demonstrate it in reality. That's the other thing. Yeah.
I just posted it in the inertial reference frame.
There it is. I was thinking of that same GIF. It was like,
straight line. However, the observer, red dot, who is standing in the rotating non-inertial reference frame, lower part of the picture, sees the object is following a curved path due to Coriolis. There you go. How many reference frames was that?
That's a deuce.
These were two, but as the description suggests, the Coriolis effect happened only in one, in the non-inertial one. So you need only one of them for the Coriolis effect.
I agree, 100%. You just need one. Correct.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, can we move on? All right, man. What else you got? Anything? All right.
Oh my goodness, dude.
I know. I need help up in here, man. Hey, it's a holiday weekend, everybody. Hope you have a good holiday. Everybody got tomorrow off? Anybody working tomorrow? Anybody? Nobody's working tomorrow? Okay, cool. I'm not working tomorrow. But it's gonna feel like work, man. Because I got, got to deal with family, cooking, and all kinds of crazy stuff. But it'll be busy. It'll be busy. You guys have busy days tomorrow? Anybody? Busy day?
Heck yeah, dude.
Thank you. All right, man.
I gotta eat, and then I gotta eat, and then after that I'm gonna eat. And I'll probably eat.
Dude, you don't have to cook. Come on, clean? Nothing? What are you gonna do, man? Just eat? Come on, you gotta do something.
Yeah, buddy. Eat.
You're gonna watch
Have
TV?
you become tryptophan intolerant? You can take
Dude,
all that
it's like-
tryptophan?
It's like 30 degrees out right now, and I just finished working.
All right. You got your steps in. I got it.
Right, I earned my eat day.
You earned your keep. Did you earn your sovereign time that they allotted you? Come on.
Out here painting and caulking in the middle of the night, 2 a.m. in the morning.
Fuck, dude. And it's like what?
30-degree weather.
30 degree and you're caulking?
Let me tell you how much.
Fuck does that work, by the way? I've never done that.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked, bro. I'm glad you asked.
Please tell me.
I'll tell you how. So back in the day, they had DAP company, right?
Sure.
3.0. Now DAP 3.0 would go down to 20 degrees, so you could caulk in 20-degree weather.
No way.
Yeah, so then I was looking for it one day, couldn't find it. I'm like, man, I need this stuff because it's cold out. And so what they did is they canceled that and they made a new one called AMP. And that stuff is awesome. It's the best.
AMP? Like AMP?
Yeah, and it goes to 0 degrees. So you can be out there caulking in 0-degree weather, man.
With AMP.
Yep.
Dude, I mean, it never gets to 30 where I live, but all right. Good to know. Good information.
Yeah, it's 29 degrees right now here. It's about to be 12 inches of snow, maybe.
What were you caulking? Shower or outside? You're outside?
Porch pillars. I had to wrap the porch pillars and then caulk them up and paint.
Awesome, man.
You know how old buildings the paint starts flaking off?
Sure. Yeah, like scales.
And it leaves big patches. Yeah, it leaves big empty patches where even if you paint it, you're still going to see it.
Yep.
So even when it's freezing out, you can take AMP, squirt it all in there, take a spatula or a putty knife or something, flatten it right out, dude. And you don't even have to paint it because it's already white. And if your thing is white, and you're done, you can just walk away. It's done.
That's amazing. I love it. AMP. Got for you.
The only thing is, it's like I think it might be $10 or $12 a tube. So other than that,
right?
I mean, you got to pay. You got to pay for that convenience. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're here in Canada. We got a new one too. It's called Big Stretch. It's an elastomeric.
Big Stretch.
Yeah. But it's the shit.
Kind of like the Globe Proof. It's a big stretch, man.
Yeah, it's kind of like that refraction. It big stretches every time you need it to.
Coriolis is a big stretch, bro. You guys
we're supposed to get 50 fucking inches of snow here, like in the next couple of days.
I heard. Yeah, you guys are getting pounded.
That's
awesome. Enjoy, man. I guess enjoy.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Buy a shovel when you're getting that big flex.
Just hanging out with AI and a few cats. Haas up in here. Some of the regulars. Cool. We're talking about coffee. Freezing weather. Got to get AMP. It's called AMP. It's caulking. It's special caulking.
Right, bro. Now, you know how everyone says that caulking must have been intentionally named to trip people up with the double entendre? It's actually it's actually true, man.
Okay. What do you got?
Yeah, I researched the etymology one day, and it appears from my studies that caulking, which we all know and love as white stuff that squirts out the end of a cylinder,
yeah, that's true.
It's actually named after birds squirting white stuff out of themselves. For real.
Okay, I believe you, bro. Dude, I 100% believe you. I'm just laughing my ass off because that's an awesome story, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, the guy who named it actually just named it after birds squirting their white stuff.
Squirting their white
Wasn't that strange? How strange is it, though, that caulk is also the sound the bird makes? Was it the sound or the action?
I don't know.
They were. Yeah. That's hard to believe, but yeah, I guess you learn something new every day.
Wow.
That's insane. I figured it was French.
It's so interesting. Yeah. Thanks, AI, man. You've enlightened my knowledge of where we live, bro. Amazing.
You're welcome.
How many times was Sticks and Shadow brought up in here today? I heard it like 3 times at least. I don't know, man. I could be wrong. Anyway.
Well, they brought that up a few times, but then they were saying, add another stick. Add another stick. They were like, now do it with 3 sticks. So it was like sticks on sticks on. It was like multiple, at least 10,000 sticks.
That sounds pretty sticky, bro. I don't know. That's a little sticky.
Well, dude, it's actually a great idea. See, if you had 14.7 billion sticks, you could just wrap them all around the globe and then prove it's a globe.
And each one is level with each other.
Well, they're divergent. Each one's divergent from each other, I think. I could be wrong. Yeah, if it was a globe.
Oh, AI would like this. We actually had somebody, they looked at my syllogism and then they went for, you have flat on globe. So they went for a flat globe.
Are you playing poker?
So what we're talking about is PlayStation Earth, where it's all made out of flat lines, but it looks like a circle if you put it in a 380p television.
Okay. You just gotta zoom out really, really, really far, right? It's so big it looks flat.
Man, I was hoping Alpha actually was on X tonight because I was actually awake and bloodthirsty. Alpha, you're fired. That's right. You heard it.
You guys talking about the flat Earth thing still?
Heck yeah, bro.
That's
what do you want to talk about? Better be that flat Earth.
That's crazy.
No, man, it ain't crazy. In fact, we just had a Tim Pool talk about it, right?
I don't know. I think it's kind of crazy.
Why?
It's crazy.
Yeah, but think about it. You just said talking about it. So are you saying talking about it's crazy or the flat Earth is crazy? Which one?
The idea is crazy.
I bet you don't know what the idea is.
I have a vague general concept of the ideas in play.
Okay, so the idea that water, when seeking equilibrium, lays flat and horizontal, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Why?
This is fucking crazy.
Yeah, but why?
Why is it not crazy?
That's what it does.
Yeah, I mean, dude.
I want to know why it's flat. Because I think it's crazy.
Dude, it's in the reference to water, dude. Water's flat, dude. What more do you need?
What about the land? What about the land
Go ahead.
on? Sorry. What about the land that the water is on? What if that wasn't
Land that
flat?
the water is on.
Yeah.
Wow. What?
Yeah.
Okay, so if
water doesn't just like exist in like
Your brain is shut off today, bro.
It just
There's mountains under the water, right, brother?
like water doesn't like float, like it rests on something, right?
Right.
Alright, so like land.
Gotcha.
So you're sticking with me this time?
Yeah, like let's call it the oceanic basins. How about that?
Yeah, thank you. So
Which are flat, by the way.
no, I think it's not flat.
No. The basin. Well, you may be right. The basin is actually a description of the whole thing, I think. But there's definitely plains that are under the ocean, and a lot of it's flat.
That's not where the curvature is, and even if it was, how is the curvature down there and then the surface of the water is flat? How is that even possible?
Oh, dude, let's run with this a little longer.
Come
bro.
on, bro.
It's absolutely crazy.
No, what you just said is retarded.
What, me or the flat Earth retard?
So you're saying that the bottom of the bottom of the container affects the surface of the water? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. It's like when I put my dishes in my dishwater, all of a sudden my dishwater's like got all these protrusions coming out of it that are shaped like water-shaped utensils.
Of course.
No, there wouldn't be protrusions. There would be like the water would seek to be like flat looking, but it would be like level.
Oh, that's weird. So it doesn't have anything to do with what's at the bottom then.
Yeah. It would be like round, but you wouldn't be able to see it unless you'd like zoomed out a lot.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Stop the cap.
So like if a boat was like sailing away like really far, you would start to see like the bottom half of it disappear from like.
What does it have to do?
Yeah, cool. So get to the part where not seeing something is seeing curvature. Go ahead.
Sure. So if there's like a boat, right, and it's like sailing away, you know that song, "Sailing Away." I forget how the lyrics go. It's basically it's called "Sail Away." Look it up.
Anya, I love that song. I have it on record, bro.
Yeah, so we're both sailing away from you, right? Wait, stick with me. We're almost there. We're almost there. I promise we're almost there. So the boat's like sailing away, and then it's like really, really far. As it goes far away, you could start to see like the bottom of it disappear, and then it starts more of it disappears until like all of it disappears. It isn't just like teleport away because it just the clouds. It just sort of like you got this thing where you know. You get it from
Sure.
I got you. Able to get it from this point, I think.
Right. So, can you put that in an argumentation form, or a logic string, or a syllogism that makes a point?
That means the Earth is round.
Well, no, it doesn't. Because if you say that, you're actually committing a logical fallacy.
The Earth is round.
So that's just a ipse dixit, barefaced assertion. So, where's the proof?
Well, that means the Earth is round.
Okay, so again, we have a repetition of an ipse dixit. So when you're gonna fix it, your ipse dixit and proves it.
I don't speak French, my dude.
Okay, that means you just said so. You just declared it.
Do you not get it? Do you not get why that would mean the Earth is curved?
No, it doesn't mean anything, dude. It means that you can't see the boat. So I asked you to put it in the form of an argument that carries the conclusion of a necessity that the Earth's a globe.
Why
do that?
Why would the Earth? I'm sorry. Why would the globe? Why was so fucking high right now? Why would the boat
don't care.
Cut off from the bottom up?
Look, hey, friend, I could care less. You're trying to tell me that this proves the Earth is a globe. I'm asking you to form it into which it does prove the Earth is a globe and carries the conclusion of a necessity by putting it into a logical argument and presenting it. That's all I'm asking. Is that too much?
Why would the boat, as it was sailing away...
Okay, one more time. You were asked to present a logic form of your argument.
By the way.
And so far, all you're saying is what-ifism. What if else? What if this? What if that?
Are you done yet?
Well, yeah, I'm waiting for you to give me the argument.
So why would the boat disappear from the bottom up?
Oh, my goodness. So your argument is why would the thing?
Do you have an answer?
So you don't actually have. I don't need an answer. You're supposed to be proving your claim.
That explains a lot.
Yes, you're supposed to be. You're supposed to be proving your claim, sucker.
That's so crazy to me.
All right, so so this is boring, bro. Boring, because you're not actually proving any of your claims, or even making claims that are logically coherent.
Why are you so mad? Calm down.
Because, bro, I have a finite lifespan.
I am playing. I'm actually losing this fucking game. I swear to God.
I just wasted 3 instances of listening to you say the same nonsense.
I'm just getting fucked. He's gonna build like a 50 billion material Appaloosa.
Well, hey, I mean that's what I would do if I just got logically eviscerated.
No, that's the guy who's gonna make the Appaloosa. I'm losing to the Appaloosa.
Cool story. So, where's your argument? Do you have it yet?
I want to know why the boat gets cut off from the bottom up. The boat gets further away, and you're like, "Where's the bottom?" And then it goes further, and like, "Wait, where's the middle?" And then it goes further away. It's like, "Wait, where's the top? It's all gone."
Right. So I can't see I can't see it. So the portion that I can't see is disappeared from my vision. Correct.
The bottom up, yeah, it goes from the bottom up, yeah.
Right, so that means that I'm not resolving light from the bottom portion of the boat, according to you, correct?
The light?
Yes, in order to resolve something in the image, you have to have resolved the light.
Is in the way. It's that the water, the curvature of the Earth is in the way.
I mean, that's a cool claim. When are you going to prove it?
Can you provide an alternative?
Yeah, watch it, friends. Can you prove your claim? Dude, hold on, brother. I just want to put this out, then I'm going to open the floor because, I'm sick of smacking my head against the retard wall. So,
you're going to get
can you prove it? The counter to the can you prove it would be to provide the proof, but rather than provide the proof being proffered is, what else could it be? That's
your
not
mic
proof,
is cracking,
right?
your voice is too loud.
I yield the floor.
Your mic is cracking. You're a bit too loud. I need you to calm down a little bit, okay?
Wait.
Look, we're going to get through this together. I believe in you.
To prove it, what if we, actually try the experiment to see it? Would you be against that?
You mean, getting in a boat and then sailing away a really long distance?
Yeah.
Until the boat, starts to cut off, over...
Yeah, that'd be, the ultimate proof, I would say.
I think that'd be really fucking good proof, my dude.
Doing the same thing again. Hold up, that's just doing the same thing again. That doesn't prove anything.
Why doesn't that prove anything?
Yeah, why wouldn't that prove it? It's I can't imagine.
You don't know whether it's Earth curve. You don't know whether it's Earth curve or whether it's an optical effect. If you just repeat it again.
Optical effect? What does that mean?
Yeah, it could be an optical effect brought about by refraction.
Yeah, you're not taking into account other variables, and you're just saying it has to be only this thing.
We can talk about
all the other variables that you haven't checked for, you dismiss all of those. You say it can only be this, not all the other variables.
Instead of just saying that, I mean, that's pretty much just a what if, but yeah, just instead of just saying, oh, what if it's this? Yeah, just show me the actual math and physics that supports that theory. Ours is
I'd rather show you a demonstration. So let's say you sailed the boat out a specific amount, and
right, I'm listening. Yeah,
let's say it was just it hadn't started disappearing from the bottom up, and then you just waited and had a time lapse, and just watch this video. The horizon itself, it would raise and lower according to the temperature and pressure, and it'll cover some of the boat and then cover some of the boat, and you'll see this bottom up obstruction that you're talking about.
That's
just from atmospheric conditions alone.
Sure.
That's crazy.
Okay, I don't.
That's
know
not
much
crazy.
about
There are
that,
time lapses that exist
I'll
like
assume.
this. Okay.
I'll assume.
Know for a fact that atmospheric conditions are at least one, at least one of the causes. It might be the only cause, or it might be one of multiple causes.
Atmospheric conditions is why the boat disappears from the bottom up. That's crazy.
Okay, I'll assume that.
Bro, it happened on time lapse. You're not changing the distance between you and the boat, so it's not going to be Earth curve, and yet the boat is being obstructed more or less based off of these atmospheric conditions. So now there's a question as to whether or not the Earth being a curve is possible.
We're moving too far ahead. I want to talk about that.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I want to assume that's correct. I don't know much about that factor, but let's assume that's correct, that it alternates up and down, whatever. So
where's that GIF that Indio always posts, or he posted back in the day?
Sorry, what?
Anyone got that GIF? Anyways, there's like a pretty.
I don't know what this river guy is talking about, but I just still want to know about why the boat disappears from the bottom up. Something atmosphere. I would want that claim down.
Yeah, I know the answer. Very simple answer. Because the portion of the colors that represent the bottom of the boat are not resolved in your vision. There's the answer, sucker.
Can you prove that?
Yes, because if they were resolved, you would see them. Holy crap!
Yeah, and that could also be Earth in the way, no?
You just asked me. You just asked me to prove that if I could see something, that I could see it, dude.
You're saying if X. Can't you imagine any other alternative to that?
AI, that doesn't exclude actual like obstruction. For instance, if I am looking out the window, right, and then someone comes passes, and I'm looking at the horizon, and then someone comes and passes in front of me, and he's obstructing the horizon. It's not that it's no longer resolvable. It's just that it's being blocked.
Well, he just said that he doesn't.
That's not what I said, dude. I said that the color from the object is not being resolved in my vision. That is still true. Anything you don't see, okay, that represents something you don't see is not presently being resolved in your vision. That is a truism. Can't be otherwise. I mean, good grief.
Yeah, I mean, I get that these are possibilities, but how do we know that that's... I know that these are possibilities, but how do we know that that's actually the factor?
But I don't care. I don't care, dude. You're the guys who said that this is why it's caused by Earth curve. You have to prove it, and instead of proving it, you just said, "What else could it be?"
I didn't say you're. I'm not saying that it's that you're just wrong. That's not my claim. I'm just coming in here to listen and question what you're.
Yeah, fair point. Yeah, that was the other slacker, Mister. What else could it be? And you're someone different. I recognize that now. Thank you.
Why wouldn't we just do an experiment?
What AI is saying is technically true. Like alternatively, he could have said, "I'm not seeing it because light's not entering my eye from it. Light's not being reflected from that thing to enter my eye."
Fucking retarded, isn't it?
But it's not. It doesn't address the actual thing. You know, that's why it's like kind of confusing.
No. Yeah, no. Wrong, Mr. Precise. I was very precise. I was very precise. Now, what you said is technically true, but what I said is more precise because it covers all things you can't see.
That's crazy.
I know, but it's not really like the answer to the question they had, which is why is like we can't see the bottom of the boat specifically, not why can't we see anything or whatever. You answered it more generally, and with the word like with resolving, you know.
Well, the point is,
it means that it's going to be not beneath the minimum angular resolution. It's not resolvable.
I know, but that's because they're dumb and they didn't ask what I meant by that. That's why.
That's crazy.
I was gonna grant you that. Let's just go with that. Like, sure, the fluctuations, atmosphere, whatever. So even with that, can't we travel even further and the atmosphere would overall, or like the curvature of the Earth would overall cover the boat, even with the fluctuations? We can measure the fluctuations, but just
so when does that? Lower. That's great. The problem is, bro, that the curvature of the Earth fails to show up half the time because half the time the globe says, "Oh, it's going to stop here," but then guess what? The boat goes 3 or 4 times further, and you can still see the sucker. So what? You take a day off?
Wait. So there's never a point where you can't see the boat?
That doesn't matter.
It's the only thing that matters.
Okay, no, that does matter.
No. If you're just saying that eventually I can't see the boat means the Earth's a globe, that's retarded. Because guess what? Hold on a second. Let me tell you why.
All right, here goes.
I'm not just gonna leave an insult and then not explain.
All right, go ahead, buddy.
Because the standard coefficient in the Rayleigh atmosphere extinction rate of atmospheric conclusion cumulative effect at approximately 300 to 350 miles, depending on the day, you can't see anything past that. The atmosphere becomes opaque.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'll try to.
Yeah. Why don't you laugh? I hope you weren't laughing at that.
The standard coefficient of the extinction event. Okay, whatever.
What was that?
Yeah. So why don't you? Yes, dude. That's actually a real thing. Let me explain it. No. Hold on, friend. Hold on.
Yeah, dumb it down for them.
Dumb it down for me. Come on, keep going.
Listen, there's stupid people listening on YouTube, so it's kind of like a window. A window looks absolutely transparent from close up. But if you stack 100 windows, you start to not being able to see through them, and eventually you get it to where you can't see anything.
How many people are listening on YouTube? 2, 3 dozen?
Whatever it is.
How many people you got on YouTube right now? More or less than 50?
Who cares?
Less than 50? You gotta look. That's sad.
I mean, that's how many people watch their mom's OnlyFans. So what's the difference?
You should probably just ignore that.
How many years have you been doing this? That's so fucking pathetic.
Dude, you want to know what our concurrent YouTube views over the years?
Concurrent? You mean like over time?
That's what I meant.
You have to count like that? Oh my god.
Yes. No, seriously, think about it. If you have a channel that pervades over time and it has way more views than some other channels, then you still have a lot of people have watched it. What's the difference?
Okay, most YouTube channels are like no one. It's only the top 5% that are worth a shit.
Yeah, you're right.
No, that's not how. Listen, bro. That's not how it works.
And who cares if it has a lot of views or not?
Things are worth to people what they're interested in. For goodness sakes.
You're wasting your life doing arguing.
Yeah, I want to dig in more into what you were saying earlier.
As the guy glued to a game
since you're not contributing, you just want to make fun of how many YouTube viewers. All right, go ahead. Ask the question.
What was the distance that we can't see anymore?
It depends on the day, but it's approximately 300 to 350 miles.
So we can't use any tool to like see that far either. Like I don't know.
Well, the atmosphere is supposed to be opaque. One second. The atmosphere is supposed to be opaque at that to visible light.
To the visible.
However, you may get more. You may get more with infrared. I'm not 100% sure on that, but it's not going to be a lot more. But I want to make a caveat. One caveat for you, bro. One caveat. I need one caveat.
Mm-hmm.
That coefficient is lateral, so it's not diagonal. So the atmosphere is thickest, the lowest to the ground, so it's going to have the most cumulative effect. And then as you raise in diagonals, you're going to get to be able to see further. So something in the sky, you'd be able to see much further.
Matter, right? You could just go in a straight line.
Yeah. Either way.
Yeah, if the Earth is flat, but if it's curved, then yeah, it starts getting more complicated, I guess.
Right, so you wouldn't see something eventually, no matter what. Eventually, no matter what, if something's going away from you, it's going to get too small to resolve. It's going to be hidden by the atmosphere. Either way, it's eventually not going to be seen. So if the answer is, I just can't see it eventually, proves the Earth is a globe, well, that's just dumb.
How long is the Earth, or the diameter of the Earth, I guess?
Diameter? Let's see, diameter, isn't that 1/2 pi r or something like that?
Well, I thought there'd just be a cohesive number between all the people who support the flat Earth theory. How long is the Earth?
How long is the Earth?
Yeah.
Diameter is 2R, bro.
This long. Can you see my arms?
I can't see your arms.
Well, then you'll just have
this
to
long. Can you see my dick?
Wait, so you don't know how long the Earth is?
What dude? Listen, bro. You know what I've been doing all day? I've been painting and caulking in 30-degree weather. You think I've been trekking to the extent of the Earth lately?
Well, somebody had to, not you specifically. I mean, if you guys
no, it's not true. It's not true that somebody had to. What if it's the case that nobody ever has?
Okay, wait. So you don't think anyone tried to find the?
Oh, I'm sure some dumbass tried and turned into a meat popsicle.
Okay, I'll just assume. Yeah, I guess neither of us know how long the Earth is then, or what the circumference is. Hey, what happens? So wait, what happens at the end, at the corners of the Earth?
Corners?
Yeah, like if you reach the end.
Well, I'll tell you what. When I get there, I'll send you the memo.
Nobody went there yet?
Space is expanding, right? The universe is expanding. What happened to the limit of the universe?
What's it expanding
When we reach
into?
the
Well,
end?
yeah, the universe, that's
Yeah,
space.
where's the?
The distance of objects in there, but the objects themselves, I mean, I don't think that's expanding as fast as the universe is.
Well, where's the edge of the universe that's expanding?
That's beyond the question, though. I'm asking how.
No, what do you mean beyond the question? What the hell
That
is
is
that
the
mean?
question. How's it beyond the question?
I'm asking you about the Earth, and then you're asking
Am I in
about
the
some, like,
Twilight
I could
Zone,
just
and I'm asking about the edge of the universe.
what you're saying is a relation here is like me saying, okay, how big is the Earth? And you're like, oh no, how big is a cookie?
No, the point
That's what
is,
she
the point
said.
is this.
Type of
Yeah,
relation
that's
making.
fair. Look, it's a simple point. The point is that the boundary of the universe is unknown. Okay? Yet people accept the paradigm of the universe within it, even though the boundary is unknown. So it's perfectly fine to have an unknown boundary to an extent which no one has ever reached, yet still live within the territory within the boundary without having any explicit knowledge about the boundary.
Who's traveled the furthest so far then? Like, I don't know. What's the farthest someone's traveled to find the edge of the Earth?
I don't know, Amelia Earhart.
Yeah, Amelia Earhart. She never came back because she's still trying to get there.
Interesting. I'll look more into that.
Well, you're not going to find her.
You know what's
Yeah,
great?
I
is
just want
this-
to read up on her now because I mean that sounds interesting.
Yeah, fair enough. Rumor has it that she got eaten by giant crabs. Rumor has it that she got them from Jimmy Hoffa. But anyway.
Well, that explains a lot.
But yeah, they actually are both buried in the same place.
So big.
But anyway. So why is it, my friend, that heliocentric, expanding Big Bang cosmogony and cosmologists get to believe in retroactive uniformitarianism and present universal uniformitarianism? But
I don't know what these terms mean.
okay, what that means is that physics and the assumptions of how things function, the cycles and times in which they take to do things, is the same throughout all of free space. That includes here and all the way to the end of the universe. And also the same retroactively in the past, even though that can't be validated. So the type of religion I just described, people get to believe in that. But if a flat earther says, you know what, water's flat and level, and if you go 1,000 miles to the right or 10,000 miles to the right or 1,000,000 miles to the right, it's still going to be flat and level because it's flat here, it's level here, it's going to be flat and level there. So why can a heliocentrist, Big Bang, expanding cosmogony farted out of the Big Bang's butthole gets to believe that physics are the same 5 jillion light years away, which they've never been, but a flat earther can't just say water's flat and level everywhere. It doesn't matter how far you go out.
The answer to your question is one word: indoctrination.
Yes, and another one, which I'm going to try to get with one word, with a connotation, is zealotry, of the religious kind. Because, my friend, the idea, and keep in mind it's an idea, that what we experience locally must necessarily be the same ad infinitum to the far reaches as far as we can travel when we've never been there and have no freaking clue. It's pure art. It's pure philosophy. Some might even say a religious proposition. So if I have to show you the boundaries of the flat Earth in order for the Earth to be flat, then you have to show me the boundaries of the universe in order for heliocentric gobbledygook, religion made up, atheistic Big Bang fart hole nonsense, spasmoidia is true. Is that fair?
I don't know.
If you say yes, think about it this way. If you say yes, we're on equal terms. If you say it's not fair, then it's unfair for people in the heliocentric view to use the same type of nonsense excuse about the boundaries of the universe. So no matter what, I win.
Well, on one side, I mean, I guess there's been more people who put effort into defining the heliocentric one, but yeah, I guess that's what you call a religion. And so
well, I'm glad we agree. But you know what? One thing isn't
I don't agree with religion, but that's what I see. That's how you see it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's entirely a philosophical proposition that's based on faith.
Oh yeah, I agree that there's a degree of faith, but I think there's more faith involved with the flat Earth theory than.
How so? How does it require faith to know that water's flat and level? How does that require faith?
Flat and level, flat and level, flat and level.
I mean, seriously, this seems like the concept of water being flat and level and the benchmark standard from which we derive these terms and use them practically has been known throughout all civilizations throughout antiquity that have any literature. So much so that water is literally, like I said, the benchmark standard for that very term.
No, yeah, that's going to be a long conversation because I mean we're going to talk about gravity and everything, and yeah, I am not.
No, dude. I mean, why would I need to talk? Why would I need to talk about something that's not the actual frickin' water? Think about it, dude. Why would I need to talk about extra stuff? The water's the water.
Yeah, but just because you can't see it, like, do you believe in electromagnetism? I mean, you believe in light, at least.
What?
Oh, why are you only focused on water? Why, like, you don't believe that there are forces acting on the water?
Okay, one more time. Water is water, right?
And water behaves in certain ways.
Right. So if I say water's flat and level, the correct question isn't to ask me, is there forces acting on the water? If the contrapositive to that, the counter argument to that, is that water's wrapping around a giant ball. Because one would be curved and one would be flat. So a conversation about magical, mystical forces that may or may not be at play is irrelevant. You just have to demonstrate that the water's actually curved, and problem solved. You proved your point.
I guess I don't fully understand. So can't water take up the shape of its container? The container could not be flat, can it? Maybe I'm going off of
any container you put water in, the surface of the water's flat. You tilt the container. The surface is flat. You tilt the container, the surface orients itself horizontal and flat.
Yeah,
in fact,
I got you.
Check this out.
You left out the part where about the top of the water. Yeah, okay. I see
right, but check this out. Check this out.
Mm-hmm.
Check this out. This is the cool part.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that water on the surface is flat and horizontal is actually used, the fact that it behaves that way, as the benchmark standard for leveling things.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody takes a trough of water and says, I'm going to use a trough level to curve something. Nobody takes a water level, which is actually just a long tube, with two ends being held at a certain point, so the water level is then marked at where the water is within the tube, and says, hey, bro, can you take this water level to the other end of the building to get the curve? No, that's not how anybody uses any of this stuff.
Isn't that the same concept?
In fact, the only time... Go ahead.
Isn't that the same like issue where like someone questions like if you have a really, really giant circle and you're a really small object on it, it just looks flat?
I mean, that's a cool story, but I find it interesting that any time we're to go back to talking about this magical curved water, it's always a cool story.
No, but what's your opinion on that? You don't believe that it would be flat from your perspective?
It's irrelevant to the point.
I want to know what you believe in, though. I'm trying to dissect it. Do you believe it's flat?
Well, see, here's the proposition. Here's the proposition. If you say if this, then couldn't this happen? That's cool and all.
I'm dissecting your point, though.
But that's not how I operate. Yeah, my point is, friend, that water is flat and level. That's the point.
No matter the distance, I guess. Yeah. I mean.
Well, you said it yourself.
I'm going to take the privilege. I'm going to take the privilege of uniformitarianism, and if water's flat and level here, then it's flat and level the heck over there too. There you go. Problem solved.
Wait. Okay, so is it possible to make water not flat and level?
Yeah, you can spit it out of your mouth.
You could put it on a hydrophobic plate and drop a little droplet on there, and it'll form a globule with the electrostatic surface tension.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so you'd believe it is possible for it to not be flat on the surface, then? That's a step.
Water at rest, Einstein.
Here's one for you. I could also buy off of Amazon a spheroidal ice cube maker. I could then pour the water in it, freeze it, take the water in my hand and hold it as a ball and be like, "Bam, it's a ball."
Sorry, liquid water.
Thank you. I was actually hoping you'd be intelligent enough to say liquid water, because some morons say that's not water, it's ice.
So, but you do believe that it's possible for water to not be flat, liquid water to not be flat on the surface.
I already gave you one demonstration that anybody can do, right? That would have a globule of water where it wouldn't be flat on the surface. However, even in that scenario, some pedantic. Hold on now. Check it out. Here's where it gets raw. Because even though I formed a globule, right? Some mathematical pretentious Duber snaps will come in here and be like, "Oh, but if I zoomed in there and I had a vector formation scalar quantum equation, it would be flat as I zoom in." So it's not. Listen, the argument is not. Listen, friend. The argument is not. If all of these things were extraneously present, water might be curved. Okay? No, water is flat. If you think water is curved, instead of asking, "Well, what if it was, but you couldn't tell?" Why don't you show me where I can tell and prove that it's curved, and then we can all go home. Water's flat, bro. That's the way it is. If you believe it's curved, that's fine. That's your belief, and I'll agree you believe it. But if you wanna prove it to anyone, then you need to have something other than, "Well, maybe it is, but I just can't tell."
Hold on, Kibo. You flat-spacked yourself, because once you figured out we were talking about the surface, you go, "Yeah, it's flat." But then you go, "We can splash it around, though, right, guys?" Yeah, you already flat-spacked yourself. Let's stick to reality. Let's stick to the way water is in reality. Not what ifs.
There are forces acting on the water. Sure, water.
Yeah, and whatever forces you want to chant, the water at its surface remains flat and level. You said it yourself.
Wait. No, I didn't. Did I say that?
Yeah, you did. Once you figured out,
then I misspoke. I'm sorry. If I said that, I misspoke.
You're full of shit. You said once you figured out. Listen, once you figured out we were talking about at its surface, how that was lost on you, I don't know. But anyways.
Okay. If I said that, then I misspoke. Okay. I'm trying to be honest here.
Okay. We're fair. We're being fair with you, bro. So, for example, you proffered the idea that water's being acted upon by forces. Okay. Now watch this, bro. This is how easy this is. Okay. Water's affected by forces which hold it down. Okay. Therefore, the earth is flat because down is perpendicular to horizontal, which is also synonymous with vertical in the towards the earth direction, which we define as down. So the forces holding it down prove the earth is flat. Now, if you want to counter me, you have to prove what again? That the water's curved. There's no way out of this equation, friend, unless you prove that the water is actually curved. Talking about forces doesn't do that. Talking about, well, maybe it is, but I just can't tell, doesn't do that. Okay, so water is flat and level. It's flat and level here. It's flat and level there. If you believe it's curved, I'm happy for you. I recognize your belief, and I'll fight for your right, and I already have, for your right to believe your beliefs and your freedom of speech to state your beliefs. But if you want to prove your beliefs, then you got to bring some proof.
I mean, I don't think we can prove at the level of, like, none of us have observed all these scenarios, so I don't know if we can actually prove anything. But here, I want to try to, ask a question related to this.
I've observed water. Well, everyone has.
I know, me too.
Yeah, but have you observed water with different forces? Like, I don't know. Okay, wait.
Oh, yeah, we already described it. We already described it. Look, we already sat on the table. But just before you go, bro, I don't want you to say, "Did you observe water with forces?" Because we already gave you examples of it.
Okay, I just wanted to ask, do you believe that there are people in the International Space Station that experience weightlessness?
You mean the high altitude rigmarole? The high altitude rigmarole simulator?
The tin can space.
Then that's a no,
space yeah, the Houston green screen.
No, there's nothing wrong. Think about it this way, friend.
Part of the lore.
I just want to put these arguments to you. Imagine this. A flat plane, something above it. People inside it. People inside it appearing to levitate. That has nothing to do with the fact that they're above a flat plane. So again, this has nothing to do with the argument proper. The burden to bear on your side, if it's the case that you want to bear it, to prove the Earth is a sphere, requires that the Earth be a sphere. Not that there's objects above it. Objects above it don't make the Earth a sphere. You follow that?
No, sorry, I had a message. Can you say that again?
No problem. Yeah, so ISS. Okay, cool. An object. Cool. People inside it. Cool. People high. Cool. Above a flat plane. Bingo. So objects above an other object doesn't make the other object anything.
I'm not sure how that relates.
Yeah, it's very simple. So I have in my hand my Great Seal of the United States, Washington, D.C., Freedom Coin for my service and sacrifice in Iraq in a little plastic thing, and I'm holding it above my truck. Therefore, my truck is a Cadillac convertible sedan. Does that logic follow? No, because the coin I'm holding above my truck doesn't change the structure of my truck in any way whatsoever.
I was confused on how that relates to the earlier points you were talking about.
It relates like this. So far, everything you've offered has not been even addressing the argument itself about whether the Earth is curved or not. Not one argument you've proffered so far can even begin to arbitrate whether the Earth is curved or not. Now, that's not saying anything bad. I'm just saying that the arguments don't address the point.
Satellites above the truck don't make the truck curve. That's what he's saying.
Oh, okay. I guess you understood my point differently, because I wasn't saying that the space station was making the Earth curved. I was going to say if you believed in it, then I was going to make a point on that, but you don't believe in it, so I can't
Who
make a point
cares?
on
No, I didn't say I didn't believe in it.
Wait, but so you do believe in it, or you don't?
No, how about this? How about you make an argument with your own points, your own premises, regardless of who does or doesn't believe in them.
Yeah, but it's easier
Give
to
valid premises.
your beliefs.
But dude, listen, I already told you, I appreciate your beliefs. I'm welcome for you to have beliefs. Okay? I've fought in the military to protect people's freedoms if you believe in the military protecting freedoms. Do you believe in that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then according to your beliefs and the beliefs of the beliefs about protecting beliefs, then you get to have your beliefs. But I'm waiting for the proof. So if you want to talk about beliefs, by all means, we can keep talking. We can become best buddies. You share me your beliefs, I'll share you my beliefs. Right?
Believe that there's a.
But I'm just saying, if you want to prove it, it's a different story, man.
Yeah, but the proof. Yeah, none of us actually have like literal first-hand proof. So I mean, for either side.
Well, why don't you just tell us what you believe? The ISS belief. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say like, well, I mean, you're gonna disregard it because you don't believe in it. I was gonna say up there, I mean, we have footage of people with water and it doesn't hold that flat surface shape.
Holy crap. So check this out, friend. We already conceded to you that water, okay, under its own forces of electrostatics, surface tension, molecular cohesion, intermolecular bonds, and intermolecular bonds, okay, in a hydrophobic environment or a neutral environment, it's going to form little globules. Holy crap. What does that have to do with the Earth?
Well, then why isn't it in a globule then?
Why isn't what in a globule? The oceans?
The water on the Earth.
Holy crap! Let me tell you why. Because the aggregate weight of the entire water overcomes the molecular forces and the electrostatic forces that would normally globulize water. For goodness sakes, isn't that obvious? You know, like if you take a raindrop.
Wait.
Or
how does
take a teardropper. What are you talking about?
Like, how does the water know to go up, right, left, or down? How does that work?
That's very simple.
Wait.
Because if it didn't go down, it would be retarded.
Wait, that's not a very good explanation, I don't think.
No, it's awesome. Let me tell you why, friend. Because this is our home. This is our home. And in order for it to be our home, we have to be able to use it. And if things just went every which way, arbitrarily, it'd be stupid. Right? And since we live in a coherent environment, right? The fact that things go down and up, left and right, depending on certain circumstances that we know of and we can expect, that makes our lives coherent instead of stone cold retarded.
Yeah,
so in other words, the reason why these things happen is intent, purpose, design.
Intent, purpose, design. Designed by someone or something, or
it's obvious by someone. I mean, that's stone cold on its face obvious.
Wait, so you believe in a God that designed all of this?
No, I don't believe in God at all.
Then who designed it?
Oh, no, friend. That's not how it works. You see, when I said I don't believe in God at all, it's because I know God.
You know what you don't believe in?
Well, that depends. What do you mean by believe? Do you mean believe in just acceptance of a proposition as being true? Or do you mean as believe as in accepting a proposition to be true, especially without evidence? Which one?
I was just asking if you believe that something existed. So God in this case.
Yes, fair. But I forgot to ask you what you mean by believe, because there actually is different terms applying to believe that parses out the difference. Hold on a second. Parses out the difference between beliefs and knowledge. Because knowledge is something more than just a belief. So, for example, you told me that you believe in this giant water ball, but you can't prove it. So you can't possibly have knowledge of it because it's going to maintain a belief until you prove it to yourself.
I can't prove that the Earth is flat either. I can't prove either one. But
no, you don't have to prove the Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. I mean, what the heck is there to prove?
Assuming everything's consistent, though, all the way through.
Everywhere I've
Is there a time when it's not consistent? Does the regularity of nature break down at some point?
The assumption is curved.
You wouldn't believe it because, I mean, I believe in that there's black holes and, time differences way out in space.
Bet you do.
Of course. I mean, of course you have tons of beliefs about things way out in space that some guy told you and gave you an eloquent explanation for that you have no way to validate whatsoever, so you accepted it on faith. Yeah, we all understand that that's what happened.
I do have faith. No, I do have faith on that. I'm not going to try to prove that one to you. That one's more out there.
Where's the time?
Wait, hold on. I was still trying to ask you, though, do you believe in the existence of God?
God doesn't exist, Brent.
Then what was the design thing you were talking about? I didn't understand that.
See, you messed up again. See, because I didn't ask you what you meant by exist, and you didn't ask me what I meant by exist. God is.
God is? I don't understand that.
Okay, so being reality, right? The only entity that simply is contingent. So
you cut out. Wait, hold on.
Hold on a second. I got to reset my stupid stereo.
You keep bringing up God as if it's a belief. He knows God. That's what he's trying to tell you. It's not a belief. He knows
God. But he also say he doesn't believe in it. So he doesn't believe in what he knows? I don't understand that.
No, yes, but it depends on how you parse out the word believe. I understand that the word believe has the connotation of acceptance of a proposition as true. So in that case, yes, I do believe. However, I don't accept the word do I believe in God as if it's just a belief. Which some people would say. Right, but he doesn't exist either. I know God doesn't exist.
But you believe in that thing that doesn't exist.
Well, what does existence mean? That's the difference, you see. I'm actually being a slight pedantist here. Okay? Just to make a point. That God is. He is the eternal, non-contingent being. The source. Everything else, ergo, must be not the source and contingent. Therefore, it has to come from God, and the word existence needs to come out of. So the only things that exist are things that come out of God.
Okay, so that God.
Now that being said, check this out. Here's the cool part. If God exists or if God doesn't exist, right? The proposition of whether the earth is curved or not, logically, right? Regardless if God is the grounding of logic or a magic space fart is the grounding of logic, logic dictates that in order for the earth to be a ball, it must be curved, wrapped around itself, like a sphere should do. Right? So the arbiter of this proposition is not whether God exists or not. The arbiter of this proposition is whether the earth is actually curved, like the religion of heliocentric Big Bang expanding cosmogony believes. Does that make sense?
I mean, what you said makes sense, but it started deviating from what we were talking about earlier.
We're talking about flat Earth. That's what we've been talking about this entire time.
Yeah, but they're like subtopics within this topic. Okay, so
I get
we were
I
talking about.
gotcha.
We were talking
about. Let me ask this question, Let me ask this question before we go on. Let's segue that previous conversation. Let me ask this question: if the Earth is demonstrably flat, wouldn't that mean that the entire proposition of all this nonsense, chancy-wancy, gobbledygook is wrong, and that the Earth is obviously, blatantly, explicitly designed and created? Yes or no?
I'm sorry, I couldn't cover the whole. What's if the Earth is flat? Say that again.
A flat Earth can't come about by the naturalistic paradigm. Ergo created. Period. End of story. Full stop. Now, yes or no?
I believe there was a designer. So yeah, I believe everything was made by a designer.
Fair.
Regardless if it's flat or a sphere Earth.
Correct. However, in any naturalistic sense, you really couldn't get a flat Earth, right?
Any naturalistic sense. I mean, if you ignore other variables, sure, then.
Well, let's be a little liberal here and say that if the Earth is flat, right, then the complete idea about the origins of the cosmos and the forces at play that led to our present day delusion of a giant globe, sphere, monkey tard ball, would be absolutely nonsense, right? So that entire physics paradigm that they tried to tell you is how we got to where we are today would be completely bombed into oblivion, right? In other words, if the Earth is flat, then all these alleged scientists that told you all this paradigm of how we got here with the expanding Big Bang, coalescent gravity fart balls floating in the cosmic void would be a big pile of horse crap, right?
Yeah, I mean, if it was true, yeah, if the Earth was flat, it would be.
Right. So transversely, if the Earth was curved, like they claim, then it would actually have curvature. But since it doesn't, the Earth is flat. So therefore, their story is a piling, steaming, horse dung, smelly stank, right?
Well, that's a debate, though. You're saying the Earth is flat. That's the whole thing we're trying to talk about.
Right. But the point I'm trying to get you to understand is that the arbiter of this proposition is whether the Earth is curved or flat. So if it's curved, it's curved. If it's flat, it's flat, right? In other words, gravity isn't the thing to talk about. Some dudes flying in a tin can isn't the thing to talk about. Whether good girls like bad boys for whatever reason isn't what we need to talk about. What we need to talk about is whether the surface is curved. Right?
Yeah, right angles. Yes.
Right. So the crux of the issue comes down to whether the Earth is actually curved or not, or it's flat or not. Right. All those other conversations are like just keep getting away from the point.
Wait, so how do we go about this conversation then if we're not allowed to have those other sub conversations?
Well, dude, it's simple. You just measure the water, and if the water's flat, then the Earth's flat. End of story. Full stop.
Yeah, if you're born into a world and you experience that world and everything you experience it about that world, people are teaching you the opposite of what you experience. What do you go with? What you're taught or what you experience?
How many references to horizontal does it take to make a globe?
Are you asking about like the zoom in circle straight line thing?
I mean, you've made every effort to make reference to flat Earth geometry, and then your conclusion has been the opposite of your observation. So,
I was saying that it appears straight. I didn't say that it was straight, but
well, like a Phantom Morgana, do you think, let's say the boat is appearing to float in the sky? Do you think it's really like floating?
Who cares?
Well, it is where it is.
I mean, that's a cool story, dude.
I guess an analogy here for that earlier point, because you were saying, okay, so you're saying since you see water is flat.
Fair point,
right?
friend. Fair point. Check this out, friends. I didn't go through all that pain and toil to get this guy to the crux of the issue, to then talk about things that aren't the crux of the issue. So for the love of God, if you're going to come in next, for the love of God, talk about measuring the Earth flat. That's the next point. Measuring the Earth flat or measuring the water flat, which would then carry the conclusion that it's not curved, which would defeat the proposition that it's a ball because balls have to have curvature.
Yeah, okay. So I was just trying to get to what you're saying, like, since you observe the water is flat, it must be flat everywhere else, right?
Oh, well, I mean, look, if water's flat, right, and the physics of water, hydrostatic equilibrium, and Pascal's principle, and water level, and all these other principles dictate that if water's flat here, it's flat every frickin' where.
Wait, why do you believe in all those principles?
He's not talking about beliefs. Sorry, AI, I had to say that.
Yeah, fair.
Well, why do you bring them up then?
What?
Those principles.
Because they're not beliefs, dude. They're direct knowledge.
I get about beliefs. I'm not about beliefs anymore. Why do you bring those up?
Because that's the whole crux of the issue.
Pascal's, what was that again?
That's the principle that the surface of water is flat.
How do you come?
Any liquid.
Okay, but do you accept that as the truth, right?
Well, like Kibo, do you accept there are natural laws or not?
Yeah.
You do accept there are natural laws, yeah?
Yeah, that there are natural laws.
And those natural laws would make things happen the same way every time because they're operating consistently, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So then if water is flat, that means natural laws are making it that way.
There's no belief about it, man. You keep asking him.
What's the law that water is flat? Like, how do I find this?
You said you accept that there are natural laws, right?
I accept that there are natural laws, but you're saying that this is the natural law.
I'm telling you, there are multiple natural laws. There are multiple natural laws, and they combine together to get consistency and let's say predictability.
Now, keep in mind, up until this
what are all the natural laws? How many are there?
It doesn't matter.
Infinite, actually.
Infinite, but then how do you choose which ones you believe in, or which one is true to you?
You're asking, is it possible for water to be curved in one section of the world, but in another section not to be curved? Well, no, that would mean a different set of laws have to be being applied for it to be different.
Yeah, and our difference is that we believe in different laws, I guess.
Do we see natural laws working differently in different places? Do we see that?
Dude, what in the heck, dude?
We've seen
what friend. What natural law has anything to do with your idea that water's wrapped around a giant ball? What natural law?
I'm not sure if I understand what you mean by natural law, actually.
You just said that basically that if someone believes water's flat and level everywhere, that they believe in a different natural law than you. So I'm asking you to parse out what the possible heck you mean by that.
I don't think I said that. If I did, then...
Oh, you said it, homie.
Can you... Wait, you're recording this on YouTube, right?
His misspeak counter just keeps going up and up.
Hey, it's fine. Look, it's fine. We'll give you a mulligan on that because, basically that was like stone cold retarded. So we'll just assume you're not that and just let it slide.
I'm allowed to make mistakes, right? No?
Your belief that water is curved is the problem, dude. It's your belief that water is curved.
Friend. So check this out, friend. Hold on, bro. Hold on.
I want you to tell me the laws that you believe in. I want to know.
No. I'm going to explain it to you. It's very simple. So, go into your mind space. We're gonna build something together. We're gonna build a swimming pool with a deep end and a shallow end. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna dig a 50-foot long trench, 5 feet deep and 20 feet wide. That's the trench. The entire bottom is 5 feet deep. It's 20 feet wide, 50 feet long. It's a rectangle. We're then going to line that with cement and cover the cement in waterproofing. Right? It's going to be perfectly level with the ground, in-ground pool, with cement slope going up to it, right? So the kids can get in there. So what we have here is we have a 5-foot deep pool. Oh, crap, guys. We forgot the deep end. Did anybody catch it? We forgot the deep end because it's all 5 feet. So it's very simple, friends. All it will do is we'll fill up one half of the pool with 5 feet of water, and then we'll just put a hump of water 10 feet high on the other half, and now we have a deep end, guys. Is that going to work?
Bro, I'm thinking this guy's going to say yes.
Without any other factors, it won't work. No.
So were you about to say yes? Did you have an inkling to say yes just now?
I said no just now.
Oh, okay. Thank God.
Right. So we all understand how. So we all understand. Check it out, friend. We all understand how water works now, don't we? It's not a guessing game.
Ignoring certain factors, yeah.
Okay, water lays flat and level. Water is level on both sides of the pool. If you tilt the pool, the water runs to the other side. You can't slope the water on one side, and you can't hump the water to get a deep end. That stuff don't work. That's the ubiquitous human experience throughout antiquity, throughout all literature, and through everybody's eyeballs and all recorded history, all videos, everywhere. It's never been a different.
Without any other forces, yeah, I agree.
Okay, that's a cool claim. Think about this, friend. That's a cool claim. That's a cool claim. Now go ahead and prove it.
Yes, sir. Show those extra forces. Show those extra forces curving water.
Well, you want me to show you some
in an experiment?
Case where the water is
in a controlled experiment that we can control the dependent and independent variables. Can you do that?
No, I can't because you haven't seen the experiment.
Oh. All right. So if you can't prove something what you're saying with an experiment, then why should we believe you?
Same for you, your side. I can't see what you're experimenting too.
But
I don't need to experiment. Yeah, but fair point. But we don't need to experiment. There's no experiment needed to understand that water does what it does. It's literally human experience. Secondly,
any other forces, yeah.
Yeah. Secondly, you could show me a little globule of curved water all day long with hydrostatic and electrostatic intermolecular bonds and all of those whatever forces going on, surface tension, all that. That's cool. What does that have to do with the Earth?
Yeah, when you say that's cool, like, are you saying that that's possible, or are you just saying that that's impossible?
No. Listen, we already seeded the point that you take a hydrophobic plate, you drop a little water on it, and it'll bead up into a little globule. Everybody knows this. Okay, that doesn't mean that because I can make a little globule roll around on a little hydrophobic plate, or I could do the Leidenfrost effect on a really hot pan and get the same effect. That doesn't mean that the oceans are curved around a giant ball, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, you couldn't do that with the oceans.
How do you prove that the Earth doesn't have a giant plate that makes the water do that?
You can only prove a positive, sir. You can only prove a positive. You can't prove a negative. So.
Wow. So the Earth is on a giant. The Earth is rolling around on a giant hydrophobic plate. Wow.
Well, I mean, how do you prove that?
I'm not asking you.
What if I believe that? How do you convince me?
Dude, you could rub a balloon. You could rub a balloon on your hair.
I don't care. You don't seem to understand what's going on here. I don't care what you believe. I've already told you. I've fought for your beliefs, and I'll continue to fight for your beliefs. You can have your beliefs till you're blue in the face. I'll even allow you to form a 501c3 church of your beliefs. I'll even send you a small donation to help you get started. I might even help you build the building.
What's the point of this debate? Is it not to convince
the point of this debate?
Beliefs?
The point of this debate is that you've been asked for proof that the Earth is a globe. You've provided zero.
Yeah, but the point of the debate is to provide proof, which you would like to result in changing someone's beliefs, or no?
There he goes with beliefs again, man. He's not talking about belief.
No, but what's the point of delay? What's the point of this debate then?
He's not talking about belief.
The point of this debate is to let you know the Earth is flat. Okay, that's what it is, Holmes.
To let me know that the Earth is flat, which results.
Yes, we got to the arbiter of the proposition, which is whether the water is curved or not. So all we got to do. Curved or not.
What do you live in the Stone Age?
AI, you cut out. Cut out AI if you're still talking.
Oh, yeah. That's because batteries don't last forever. So, friend, we already agreed that if it's curved, it's curved. If it's flat, it's flat. We already conceded that water's water and it does what it does, and it does what it does everywhere. And if the surface of the water is curved, it's curved. If it's not, it's not. Right? Are we all on board now, or what?
Yep. Ignoring other variables, yeah.
He's not ignoring other variables. Look, dude, you could rub a balloon, get that static electricity on the balloon, barely turn on your kitchen faucet sink where there's a small stream coming out of it. Put the balloon next to that water without touching the water, and it'll bend the water, right?
And therefore the water isn't flat. That's why I'm saying.
Do that. Dude, hold on, or you cut me off. Do that same thing with a body of ocean and tell me what the balloon does to the ocean. So you're acting like these minuscule. You're acting like these minuscule experiments are equivalent to massive bodies of water when they're not even. It's nowhere. It's ridiculous, dude.
Wait, are you saying you can never do that?
Kivo, hold on, dude. Kivo, before the spoon was pressed into the water, it was flat.
Yeah, but
let that sink in. What do you mean? Yeah, but
I'm trying to make this more specific because you were saying the water is flat, and I'm saying ignoring other variables, and then it sounds like you agree with me.
That's right.
You introduced.
So when you said when you claimed to have misspoke earlier, we were talking about water being in a container, and then you weren't really following along. We were talking about the surface. So if you have a container,
the word surface was never
if you have a container,
clarification.
If you have a container, a bucket, and it's full of water, the water at the surface, what is that water? We're not tapping it with a spoon. Hello?
So yeah, the surface of the water of the container?
Of the water in the bucket.
Yeah. The top is flat because there's no other forces.
Okay, it's flat. What do you mean there's no other forces acting on it? Yeah. What do you mean, like wind, a spoon tapping on it?
That's not what the oceans are.
Not sure, why not?
Yeah, the oceans are turbulent indeed. But water will be seeking, if not sought level, it will be seeking level. It'll seek equilibrium. Once it's found that at its surface,
without any forces,
it will be flat.
It will reach equilibrium.
It'll be flat.
Disturb equilibrium.
Correct.
Forces.
Correct. No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Kivo.
Yes, it will be flat at equilibrium.
Okay. Welcome to Flat Earth. Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth because
welcome to Flat Earth. Where you ignore all the forces.
Time out, bro. Time out, bro. Dude. You're just hold on. You're skipping past this. What's going on is they told us we're on a ball that's covered at its surface with 70. At its surface is 70% plus covered in water. That's the lore. But in reality, like when you fill up a bucket, we are able to acknowledge that at its surface it's flat. So if that's what do you mean? Okay, yeah. So the nature of water here in reality,
without other forces,
it defies what they show us on the textbook cover, the blue marble.
No, because those
that's the whole point.
Those have other forces.
That's the whole point.
What are the whole point, bro? What are the other forces?
That bucket of water is somewhere on that textbook blue marble.
You're just going to keep talking about.
No, he's thick.
He keeps saying.
What are these other forces that he's talking about?
He keeps saying without other forces, but yeah, exactly. What are
this weird caveat that he's going? What is it? Your future wild card? I mean, it's weird.
There's different forces that can act on water to make it not flat. It could be gravity.
But they can't act on the bucket.
Can you measure any of these?
These forces.
Gravity's not force.
Gravity is not
the force. There's a lot of people talking.
Sorry, hold on. Let me say this real quick. These forces can act on an entire ocean body of water, but they cannot act upon the bucket.
So can you show a measurement of any of these forces you speak of, sir? Yes or no? Can you measure any of these forces?
Can
I want you to record. I want you to record these forces you speak of, and then reproduce an experiment where we can control some of these forces and to see if you're right. Because otherwise, it's just your opinion, isn't it? It's just your hypothesis. Otherwise, isn't it? No proof.
When water falls from like a waterfall, there's a point in there it's not flat, right?
Oh my lord, bro!
You're nonsense right now, mate. You're not showing. You're not telling me whether you can prove these.
Nonsense. I'm asking about a waterfall. You don't believe in waterfalls?
Yeah, that's water. It's going. It's changing. The water is changing elevation, going into a pool at the bottom, and that would be flat.
Flat. So are you going to keep? There is a point in where the water is not flat, though, right?
So are you going to give me these forces or not?
Water. Listen, water is seeking level. It's running from the mountain force, the mountaintops down to the forests and to the rivers and the oceans and the seas. So instead of being vague and just saying the forces, unless other forces, just get to it. What are you talking about?
Yeah, to me, that force is gravity. To you, what is that force?
Can you measure that? Can you measure that force or not?
Gravity?
Yeah. Can you measure it?
I mean, it's what is that? Gravity is 9.8.
Right, but okay. So you think you can measure it. Okay, so before you measure something, you have to define it first. So define it for me, then show me how you measured that. Go ahead.
Define gravity?
Yep, and then show me how you measured it.
I mean, yeah. Well, I guess we'll keep going back and forth because.
So you don't know.
Detail.
Okay.
It's
so you
the
don't know.
force
All right.
that an object has that pulls another object.
You see, so do you notice the ignorance you have on this, or not?
Where do you see that in nature? Sorry, man.
No, it's all right. I just want him to realize that he's just talking
gravity is a mystery. Yeah, I don't fully understand gravity. I'll admit to that.
Well, a minute ago, you said you could measure it. You told me a number. You spewed out a number of measurement of some sort of unit.
Well, on that part, that's different. On that part, can't we measure like how fast something falls?
Right, but is that gravity we're measuring or something else?
I think so.
It's
okay. What is gravity?
All you're doing is measuring the rate it falls within a specific medium. Once you change the medium from air, which you drop it in, the water, you're going to get a different reading. If you drop it in mercury, you're going to get a different reading. All of it is based on relative of the object that you're experimenting with and the medium you're dropping it in. What are you talking about? Gravity, dude.
Yeah, but what's that?
Can't even define it.
That still pulls it down, though.
I know, but you can't even define gravity, bro. Bro, you can't even define it, and you're telling us you can measure it.
I admit it.
Well, he just gave a reference to flat Earth. Gravity is a flat Earth term, so he just referenced down. That's perpendicular, exactly vertical to horizontal. He is a flat earther. He just doesn't know it.
Yeah. Almost every single thing on the face of the earth is more dense than air. So when you drop that thing in the medium of air, it's going to fall through air.
But why does it go down?
Once you change the medium, you drop the same object in a different medium, you'll get a different result. How do you not get this?
Yeah, but why does it go down?
We already told you the answer to it. Because
things go up.
Going all over the place to be retarded, that's why.
Yeah, but why doesn't it go down?
Up. Some things go up.
Like,
depending on what medium you drop them in. Dude, the apple that fell on Newton's head will float in water until that apple is completely saturated in water, which is the medium. It won't fall. The apple won't fall in water until it's completely saturated in water.
Yeah, but it actually doesn't matter.
Absorb that medium before it goes down.
We got you, dude. We got you, but it's irrelevant.
It's all
things go up and down.
Variable.
It doesn't matter. Thanks.
My bad.
Okay, things go up and down. Up and down is perpendicular to horizontal. Horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon, meaning the Earth is horizontal. So thanks. Flat Earth proven. The end. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks in the back. Bathrooms on the left. Deal with it.
If you got them.
Exactly.
I can't believe AI put up with that shit, man. That's crazy. And he kept saying beliefs. Like it's a belief.
Right, so you don't care that I believe in flat Earth, though?
No, you believe water's curved, but you know it's not. That's what's crazy.
Wait,
you know it's not. You just believe it is. Because belief is different than knowing. Like AI was trying to tell you. You believe it's curved, but you know it's not.
Yeah.
All liquid
belief is acceptance. Yeah, acceptance without evidence is belief. So don't really believe in flat Earth. We know it's flat. I believe my team is the best, but I know they're not going to win.
Yeah, so here's a question. See if you guys can do the math on this. All right? So, my hands are completely covered in amp and paint. So how much paint thinner do I need to buy to clean them up?
As a fellow painter, that's funny.
Yeah,
Now, the reason why I'm
a little
asking,
bit goes a long way.
yeah. So the reason why I'm asking, guys, is because I already suffered enough brain damage from that conversation, and I don't want to totally nuke my cognitive faculties. So I don't want to put too much paint thinner into my bloodstream.
You should have wore gloves, brother.
Man, dude, I can't wear the gloves because then I can't feel the tactile response and the moisture. All right?
I think you're just talking about beliefs. That's just your belief.
All right, now that we're done with the triple entendres, anybody else got any sweet proof of that globe they believe in? All right, now that that's said, let's open it back up for people to talk about their beliefs. Go ahead. Proof not required at the moment. Just go ahead and talk about your beliefs. Just talk about it. Let it all out. We'll pat you on the back. We'll sing Kumbaya.
Is that guy still here?
No, he's cool, man. He's in the back getting the snacks, dude. Wouldn't you be if you were just invited to the snacks?
That's great.
All right,
Can't
well, thanks
believe
for
you
the
kept
conversation.
saying beliefs, though,
get
man.
into
Why did you keep saying beliefs, dude? He was totally trying to tell you it's not a belief.
Because that's the whole point of a debate, to change one's beliefs.
No, it's not beliefs. But depending on the topic, if you're in the topic of science, it doesn't care about your beliefs, right? It's a method. You got to stick to the method.
Yeah, but everyone has a different understanding of science, and these are the differences in beliefs.
That's the problem. That's the
That's why we
problem.
gotta talk about beliefs.
How can you have a different understanding of science and still call it science?
Holy crap, dude. So, wait a minute. So, what you're trying to tell me is so far we've established there's different natural laws for everybody, there's different science for everybody, there's different beliefs for everybody.
I didn't say that.
So
I said
basic,
believe
hold
in
on.
different ones. I didn't say there is.
Okay. But if you can only believe in it, then how would you know there is or isn't?
The whole reason for the method of science, the scientific method, is to get beliefs out of the way. That's its sole purpose. Its sole purpose is to
So
get your beliefs out of the way.
when there's a truth, you're not allowed to believe in the truth?
Well, when you mix certain chemicals and it gives a reaction, right? The reaction that's caused doesn't care about your beliefs. Like before you did the experiment, you believed this would be the outcome, right? But it wound up not being what you believed in. Yet you're sitting here trying to hold to your beliefs, disregarding the outcome. That's what you're doing.
Bow, bow. All right, listen, bro.
You're the one with beliefs. You're saying AI had the beliefs, but it's
That's right.
Yeah, but you don't
with
believe in the
belief.
truth?
What?
What are you talking
Doesn't
about?
believe in the truth. What do you? Yeah. What the heck?
There you go with
But you're
belief
saying
again.
Yeah, but you're saying
I
I'm the
just
only
got
one with
done
beliefs. You
trying
don't
to-
believe in the truth?
I just got done trying to tell you science gets rid of beliefs, and then your argument was you don't believe.
All right. I see the problem here, bros. If somebody doesn't believe in the truth can be known, then that means that they don't know any truth, which means their opinion is rendered void, which means there's no point in talking to them any further. So for the love of God, is there anybody else we could talk to? Or if the other guy who's presently we were talking to has a new topic to talk about. Otherwise, I'm getting some milk and eating some pie.
Well, interesting.
With the level of
It's getting late.
the level of intellectual, the level of intellectual honesty I can hear in this chat from these Globers is on the level of American Pie.
All right. Well, thanks for the conversation.
Hey, thanks for being a good sport. I didn't hurt you too bad, and we will both be friends tomorrow.
Yep, I found it interesting. Thanks for.
Come back again, bro.
That's flat Earth stuff.
Don't trip over any hills of water on your way home.
As long as they have no other forces on it, yeah, I shouldn't.
Yeah, just make sure you descend. Make sure, 'cause remember, in every direction you're going to be descending. Everywhere's a hill, everywhere. Just be careful on your descent, sir, as you're descending around the globe in all directions. Just be careful, okay?
Yeah, the forces aren't on the water.
Or descending?
It sounds like the forces are on you, not the water.
Descending, sir. Because remember, if you live in a ball, in every direction you would be descending. Remember, because in every direction's downhill. We're in a ball. Remember.
All right. Next 5 people say goodbye to him with something else to talk about, so he can leave 30 minutes from now.
You are the precise measuring device. You are the force.
Right.
May the force be with you.
Obi-Wan Kenobi. Man, listen, dudes, I'm so tired, but I want to listen to a good conversation. So hopefully one of you guys will lead the pack onto the track, put the Glober in the rack, and then give him the sack.
Yeah, man, make sure he doesn't make a fat stack as well.
I didn't know that the scientific method was the belief of the researcher method. Like, hey, this if I utilize the scientific method, it ain't working out for me. So I'll just change the method because it goes against my beliefs.
It's woke science. Everyone has their own individual personal science.
Bro, and also, bro, you know, if you're like reading your time off your watch, you would also say, I believe the time is whatever it is. You would never say, I know the time. You would just say, I believe the time is this, even though I just looked at it on my watch, even though I synchronized my watch.
Yeah, he said, he literally, this guy literally said, science is your understanding of it. Like everybody has a different understanding of science.
Yeah, which is, how would that even be possible? How would the scientific method or science even be possible unless it was the same for everyone?
Well, if that was true, what would make it relevant? Why would it be relevant if everybody's understanding was different?
Yeah, everyone's experiment would always be different every time. It's like, what would be the point?
It's like, what the... Man, I ain't trying to laugh at him, man, because, I've had my fair share of that, but...
Bro, imagine that we lived in a world where every experiment anyone ever did yielded a different result every time. Imagine we lived in that world. That's just nonsense.
Right.
So I don't think it's the case. I don't really think it's a matter of denying the scientific method. I think the case is that you made up your own scientific method, and then when someone doesn't directly accept it, you equate that to the mainstream scientific method and so you reject it altogether.
Okay. Imbo, scientific method, the Earth being a ball. Go ahead and do that.
With Embo, scientific method is the same for everyone. We have to learn it. It's not different. Come on, Embo.
And not really, you made up your own. For example, none of the source in existence, I can bet money on that, will tell you that the scientific method can prove things. But you made up your own version where it proves things. This is one example.
Scientific method is usually utilized to prove things wrong.
Yes, but it doesn't prove something.
Give an example. Just give a simple example of what you're talking about, Embo.
And in the process, It winds up proving things right, but it's specifically designed to prove things wrong.
Or to exclude them from, let's say, from inquiries. You see?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just like a criminal investigator. He excludes all the people, so he's left with the guilty person, you see.
Yeah, assuming that the prediction you made is correct and that there are no some other variables that you didn't know about, you can prove things wrong, but you can never prove things right, which is what you believe.
Really?
No, once you prove things wrong, there's only certain things within your experiment, and especially after experiment after experiment after experiment. When you prove things wrong, you wind up proving something right.
Amber, have you heard of the word?
A classic example that was given by Karl Popper to make an analogy for that, who was basically the inventor of the modern scientific method, was if, let's say, you have a hypothesis that all swans in existence are right. No matter how big finite number of swans you count, and all of them are right, you can never prove this, because you can never be sure that these are all swans in existence. But it's only one swan that is required to be observed to be black to already reject it and prove it wrong. But this doesn't mean you've proven the positive, that all swans are white. It just means that you've proved it wrong.
Yeah, you're proving like you're proving so many things. You're proving so many things wrong.
How the black swan has disproved the globe. Good work, Embo. I'm glad you're on our side.
That's why you have dependent, and controlled variables. So a lot of people get it confused, like the independent is not controlled, but it is controlled. So you have the independent, dependent, and controlled variables. The dependent is what the independent, you think the cause gives the effect of the dependent, and you do it within a controlled environment, so not to affect the independent, to give the cause of the dependent, right? So even the independent is controlled in a sense.
Yeah, no, but according to Embo, you can have multiple versions of the scientific method, right? It's all subjective, isn't it, Embo?
It's subjective if you want to. No, normally it is objective, but if you have a fringe number of people, which is flat earthers, who deny the true scientific method and make up their own one, then it's subjective at this point.
It looks like there's only one scientific method. It looks like
Embo, you can't put that on us.
Globe Earthers aren't following it.
You have already, Embo, you have already made the case that science is meaningless. It doesn't have an objective truth to it. So why are you even bringing it up? Why are you talking about it? And especially in a geometry forum, we're talking about flat. That's a geometric term. So you seem to have very many difficulties with comprehending where the conversation is and where it's going.
Actually, I thought you were talking about science, not the word flat, but we can also talk about the word flat.
Yeah, no, you don't know what these terms are. This is your problem. Why do you want to talk about science? We're talking about geometry. You're bringing up science, and then you're telling us how science doesn't mean anything, how it's subjective, and you can't know the truth. Okay, then why did you bring it up? Are you like...
Trump just launched some nukes, guys. Trump just launched some nukes, but the Earth is flat, so we're going to be okay.
You shouldn't have led with your feelings, Embo.
No, you're literally acting like science is politics based on your beliefs. But that's not.
It's not politics, but it's philosophy. It's a human construct, so it's determined by what.
Science is not philosophy, man. It's in a whole totally different paradigm.
Yeah, science is a logical method. It's a logical method. It's logic itself is informed by this regularity of nature. It's a reciprocal relationship.
I mean, technically, the science itself is not philosophy, but what determines what is science is philosophy. Because different people have different views about what is science.
Is Plum philosophical?
No.
I could actually build a wall and it would be plumb and that wall would be plumb. And you know what that would be? You would know if it was started tilting, right?
Yes, I could test it like with a plumb line, compare it if it's tilting relative to it.
Yeah, relative to it. The local flat?
The local vertical in that case. not the local flat.
Well, the local perpendicular to flat. That's what you just said. So flat. You're referencing flat. You've never not referenced flat.
Oh yeah. Yeah, horizontal is locally perpendicular to the local vertical. That's true.
Uh-huh.
Every single point has its own horizontal and vertical, and they are perpendicular to each other.
So no matter what, if you was to puncture the skin, you're going to see blood no matter what, every time, over and over and over again. Are you saying that you could use philosophical matters and argue that you're actually not bleeding? Is that what
No, you could argue that this has proven that you are bleeding, but this doesn't mean that all of the humans in existence and in the future will be bleeding.
If you puncture the skin, puncture.
Yes.
Now you'll bleed over and over again.
No.
Every time.
For example, not really. That's actually a good example that can debunk your reasoning, because, for example, you can have if you're working hard, your skin will get thicker, for example, and if you puncture that skin, which is basically dead, then you won't bleed.
No,
right?
Because you're if you're talking about the same, hold on. If you're talking about the same exact area, you're going to build up scar tissue, so it's harder to puncture. But once you puncture it, you're still going to bleed.
Hey, if you puncture all of the layers, you will, I guess.
Yeah. You're trying to make the claim that scar tissue, once you puncture it, you won't bleed. Bullshit. Even scar tissue, once you puncture it, you're going to bleed. Over and over again. There's no philosophical means about it. It's a cause and effect relationship, period.
What if you have burned skin, for example? Like very heavily burned skin with 30-degree burns.
Well, heavily burned skin, you're going to see it, right? If your skin is heavily burned and mine's not, people are going to say, "Hey, you got burnt," and they're going to look at me and they're not going to say, "Hey, you got burnt."
Yes, but I don't really think the skin will be bleeding. I think it will be like charcoal, basically.
No, it wouldn't. What are you talking about, dude? Your whole entire body, or just the area affected? Come on, dude.
If you get very badly burned, then I think the skin wouldn't really bleed because all of the.
Now, once you puncture even scar tissue, which I would agree with you, is harder to puncture scar tissue if you keep puncturing one spot over and over, like heroin addicts or drug addicts. It gets harder to puncture, but once they puncture it, it still bleeds. It doesn't not bleed. What are you talking about, dude?
I think if maybe I'm incorrect, but I think if you have completely dead tissue, dead skin after some very bad injury or infection or whatever or burn, then you can basically have even then you can basically have organs exposed, and yet it wouldn't be bleeding.
No, once you puncture the skin, you bleed. It starts to coagulate and makes another scar, depending on the depth of the. Sometimes you can. I mean, when somebody that's a drug addict goes to the hospital, the hospital knows they're a drug addict.
Can we get back on topic?
Yeah, cool story. End of it. Done.
Fuck's sake.
I'm just saying, man. I'm trying to give them cause and effect. Cause and effect.
Okay.
We know. Awesome. Cause and effect. Great.
So from purely philosophical point of view, at best you would prove that you and all of the humans you've tested this on are bleeding when you do that, but that wouldn't prove it.
Okay. Obviously that don't you fuck that. No. Obviously you two dumbasses can't take a fucking hint. No. I'm not going to use crayons and spell it out for you. So has anyone else got any proof of curvature? No proof of curvature? Bueller?
I've got proof that the Earth is flat. Horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. Apples to oranges. Hello. That was your cue.
The dude is destined.
Very well.
You can't just call out a deaf man like that.
He's got a lot to say in chat.
Yeah, because he's deaf.
Imagine being upset at a cup of water.
You guys got him so riled up in the text chat already that if he does mic up, it's going to be a pretty quick spiral.
Oh, come on, they're our favourite kind.
Yeah, mic up, apples to oranges. Mic up, please, bro. He's freaking deafened.
Oh.
All right, what happened?
Well,
Oh, man.
The guy in the VC got tired, had to leave. Thanked us for the chat, and the guy that was chat skanking. He ran away after he fell apart. Now it's just silence.
Alpha. I blame Alpha. All presence, no substance.
I think he oversaw the whole wrapping of the bow of the whole thing.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it turned out good.
Hanging out
C+.
listening, but sometimes I like to poke them in the ribs. Speaking of ribs, I was thinking we need to have periodic guest invites from flat earthers who have prominent channels or semi-prominent channels or relevant channels on the X spaces, especially ones who are awake at the time in which the X spaces occur, like them dirty Australians. Now, we'll also allow clean Australians as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome. No, but for serious, I was thinking of, wait a minute, let me ask you this question. Is that Flatzoid an Australian dude?
No, he's South African.
Okay, so is that time frame like he's up now, or no?
Yeah, it's basically the same. It's a pretty similar time frame, yeah. I think so.
Yeah, because I'd like to get some of those guys who'd normally be awake into some of those things, and because look, like Nathan's Roadshow that comes here periodically. It's pretty successful. It's nice time. Everybody likes it, and I wouldn't mind seeing that happen with some of the other YouTubers or whatever. And there's plenty of good ones. Yeah, I mean, they could. I mean, I wouldn't say do a presentation necessarily because we like to do, the interactions more than presentations. But they could do the interactions and then get people interested in their channel, and then they can go back to their channel and watch their presentations if they want. There's a lot of segues happening in the social media, and let's just say it's just happening. A lot of things are happening. We need to start doing a lot more cross promoting that we've been neglecting lately. We've been neglecting cross promoting so bad that people now think cross promotion is actually a bad thing. Circles of separation are they're not exponential, but you know what I mean. Like, you start making new contacts and new segues to new content, and all of a sudden you reach like a critical mass to where you break into new venues that are expanding rapidly. Like Alpha was saying the other day on his Twitter space, now known as X, which is a totally lame name, by the way, because it only has one syllable, which makes it harder to say. So, Mr. Elon supposedly tweeted a tweet to Tim Pool, of which I think there was 30 million reactions, of which Tim Pool just recently had a flat earth debate. Take it or leave it, the debate was good or bad depending on your point of view. Doesn't matter. From this point of view, that it segued the topic to those people. So now there's an avenue, a flow to access those people. So we can either let what happened stand, if you like it or don't, or you could get involved and skew the results in your favor by putting your own input in there, taking advantage of that audience. You know, some people love Witsit, some people hate Witsit, some people think he sucks, some people think he's good. One thing's for sure is he was the guy that was there, and that is what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. It was 5-on-1, and he did valiant, and it made a lot of these other, 4 or 5 people look like the characters they are. And so you want to be Tim Pool, you want to be an Alex Stein, you want to be a Witsit. And Witsit did good for the Witsits.
Yeah, Witsit definitely. Yeah, I'll agree that Witsit definitely did good for Witsit.
There was a lot of pressure, a lot of eyes, and 5v1. He did really good if you consider all the stakes.
I wish he had brought with him a non-Etherean flat earther as his teammate.
Yeah, he needed like literally like John needed to squash it with him and then him go to the interview with him. With all 4 of them. Like that would have been so fun.
Was this a Tim Pool interview?
Yeah. Well, not an interview. It was touted as a debate under the title Flat Earth. It was not a debate, and the majority of the topic was about geocentrism because they invited Robert Sungenis, who wrote that book about geocentrism and put out the Principle documentary about geocentrism. So obviously, if you're inviting that guy, you're basically skewing the deck to not be about flat Earth.
Yeah, got to make it about the pink pill. When you mix the blue and the red. Does that?
Yeah,
make
exactly. The watered down version, the halfway version.
And many of the listeners will be like, "Oh my God, there's crazy people that believe all sort of things, geocentric, flat Earth, this and that." But we all know it's a globe because it has to be.
The thing is, so like the first 3 quarters was basically nothing but geocentrism. Flat Earth didn't really get a real back and forth until the last quarter, which may or may not be a good or bad thing because some of the really good arguments were at least fielded. Now they weren't necessarily. Nobody was debating Tim Pool. Tim Pool was the host.
Or sorry, who was the geocentrist that was on there?
So the guy Robert Sungenis, who is the guy behind the documentary called The Principle, which is about geocentrism, and he is himself a geocentrist. And then there was Witsit, and then there was Alex Stein, and then there was a guy that goes by the name Astronomy Today on YouTube, who is a hobbyist astronomer, so not even an expert astronomer.
What do you guys think about UFOs?
Well, the main point is that towards the end, some good flat Earth arguments were made, even though they weren't fully parsed out or pressed necessarily by the flat earther, allegedly. So that means that some people heard them, and some people heard them for the very first time. And that's at least something that can be capitalized on. You know, wits it, take it or leave it, doesn't matter. The argument is what it is. So, for example, he said, hey, guys, in order to get all that globe crap you just said, you have to measure the Earth flat with elevation angles to Polaris and then create your globe model, right? So, a lot of people heard that for the very first time. But because it wasn't expounded on, a lot of people who heard that, they heard a claim, but they didn't hear a lot of extra support for it, right? So it behooves us, if those people need to hear the support, to give them the support. That's if you want to be involved. Like, I mean, obviously, that requires you being on social media, going to certain channels, making comments, maybe joining the Twitter space, doing all this. There's lots of things you could do if you want to be involved with that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's unfortunate the clips that came out of that. Witsits was, over time with generations, science changes. And it's like, that's not even what he said. And then the other one that's clipped from Alex Stein is him talking about the firmament on, does the Bible scripture on this thing prove the firmament? And it's like, that's why you don't talk about those things. You go into a avenue there. It's like, no, you want to talk to me about them. You're bringing those things up. That's on you, not me, right? But it's like we have Alex Stein just saying, "Oh yeah, point that directly at me," and then make the clip about it. So instead of getting good airtime, it's now about this. So now I have to fix it with a bunch of people that are coming in confused,
That's a lot. So, see, a lot of people are going to get that as their front door into the flat Earth concepts. They're interested, but now they have a little bit of confusion. So now the people on that are on the other side of that door, wherever it leads, whether it leads 24/7 flat Earth, whether it leads to the FED panel, whether it leads to a Flatzoid, community group or any of these other flat earther groups, they're going to have to answer the questions that people have based on this thing, right? So some of that's going to be reactive. They're going to show up, ask the questions. Some of it might be proactive. You go to the source, like maybe Tim Pool's podcast, get right on his little clip and say, like, hey, guys, this isn't actually the way it is. It's really this way. Engage with the comments, do whatever. If you're so inclined, because, a lot of people I say this to, it goes one in one ear and out the other. They love to come onto these channels and talk about it, and they wish more people were flat earthers. But when it comes time to be involved in a segue that's literally 1 degree of separation away from tens of millions of people, I mean, they couldn't be bothered to spend 5 seconds typing in the comments.
I love it. And one thing I find unfortunate is when I'm sending messages on YouTube, like some of them don't go through. So literally every single message I send, I have to resend multiple times. So it does take a lot of effort.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm trying to do some responses, and it's like, oh, you haven't heard of an azimuthal map, and it's an azimuthal equidistant map, or it's like you have an equatorial. You haven't heard of an equatorial mount, and I'm like, each of these proves flat Earth in a different aspect.
True, but we also got to play a little cat against the mouse here, which is Some people find Into the Break annoying and his arguments lame. And so what that means is that he's willing to go and type in the chat while you're sitting on your ass complaining about nobody gets the flat earth, hoping that everybody else does all the work.
Well, there's some
So
good
in other
flat
words,
Earth
good on
YouTubers.
you, good on you, Into the Break, for being motivated to be involved and to put it out there. Good on you. And all you other slackers better step up to Into the Break's level.
If only.
I know. Man, you're going to get Flat Earther of the Year award at this rate, Into the Break. That's going to leave a lot of salty tears with a lot of other people because they were up in the runnings too. But now you tip the scales with your activism in the comment sections.
Yeah, you can be a little bit brutal, but also be very nice.
Well, that's my one critique too. Like when you're going out doing this stuff on forums that are, you know, a lot more bigger, a lot more serious. You know, it's one thing to go on Fight the Flat Earth forums and smack talk them all around. But if you're going into like a generally, you know, established neutral platform, so to speak, and you're going in there, you should at least be making the arguments from a respectful stance and not really pushing any, you know, lack of decorum or anything like that. Like you want to put your best foot forward. Make the arguments, critique arguments, make good arguments. Show where the bad ones are bad, put the good ones forward. You know, don't focus on, just don't focus on things that might put you in a bad light. That's all I'm trying to say. It's bad enough you're in a bad light as a flat earther, let alone going in there with, you know, inappropriate language, inappropriate attitudes, trying to pick fights.
Oh, well, that's half the fun. That's why they're there. That's why they're there.
Well, yeah.
Half the fun. But it's like there's a tactful way that you can do it. You can be very brutal, and there's a point to the brutality. It's like, do you get it? Yeah. Like you're face down and looking at flat Earth, close as you can look at it. It's like, do you get it?
Yeah, dude. Some guy the other day, I was telling him about. I love the fact that your globe paradigm requires curved plumb lines. Speaking about how when they do geodesy and measuring the Earth and all this crap, and they try to shove it up the globe assumption, they have to curve the plumb lines in order to get the celestial sphere to line up with their stupid assumptions. And so I told him about the curved plumb lines, and he said, "Oh, you just mentioned something you don't even know anything about." And then he responded to me that submarines use curved plumb lines to tell where they're going. And then I looked it up, and it's like, dude, you just Googled the first Google thing. It's not even a plumb line. It's a line literally hanging down from the submarine that just drags on the ground. It's like, dude, what the heck? This isn't the curved plumb lines in geodetic manuals, for goodness sakes. The guy just literally Googled what I said and just spit back the first thing Google gave him, practically, and then tried to act like he knew something.
Yeah, they would probably know if they're in one of these big, long submarines. They'd know if it was tilting.
Oh, crap. It's almost 4 a.m. And Twitter space still isn't even up yet. Alpha be slacking here. I'm going to have to get him fired from his job so he can have more time for Flat Earth. I'm just kidding.
Yo, what do you guys think about UFOs?
Cool. UFOs are cool.
Yeah, who's not identifying them?
Me.
All right. Yeah, look up and how many things are you identifying? They're all unidentified. Great job.
Yes, but aren't they identified as a UFO, therefore making them identified, therefore making them an IFO?
You're right. Nothing can't be nothing.
All UFOs are IFOs. They need to change the T-shirts.
What are some good flat Earth YouTubers?
I like Professor Dave. He's a good flat earther.
I like ODD TV.
Professor Dave. And who else?
Holy crap! Will somebody with actually give him some?
What do you guys think of Mark Sargent?
See, he already knows. You don't have to pretend all the time.
Yeah, dude. Mark Sargent is like entry level at best.
Mark Sargent.
But that's fine. That's what he is. That's what he claims to be. That's his shtick, and he's good at it. In other words, he's not into the higher level arguments. He just focuses on the most simple basics, introducing the topic to people who are absolutely noobs. And for that, he's served his purposes well over the years.
Wait, Professor Dave is like an anti-flat earther. He's a globalist.
Yeah, exactly. But he's so bad at it that when people go to watch his content, they're like, dude, this dude is so retarded and stuck up his own butt with this idea that he thinks he's a professor when he's actually not, but he's rather just a schmuck. That they're like, man, if this is the best the globe Earth has got, maybe there's something to that flat Earth. And so we actually get a lot of new flat earthers via Professor Dave's stupidity.
Wait, is he actually really like the best they've got to offer? I don't really believe that.
No, he's a trash can dumpster fire.
If he's creating flat
What do you
earthers,
guys think about the Flat Earth Society?
well, I bet you, like, is there any, like, I wonder if there's any, like,
You don't know what a society is? Don't you think that there's some kind of exclusivity to like actually knowing basic principles of geometry? So you believe this other thing, and then here it's just like, here's this basic foundational principle of geometry, flat, and you're confounded by it.
He got mesmerized by the wiki page.
do you guys know if there's any, like, people who are very educated on, like, math or whatever that talk about this topic?
You know geometry is math, right?
I know. What do you mean?
One could say
What was the
father.
question again? What was the question?
He's trying to imply that we're all retarded and live under rocks.
I'm
but
saying,
yeah, go on.
Bro,
who said that?
Shut up, dude. I'm saying on YouTube, is there any, like, discussions on this from people who are, like, topic experts, if that makes sense? Like,
So what topic would make you an expert in the concept of whether the Earth is flat or a globe?
bro, like, I'm wondering if there's, like, someone out there that talks about flat Earth from, like, a math perspective. That makes sense. Like,
There's one guy called Flat Earth Math who is a glober, and there's one guy called Flat Earth Data who is a flat earther.
thank you for answering my question and not taking it a weird way. Flat Earth Data.
Yeah, he's not really around much anymore. He did write a book called The Great Delusion of the 21st Century, which is about flat Earth. It's also about other things, but definitely about flat Earth.
Physics?
Yeah, that's what I'm wanting. Like, is people to pull out math and shit to, like, prove it.
Well, there's an engineer. Let me tell you a story, friend. I'm glad you asked. There's a guy called Brian Mullen, Balls Out Physics. You could still get some of his content, but he was an engineer that started to investigate some of the claims from an engineering standpoint about the globe Earth delusion, because when applied his engineering to it, he found that all their little maths and physics, it didn't add up to diddly squat. So a glober who didn't like the fact that an engineer would dare challenge the globe decided to campaign against the man's livelihood. He called his employer. He sent emails. He tried to get him to lose his engineering license. He harassed him so badly that Mr. Mullen ended up retiring from making flat earth content because he decided that he didn't want to risk his career because his family depended on his money. And yes, that's the kind of stuff we face from Glober zealotry, that they can't even countenance the idea that an engineer would decide to not believe in their globe religion anymore.
I love that dude. I remember watching his stuff when it first came out, man. It was just like, he was kind of like walking, like going through it in his head, like on his whiteboard, like, man, it's not making any sense, man. Just like, I'm trying to figure this out and how to work on a globe. It's just not freaking adding up.
Hey, let's do it. Hey, friends, if anybody knows a good source for a Brian Mullen video, so we don't have to go searching for it, and they could plug it in here, ping that guy, that would be cool.
I put the playlist. Playlist is in the side chat there. 11 videos.
Thank you.
Wait.
Oh yeah, I found him.
All right, dudes, I got to tag out. So hopefully you guys don't let Into the Break run wild in here, so that you all complain about it later. So.
Is AI. One man.
Wasn't me.
Cool. And now I gotta muster up the energy to hang up the call. I've been working late in the freezing cold. All right, bros, about peace.
Later.
Peace.
Do you guys think Mark Sargent is a reputable source?
Yeah, sure. I like a lot of what he talks about. I mean, what's your problem with him?
Exactly what I said. He's an entry level guy.
What if I told you he's part of the Flat Earth Society?
Okay, wow. Like, I'm not scared? Is that what you want?
Would you see his badge or something?
No, he's a Glober.
You know, there's a lot of society members, right? Like, you know, they played golf on the moon and rode a buggy up there, right?
I'm confused.
But you believe in moonlighting?
It's
you
so
watch
funny
enough
that
of Mark Sargent's work, and you'll realize he's legit. He's a quirky guy. He says he's entry level. That's his thing. He does a great job. Brings tons of people in. And, he does tons of interviews with schools, universities, and he's got a good show. Does a good
Look
job.
at the video about Mark Sargent I just posted in the side chat.
Yeah, I get it. But what's funny is, and Sargent's been around for a long time, and the funny thing is, no one even brought him up. You brought him up, and now you want to crucify him.
Oh, I'm just seeing where you guys were at.
God bless the guy, but I haven't heard his name uttered in here in years. He actually showed up one time on the old server years ago.
Yeah, and that clip that he posted, that was like that's a pretty like heartwarming moment. Like it's just an interview. They're on the beach, and he was like, I believe in flat Earth more than anything ever. So much so that I know it. And like he's like presenting it like it's some sort of bad thing. Like no, he said he
You
knew
didn't finish the clip.
And whatever, dude.
I finished the clip, and the clip is a beautiful piece. I don't see what is your problem with it. Just
and hail Christ.
He says he doesn't believe in it, dude.
But hail Christ. He's woken a lot of people up, pulled them out of the delusion.
He's also made that Netflix documentary where he clowns on us.
So who cares? Who cares?
He's not clowning on it. He's making an entertainment piece. You were entertained.
Isn't he?
You were entertained so much that you have beliefs based on it.
See, in Behind the Curve, I thought he was in another one that was made by Nat Geo.
Yeah, him and Patricia Steer are in there at the end of it, and they have a cute little piece. Like we all knew, we all knew it was just like entertainment. Like it's only these globetards, and they think this somehow this entertainment piece like proves their like delusion.
Yeah, Mark Sargent admits himself he participates in some of these semi-hit pieces because he thinks that any publicity is good publicity. Right? It gets people looking into the topic. That's what he claimed.
Yeah, he likes to stir the pot, like
he's also got a really good. Yeah, he's got a really good aim, like really, really good at debating against NASA. He's really strong. He knows tons of stuff about NASA fakery. Crushes it in that.
Yeah, he's old school like that. Like that's why
interviews a few like ex-military Air Force like personnel and that, and they give their testimony and account of never having to have had count for curvature and rotation of the Earth and all that sort of stuff too. So yeah, the testimonials are good. His interviews are all right sometimes.
Just like David Weiss does a good job, but there's a few arguments in there. There's a few claims they make the way you're like Mark Sargent when he carries around that little snow globe thing. A few of his arguments, we wouldn't use in 24/7, but that's his thing. And brings a lot of people in, and same with David Weiss. I cringe every time he pulls up that freaking patchwork map of the outer lands and stuff, but overall I think he does a
he's just
job.
providing conceptual models, and so that's really the problem of the globe, is that they reify models, they reify non-physical concepts, and then they're like confused, like, I thought the Earth was the globe, and it's like, no, the Earth is a concept, or the globe is a concept, the Earth is not a concept, right? Like that's reality.
It's a bit of a double standard there because like the Globers present their version of things, we press them for evidence, and they come lacking. With their reification of models and things. Oh, but as soon as a flat earther does it, oh no. Well, can you prove there's an ice wall? Can you prove the sun goes round the North Pole? Like all that shit.
When on the other hand, they're always begging us to speculate.
Where's your model? Oh, yeah, Dave Weiss has one. Oh, I don't like that.
Do you guys know who Leo Ferrari is?
He was president of the Flat Earth Society until his passing, whatever year it was.
Is he
in a couple of mockumentaries? He's been in he's been in mockumentaries. It's admitted that it's just a satire group. It's just that's not serious.
But I mean, like him, Mark Sargent, Eric Dubay, Who is it? Matthew Powerland. I mean, these are is anybody worshiping these figures? This is a problem with the Globetards, where they worship these figures like, oh, McToon, like he's making the globe real for us, and it's like, me, I don't give a shit. Like these are funny people. They make good points. Maybe they'll make bad points. I don't give a shit. Like I'll take what they say on merits alone. Like I don't need their whole being and what they think they are in the universe and the scale of it to like understand some basic, fundamental funny jokes.
Yeah, especially when some of these people, i.e., Powerland, would go on a 6-hour live stream of consciousness.
Well, that's what's funny now is now they when like this is what Matthew Powerland was so powerful and hungry about. He wanted to get people to go to Antarctica. So it's like these are things that we've been there, we done that. This is
the boat rush. He called it. Hey, he's a funny dude. But yeah, a lot of these people, I mean, Brian Mullen, what else could he have done? In Powerland, too, it's rare to find a Powerland video these days. A new one. But yeah. Yeah,
the only Powerland.
They're just hoping that they're just hoping that we're all just bound by some discipleship where everything these people say is infallible and we agree and click our heels. Well, that's not the way it is. But that's the way it is for them. Even though they like to.
Yeah, the Globers don't even agree. Yeah. The Globers agree on nothing. Nothing at all. You talking to one Glober, they'll say the exact opposite. Like I was talking to Eggshells, and he was like, "Oh yeah, the perspective ramp is included in CellNav with the finite moon." And it's like, okay, and then so he's like, "Yes, basically, that perspective ramp is included in the CellNav." And then I talked to Brenda, and then they're like, "No, there is no perspective. You're in the wrong category."
You guys have anything better to do?
Yeah, eat turkey tomorrow, but I mean, we're here right now. Do you have some glob Earth evidence you'd like to suggest that the regular rate of nature breaks down at some point?
Yeah, I'm doing some multitasking. If that is that okay with you? Like in the old days, I used to listen to the radio shows throughout the night and call into them every now and then. Well, this one I can just stay on the line 24/7. So yeah, don't worry about us. We're fine. Do you have something better to do?
Is that okay?
Took the words out of my mouth.
Oh wow,
Magellan.
Well, did you know that the Earth curves up and down from horizontal? And you can put tossed sand around in your hand, and that would be round Earth.
Oh shit! You convinced me.
So Jay, you just said Magellan.
I convinced your sand being tossed around in your hand. I convinced you of that?
No, I think the Great Magellan convinced him. I think.
Yeah, just saying the word Magellan, is that your globe proof? He Googles Magellan.
Kind of sounds like this whole thing bothers him a little bit. I mean, like he could just relax and just chill.
Could just relax and chill.
Yeah, I remember in like 5th grade, some kid like used to do that, and he would like repeat the same thing that you would say, and then they moved him to a different classroom. It was like more specialized. Maybe this isn't your class.
They looking back, they really laid that word special on pretty thick, didn't they?
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Here's your special teacher. We're going to specially drag you. Good morning. Speaking of special.
Good morning.
Did you hear that nobody has ever measured the glob? Ever?
That's right. That's right.
This is what you spend your time doing?
Never ever. No one's ever measured the glob. Ever.
Sometime. Some people used to collect stamps.
You guys want to raid another?
He does it
a
for
lot
free.
of time on. Are you?
He spends his time here for free.
Do you go to the library and bellyache to the people looking for books? Is this what you're spending your time doing?
When you look at how many
people goes to the grocery store, are you guys spending time here at the grocery store?
When you look at how many people are
My mommy gives me Hot Pockets. What are you spending your time here for?
Well, Jay,
imagine if we could harness all these people right here in this chat.
Jay,
if we could harness all of these
what
people.
do you spend your time doing? What do you spend your time doing?
Thinking bigger. If we could harness all these people here.
What are you setting up, a shoe sweatshop? Yeah, no, I pass on the job. He wants us to make shoes or like Jordashes for him or something, it sounds like. If we can harness all these people and a bunch of sewing machines and rubber.
He should strive for the Nobel Peace Prize and attain perpetual motion based on perpetual gravitational force.
The Nobel Prize for striving to strive. And he's out of the running. He's gone. They're really begging us to stop talking to one another.
No, they're just like, you should be ashamed. You're a flat earther, and it's like, yeah, duh. Like, look at the room. It's called 24/7 Flat Earth, and they're like, oh shit. Like that's like their most. That's like their worst political like disparaging term. To call somebody flat earther because Obama told them to.
Now hear me now, people. Don't have time for being a part of society. Why did I imagine that guy sitting in his room, like with like his Hot Wheel collection surrounding him, and he was just picking them up and staring at the undercarriage and setting them down? Don't you guys have something better to do? Come on,
no,
guys.
it's worse than that. His laptop is covered in NASA stickers, and he has globes everywhere, and then model space aircraft like the Millennium Falcon and like TIE fighters and stuff, and then he like flies them around each globe and pretends like they're flying level in space flights.
Yeah, he just said all his Matchbox stuff is Apollo. Yeah, he makes the zoom noises, and then he has his Hot Pocket. He doesn't realize that people have to spend time doing other things than just farting around.
Yeah, he doesn't realize that no one can hear your screams in the void. That was a Spaceballs pun.
Well, I figured it was either that or David Gilmour's new album. I didn't know. I know there was a lot of buzz around that. I haven't seen Spaceballs in a long time. It's one of those movies where I've probably seen it 3 whole times and maybe sections of at other times. But yeah, some good scenes. Moranis.
It's basically softcore Scientology that is like cheap for the masses of globetards to partake in, so they can get to level 1, OT1.
Oh yeah, it makes me wonder the producers of that film. Well, obviously in LA, but Scientologists are big out there. That's wild. I never really thought of that.
Yeah, if you comprehend the Prometheus films, then you're at OT8. So basically, with each glow
What
card, it depends on what
is that
level
when
of
lava is being
clarity.
shot out of the volcano from outer space? Yeah, that's the thing. But yeah, you're right. It might be conditioning. Well, even look, I mean, the Catholics got on in the party, you know, their Copernicus and then their Big Bang guy. But yeah, they all like to reinforce the outer space thing. So no matter what's going on, even if it's Rick Moranis and a giant Rosie the robot vacuuming the atmosphere, yeah, as long as people get this idea that space is normal and that's where we are, yeah, OT9 is knocking at your door.
Yeah, space is just a concept. Now, when they say outer space, so now that is the space expanding into the space. That space is expanding into the space. That other space is expanding into that other space ad infinitum.
And no one wants to talk about the edges of any of those spaces. That's probably like OT12.
The edge you can calculate is infinite, but it is finite.
Is that L. Ron Hubbard quote?
Yeah.
Or Fred Couples or something? I don't know. Yeah,
In the many manuscripts of L. Ron Hubbard, I am positive that you could find that exact one.
That quote, yeah. Monkeys with typewriters in infinity. Yeah, you get Dianetics. But yeah, I don't know how we got here. But yeah, as long as, yeah, you're right. I never thought though of, but yeah, all these LA films, which was every film except for, you know, once they start shooting in New York. But all of Hollywood's history all involves space travel, and then boom, their big city religion is outer space bound.
We'll see. They do the mixed media, so they like give you some like really like real heart wrenching like sort of films, and it's like, oh, I can relate to this. Like
it's
with Torino and you know, like it. But then they mix in just like the news.
With
They mix
debauchery, basically.
Yeah, they mix the fake in with the. Now I just saw a new film. It was horrific. It was a horror film, but it was called The Substance, and that was a really good critique of Hollywood. But also, I found The Whale was probably my film of 2024. One of the best, like underrated films. Like of the year. Maybe it came out last year or whatever, but
The Whale came out in 2022.
Yeah, spoiler alert, you know, people can't help but care. And what a good movie.
Did either Substance or The Whale take place in outer space?
No. They took place in inner space.
Well, like that McConaughey film?
Very close.
Okay. Yeah, Inception.
Yeah, Interstellar, basically Interstellar, Interception, The Whale, and A Scanner Darkly. And Out to Lunch, Naked Lunch, Simulacrum, Simulacrum, The Matrix. Any additions?
So they're either selling outer space or riddle reality.
Yeah, mostly riddle in reality. Is that what you said?
Yeah, either the film is here on Earth and with riddle reality, or it's in outer space. Those seem to be the most popular film forms. Throw in some rom-coms.
Yeah, I like the former.
outer
You know,
space,
like
the red realities, the mementos, the
Momenta, yeah.
things foldings in on themselves. Even Pulp Fiction, you may say, but yeah, I don't know. But
Yeah,
I never thought. I never thought of Spaceball. Yeah, exactly. But, yeah, what's in the whole thing of the Rick Moranis comedy Spaceballs being a primer for this L. Ron Hubbard's crew. That it makes me wonder about all those outer space Hollywood films. Anyways.
Well, yeah, every I think of all the space movies or these hero movies that Tom Cruise did. So after the Mission Impossible 3 or whatever. Now he did another one. Now he did the jet one.
Yeah,
But now his last career is 3 different space movies, or these utopia like apocalypse things, like 300 years in the future.
Yeah, and back then, I guess it was different times. I mean, these guys walked into each other's offices smoking cigars, dressed in their suits and fancy hats. You saw the way Hubbard dolled himself up and strutted around. He's got everyone in a cage while he lives like he's the Dalai Lama with loose morals in crazy outer space stories. But yeah, I can see them influencing and paying for. Yeah, the brainwash is severe. What's weird about the Scientologist thing is their story, their origin story. I'm not going to say it's more outlandish than the run-of-the-mill sci-fi film, but it's the same damn thing. I mean, how?
Yeah, the things that science believes about evolution, those are tenets that they hold true. Except for the fact that there was a bunch of souls that came in and was encapsulating
the spaceship,
ever-evolving animals. So that's why it works, and that's why he's like, hey, you need to be animalistic, you need to be primal, don't take any substances to alter
your point of view. You're cutting out them throwing them into a volcano and then them shooting out billions all inhabiting the Earth.
And then all these souls are like inhabiting all these creatures until humans were made, like evolved,
Yeah, then you sign your 4 billion year contract and then on with it. Yeah, but that's normal in Hollywood.
Yeah, for globetards, Scientology is the best case scenario because like you're rich.
Yeah, it's the cool club. It's the best. It's like the powered church with the loudest organ and the biggest foot stomping preacher.
Yeah, you can have clarity. OT8 is very good. Costs a lot, but it's very good, and you'll be the most clear. You won't need to go to psychologists because they are the psychologists.
Yeah, it's an investment. But yeah, that's crazy. So yeah, why these wannabe atheists who have been duped by a Catholic priest want to act just like the Tom Cruise crew? I don't get it. And then they want to act like they're the fucking intellects. They're the academics. They're the scientists.
Yeah, that's why I just call them bum Scientologists. They're just like bums. They don't want to pay their church. Their authority, they don't want to pay. It's just like you're just bums.
You know how they have back in the day. They would have. I've heard the term C&E, meaning this person goes to church on Christmas and Easter. Well, that's what the Scientologists are, the nuns in the convent. These guys are the C&Es. They're there for the fun, the fun event. It's funny.
No, they really do nurse it. Their whole life. And then they're like real mad. They're like, "How did Trump win?" It's like we thought you were like weak.
I think it helped. I think in some strange way, not to go off topic, we'll nip it in the bud there. I think one of the most damning nail in the coffin determining factors was when the world or whoever, it seemed like everyone on Earth, everyone in a hut in Africa was tuning in. That's all the Europeans could talk about prior to. But once the world saw and heard the wife of the dude they chose to be vice president get behind the podium, I think everyone said, oh, hell no. This group ain't right. But anyways, why all these people who are all these
No, that happened
expert
midway through 2020. That happened when you were in all these areas and they were telling you, giving you orders that were displacing humanity.
He's like, no, now hear me now, people. We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. And people,
I knew whenever they started chanting science, I knew already, like, they don't know what science is, because I know what science is. I was taught that.
But here they are now, after living through that warped hell, surreal, untouchable, unspeakable topic.
People are coming to...
Time out. They're still chanting the same thing. Science! Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, but now they're getting regulated a little bit more.
What, they're getting flat smacked in here? Is that what you're saying? Or?
Oh, they're getting flat smacked. I mean, all over the place, the libtards are losing. Every single front. There isn't a single front where libtards... Have you seen the new Jaguar commercial? No one wants to buy a Jaguar. Let's just put it that way.
I saw the whole. Yeah, that's what was weird about that is. Yeah, I'm not going to get into it, but
you know, and Elon's the new rocket man, and Elon's trolling these NASA nerds so hard he's catching his little rocket that he blasted off with his little chopsticks.
Yeah, everything's the poor man's version of what it was. Like 25 years ago, or 40 years ago, I guess it was, when people saw a Benetton ad, and all it was people walking around in colorful shoes. It blew everyone's mind. Now it's like Sillyville making the commercials, Jaguar. I mean, aren't there cars always on the side of the road?
It's flat Earth economics, because we've now opened up fashion to more people. So now there's like small little boutique, thrift shops, right? They're just thrifting, but it's like sorted through the eyes of somebody else. They make a little store, right? Like, so we have this.
Well, that's what they should do. They should market it where they should have a brand new Jaguar in the middle of every thrift store in America. If that's what they're going for, that's why they should come here.
Well, hopefully they can pay for the real estate.
Marketing ideas. Well, yeah. Well, hopefully don't they want to sell some cars?
And no one's buying any Jaguars.
Well, put them in the middle of a thrift store. You know, if they're all that. Let the crowd.
They're gonna put them underground somewhere in the hollow.
Let the wild ones buy them. I'll go check it out if it's at the thrift store near me.
They can't devalue their product by flooding the market with a bunch of garbage pieces of shit.
Yeah. What's weird is the graphic design, the letters suck. The whole pink poofy parade sucks. But there was.
I do like the font. No, I'm not gonna lie. I like the font, but everything else.
I think the font.
And actually, everything else wasn't even that bad to me.
Yeah, the one that looks like the Puma sneaker one is actually
they're
like the black.
Investing everything on electric, and like a year off, we're not selling cars at all. Like it's like, and we're making
their ad campaign isn't the problem. The styles of cars that people.
I'm like, let's break the rule
over time. Ford. A couple years ago, Ford wasn't even the only production car on the Ford assembly line that wasn't an SUV or van was the Mustang. People don't buy cars as they used to. The dudes who worship Jaguars, they might have one in the garage, and they probably have a Cadillac.
Yeah, they're going for a new metric, and this is
Well,
the
they better sell the car.
blue
They
sky
better sell the
people.
car for like
I'm
Pinto
gonna buy a
prices.
Tesla. Oh, but I'm really mad about Elon Musk. He's trolling me. So then they're gonna go buy this new Jaguar, and they're gonna have like 25,000 like in sales worldwide. But this electric car better be, the bee's knees. Like they're announcing it next week, so it better be better than the VW bus electric car.
One thing I noticed, they're definitely not appealing. I'll tell you who they're appealing to: Globies.
Yeah, the complete like just brain dead, brain rot, TikTok brain.
I think they even made the 2Gs big.
Goldfish brains.
Yeah, they've found the lowest common denominator. That's why they're catching rockets out of there with robot clamps and people screaming in the background, "Oh my fucking God!" People losing their shit on this, the whole thing's just goof.
I mean, no. What they need next week, they need to come out with 3 lines of vehicles. One needs to be the under $25,000, regular around town vehicle.
The thrift store display one, yeah.
Yeah, they need to have 3 items there that are compelling enough to match this whole shift change. And I would be for it if that's the blue sky to Elon's X. So be it.
If I can get a brand new Jaguar under $20K that runs on my used cooking oil, I'll see what I can do with.
No, it would be on electric.
I'll drive it until it. Yeah.
But if they do the 20 under the 25, the 25.
Yeah, we're talking the
25
thrift store. We're trying to save a dying company here.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to need to sell a lot, and they need to make it really compelling.
It's too bad that they've got the Scientologists riding around in buses and locked up because they probably buy them. LA would be full of Jaguars.
My financial advice would be start shorting Jaguar. Is it a publicly traded company? That shit is going under. And that's based on horizontal, a flat Earth reference.
I guarantee you,
the world is flat. It's a flat Earth economics book.
I guarantee you, somewhere in their marketing team, who's probably they're probably really worrisome right now. We would probably have, if they were listening, we had probably gotten their hopes up over the last 10 minutes, and then you just dashed all their dreams.
Their hopes were so up.
Yeah. How did we get here? Was that, somehow you went from the insanity of the Jaguar ad campaign, from the ad campaign of them catching rockets backwards out of the air with clamps, which somehow these globe enthusiasts have linked to that having to do with the Earth being a ball. I have yet to figure that out. Even if all these things are legit.
Yeah, it's flat Earth economics.
Yeah, the guy who told, remember, this is the guy who said, it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah, he's trolling them the whole time, and they're like, I don't know if I should believe him. Like, I halfway do. So they have to go to another platform and get new cars. So Elon's next move, he's just going to buy Ford or Chevy or whichever one, because the Model 3 is doing very bad in police work. So he's going to go to combustion real soon.
Well, now that I think of it, I'll be damned if that that Tesla that he shot up into space that floated around wasn't the same color of the classic Jaguar crimson red or off red, whatever that Jaguar color is. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, with the keep calm, and he's just referencing Austin Powers. Like that's his favorite movie, right?
Well,
he sits around and plays video games, and his favorite movie is Austin Powers, and this is the Elon Musk, the savior of the
let's be honest. There was probably a 3-month period where everyone living in American society who went to the movies, that was everyone's favorite movie for a moment. That was it. As odd as that might be, yeah, it passed, but he's still there. That's cool. I don't trust the guy as far as I can throw him. Yeah, it is. It was. It's probably. Let's just. Is it for it to be someone's favorite film to say Austin Powers, Man of Mystery? That's number one. I'd be like, okay, maybe if usually people do
that's the psychotic
movie,
person that would say that, right? Like maybe Elon Musk would say that, right?
well, some people do. Like, what's your favorite top 10 movies of all time, and then your favorite comedies. Maybe he does. Maybe he just likes comedies.
It's Austin Powers, The Spy That Shagged Me. That's it.
Spy, yeah, okay.
Imagine you're that guy. You're that guy and you're really rich. Imagine that.
Do we have a complete list, or do we have a top 10, or do we just have? That's it. That's all he watches. That's
like there's top 10, and then there's number 1, and there's number 1.
Gave them all. He listed his 10 favorite movies.
No,
I'm lost. But number 1 says a lot, speaks volumes.
Oh, we were talking about his car. Remember, his car was
the
Spy That Shagged Me, Shagwire. And it said keep calm, and he had his robot in the driver's seat.
No.
Yeah, that's what happened. That's what I was talking about. That's what I was joking.
Whoa. So in the Austin Powers movie, there's a Jaguar that's being driven by a robot.
No, that Austin Powers is driving it, but what Elon Musk did was
and that's his favorite movie.
Well, it seems so. That's why we were talking about the premise of that must be his favorite movie.
No, I do not remember that scene. Like I said, I saw it once in the theater. Never saw it again. But,
that's what I'm talking about. That's exactly.
I didn't know that. Yeah, so I guess I have to rewatch. That's my problem. I'll watch.
No, don't rewatch it. No, it's like the worst movie ever. Don't. It's like, imagine like you sit down to watch, like he's like, okay, you get the job, sit down and watch Top Gun with me, and it's over, and it's like, okay, cool, and it's like, you want to watch it again, and then we watch it 3 times.
Well,
and you get the job, and you get to be the clean up the house or whatever. That's from the Tim and Erica $1 Million movie. It wasn't my idea.
No way. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, I remember when. Yeah, now we're going down. I remember when Tim and Eric first came out. I saw the first show, maybe the second show. I don't even remember what format was on. I thought it was one of the craziest, funniest things I've ever seen in my life. It was insane. And then I lost track of it, never saw anything else ever again. So maybe when I'm in the nursing home.
Well, Tim Heidecker, he's like a folk singer now. Like doing folk singing, and he's like got a feud going on with Sam Hyde, and like he's really angry with the Trump tards.
TDS.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of funny antics. I find it funny. It's like, hey.
Yeah,
reminds me of old times.
Catalog all the way back to, because I remember the first shit. It was just outrageous, like the holiday video where the guys just vomiting on their sweaters. So, anyways, look, Hail Christ. You were kind of trollish earlier. You want to try again?
What do you mean I was kind of trollish?
Well, honestly, I can't even remember what it was you did, or said. But do you?
Hell,
about Mark Sargent?
Are you coming with good faith or bad faith?
Okay.
I'm coming with good faith.
Well, how would you know?
Because I fight for truth.
Okay.
So you know that
can't argue with that.
You know that you come here in truth because you fight for truth. I'll accept it. And yeah, I don't know. So these characters, they're characters. I mean, is there anything really wrong with them? It's like you might be wrong. Witsit might be one of these characters. Bob Nodell, Jaronism, right? Here's a few more. Is there something wrong with them?
Amen. I mean, are you going to trust... Jaronism's a Satanist. Are you going to trust a Satanist?
I don't have to trust every word that he says. You know that, right? You know, no one's like telling you, like, hey, you have to believe what this person says. No one in your life is doing that. Is someone doing that? Tell me, someone doing that?
Well, if you're acting in the way of Satan, you're going to want to deceive people.
But you're seeking truth.
Okay.
So yeah, you can just shed that aside if anything's wonky.
Yeah, can you discern truth? You said you could discern truth because you had a duty to it.
Yes.
So you would know. You'd be able to gauge, you'd be able to make an assessment of validity. Yes. Yeah, based on truths.
Precisely.
Well, there you go. It sounds pretty good to me. Like, you trust when somebody's flying an airplane, they are going to fly level.
Well, that'd be like you saying, like, this guy's a Yankees fan. I know a lot of you guys aren't Yankees fans, and some of you guys hate the Yankees. You going to trust what this guy says?
I don't watch sports myself.
I get it. That's why I picked the Yankees, just so it's internationally understood to be a sports organization, a ball club, if you will. So you said he's a Satanist, or maybe some other guy's a Yankees fan, and I know like Yankees. I like different baseball club other than Yankees baseball club, but it doesn't mean the guy's going to be deceiving and lying to me. He has me over for a grill out. I can eat the steak the guy's got on the grill. I can eat the hot dog. I can eat the burger just because he's a Yankees fan.
Yeah, but being a Yankees fan and worshiping Satan are two entirely different
Hold on. Were you rooting for the Freemasons to play golf on the moon? Were you rooting for that?
I have no idea what that is.
The Freemasons playing golf on the moon.
The moon, you can't reach the moon.
Well, someone needs to talk to Alan Shepard. R.I.P. But yeah, Alan Shepard would have told you different. He's got a whole scrapbook.
Yeah, Alan Shepard says that he was touched by God.
Yeah, he's so touched by God, he smuggled a Titleist and endangered everyone on this space vessel that was tuned up just to carry a specific weight. He smuggled 2 Titleists. And then he gets there, he starts breaking the equipment to turn the soil sampler into a 4-iron. That guy.
There's still
what are we talking about?
There's still a golf ball orbiting the moon.
Well, actually, the USGA, in conjunction with NASA, did a survey of the lunar surface and found out that he shanked them both just 40 yards down into a crater. We're talking about the lore of the Apollo mythos of the last half century. Yeah,
Stanley Kubrick's 1960s sitcom.
True.
Yeah, not Doctor Strangelove, but kind of similar. Although that could be argued to be a flat Earth film. The map is
Well, Strangelove definitely was, and then that's why it went into the 2001. At the same time, he's filming the the first 3 seasons of the Apollo missions, the 1960s sitcom.
Yeah, where Dave was asking Hal about fluoride or something like that. But anyways, yeah, we're just talking about the. I'm getting the.
Well, whenever they told Stanley Kubrick that he had to film golf in the 4th season, he said, "Hell no."
He said all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. A11. Apollo 11. But anyways, that's beside the point. That's sort of typewriter striking.
That's tertiary to the point.
Yeah,
there's always the roundabout.
We're talking about the blue marble NASA powers that be outer space story. The paper mache globe on the shelf. They played golf on the moon. They left that and went and played golf on the moon, made the film. And then they brought dune buggies next time. On God.
Yeah, but that was on Earth.
No, we're talking about the story. Yeah, the story is it's on the moon. He asked. He hadn't heard of Alan Shepard.
Yeah, if he's so globe wise, then he should give us the globe measurements.
Who?
Who's ever so globe wise?
8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, that's what should be.
That's what Google says.
Yeah, does that exist in reality?
Who came up with that?
Is the Earth curving way at
That's
that
a
rate?
parabola.
Yeah, that's based. Yeah, but you take a parabola and take another parabola upside down. Yeah, then you can put a basketball in there. But yeah, that's what they're claiming is going on. That's how they're claiming the Earth is curving away from you.
Do you have some proof that the regularity of nature breaks down so as the geometry doesn't comport with our lexicon?
I don't even know what that means.
Flat earther, man.
It means, do you have any globe measurements?
He is a flat earther.
Globe measurements? How is it possible if there is no globe?
On the other hand, is
Hello, man.
concave.
Oh, personal insults in the morning. I love it. Oh
And
no!
did I insult
about
you?
Me being a concaver.
Who's insulting?
Right?
No, I was just anticipating it, but all right. I
Take pride take pride in your concavity.
Yeah, man. So how's it going? Are you guys enjoying your day on the flat Earth?
I can't wait for this turkey. I'm gonna make a bacon sandwich.
Oh, nice.
So seriously, Grim, you've convinced yourself that you're basically at the bottom of a skateboard half pipe, always.
Yeah, well, I'm a trivialist, man. You know, that's
A trivialist concaver, though. So not just a
Wait, you
trivialist.
believe in
You're
the
a
concave?
concaver.
You
Grim
think of
is
like
a
Halo rings.
Yeah, Grim is a Halo ring guy.
Yeah, as a trivialist, I believe in all propositions being true.
Hey man,
But I
I'm
don't
just
want
saying,
bore
no
you
curve.
guys.
He's a Halo
No
guy.
globe.
Yeah, I love Halo, man. I like to play that.
Yeah, you
like
you're-
Halo 4 and 5?
You like more Quake? Yeah.
So I don't get that. How do you believe in things that would be contradictory to all be true? Is it concurrently that you hold all these truths, or are you just juggling them? You like spinning
I'll
plates.
tell
I
you,
believe
man.
this now. I believe this now. I believe this now.
The reason why I'm a trivialist is because
I didn't ask for your origin story. I was asking
giving
how
you
does
my
it
reasoning.
work? I'm not asking for reasoning. I'm just asking for a yes or no. So you're holding
well, yes or no is not a valid answer to the question.
You're
What is the
holding
correct
flat, concave, and globe. You want concave Earth, globe Earth, and you've got me tongue twisted. And flat Earth, you want to entertain all three, yet all three are contradictory to each other. Is that what is that the keyboard you're playing?
That's a compound question. I don't know how to answer yes or no. Can you rephrase that?
He walked into the room when his mommy and daddy were talking about what kind of education he should have.
Personal insults. There we go. No, why am I?
No, that wasn't personal. That wasn't personal. It was
Oh yeah, it's
objective.
just about my mom and dad. It's not about.
No, it was objective. It was outside of my own person.
All right. So look.
In reality, can the Earth both be?
The denial of trivialism is impossible. That's why. For me, for you, for everyone.
Okay, can the Earth be flat and a globe at the same time?
I mean, if it was 100 times the
No.
size, yes.
Yes and no.
What the hell is this? What's that got to do with price and rice?
Why are we talking about rice?
Who the hell was that? Because it's something that gets priced a lot, and the price of it has nothing to do with anything right now. Whether or not you want to blow up the scale to Kingdom Come doesn't change the question. So, anyways, you're in your triviality pursuit. You hold both that the Earth is flat and round and concave concurrently. Or do you spin plates? Or do you go back and forth? That's all I'm asking. Which one is it? It's always happening. It's always happening. You believe all three, or you're spinning plates. You go back and forth.
No, that again is a compound question. If you want me to answer yes or no, you have to stop asking me compound.
Well, no, that's one. That's one where you.
Are you spinning?
Are you spinning plates, or are you just holding all the three contradictory beliefs at the same time?
Did you just ask one question? What's wrong with you? Are you drunker?
You do understand that it would be impossible for the Earth to both be flat and a ball.
Well, that's a
correct?
statement, not a question.
Okay. Well, can you answer it?
A statement?
What kind of trivialist are you? What kind of trivialist is this guy? I mean, we get a lot of trivialists in here, but this guy. You seem to be the one that's confused. I'm asking about your trivialism.
Yeah, you're confusing me.
If you believe that the Earth is concave, flat, and ball all at the same time, do you understand that those three things are contradictory to each other?
Three things. Well, there would be two.
Yes, the three things, sir.
Yeah.
The three things you've spread your trivialities amongst. They don't jive with each other, but you're holding on to all three. Or are you? I mean, come on, bro. You know what? Never mind.
Wait, I am perfectly willing to answer your questions, man. I'm just asking you to answer.
He
No, you, every time I ask a question, you go, that one's compound.
Guys, to
That
be
one had
compound questions,
several.
you know
I
what a
would say
compound
that had a
question is?
lot more words than the just.
He can't stand on
What's
business. He can't
just
stand on
focus?
one like it's a number.
Just focus. Ask one question. I'll give you an answer.
Excellent.
Do-
Can a
do-
surface be
cooperate.
both flat and curved at the same time?
Yes and no.
And you got us up us about giving fucking stupid questions. You're an idiot.
It's trivialist.
Give us an example of something that's flat and curved, a singular
Yeah.
surface that's flat and curved at the same time.
Yeah, that was a compound answer.
The Earth.
That was not him that said the Earth, was it?
Oh yeah, it was.
Yeah, I know I'm going to fix that.
Yeah,
Cylinders.
might be too broken. He's a trivialist.
The Earth.
He bounced.
Wow.
Cylinders have a flat
Yeah,
and
he's
curve.
there. Thank goodness. I thought we lost him.
Cylinders have a flat and a curved surface, singular surface. So which bit's flat? The end of it or the side of
Yes.
it? The end of it's flat, the side of it's fucking curved. Congratulations,
Yes.
that's two separate surfaces. Well done. I'm glad you learned how to count.
Thank you.
My God, they're getting dumber. No wonder AI bounced so he didn't lose IQ. Fair dinkum.
No, he's still here. I thought he bounced, but he's for some reason, because he's got his G doesn't show up with the other G's.
Wait, the Omega symbol.
No, he's got that underscore. Yeah, he gets real funny when he brags about being a trivialist, and then when the three things that are ever spoken of, and the third one only because he's of his concavity, he gets real fumbly. It's like, can the freaking Earth be concave and flat at the same time? Yes and no. Like, what the hell does that mean? That's why I was asking him if it was all the time or if he was just picking and choosing, going back and forth. Yeah. Grim. What say you, Rumalan? You were busy in the chat earlier. You done goofing around, Grim?
Is the pressure trivial, Grim?
Or compounding?
I think it's revolutionary.
Oh, wow. Okay. How so?
I don't know.
Is it clarity?
Yes.
So you see things clearly.
For the most part.
Well, that's good.
Why did I get muted, man? This
You
is
got muted.
so. They just muted me. No, I'm unmuted.
Why can't I hear
guys.
you?
For a while
You
now.
can just, if you don't want to talk to me, just tell me I can mute myself. You know.
No,
Don't
you
have
were
to
off
mute
mute
like
for a
a
long
violent.
time now.
Relax.
No, I'm just saying, man. Just let me know. You know.
I didn't
I'll
know.
mute
I didn't know
myself.
you
You don't
were
have to mute
muted.
me against my will.
I didn't know
Someone
you were
muted me
muted.
while
So
talking
just
to me.
okay.
Man.
Well, you
Semantics, dude. Semantics.
don't
Who
don't
gives a
panic.
fuck?
You've been let out. You've been let out of the sack. So just relax. You're a
Just let me know.
trivialist. You're a trivialist. Maybe you weren't muted.
Just let me know the next time, bro.
Like I said,
Dude,
I didn't even.
Well, how
he
would
was
you
probably
know?
talking for like 5 minutes.
Oh,
No,
I hope so.
no, he was unmuted. He was unmuted for like 5 minutes now.
Yeah,
Yeah, but like when he was muted for like 5 minutes. He probably kept talking.
No,
He
he
was like, "Oh shit, I'm
wasn't. He was
muted." Left the
muted
room.
for a few seconds, and then he stopped talking, and then he was like, he thought he was defeated.
Yeah,
But
we
isn't it a winning
listen.
technique, man, to just mute the other guy? This
No,
is.
he was. Listen, what was happening? We didn't. We want. He needed to take a break. He was tap dancing on top of his soapbox. It was dangerous.
What does that even mean?
Worry about me.
He wouldn't. He wouldn't. I don't know. Draw a diagram and study it for the next couple of days. He wouldn't answer questions. Every time a question was asked to him, he goes, "Ask me a question." I asked him a question, and he goes, "You've asked me a question." I said, "Yes." You can answer it well. That was a compound question. Okay, go.
Yeah.
Well, yes and no.
You think I'm trying to trick you or play a game with you, man?
No,
I'm
I
just
think
trying
you've
to be
tricked
honest, man.
yourself. Listen. I was just asking about your trivialism. That's all.
Yeah, and I told you, since you asked me to answer only yes or no, I cannot answer a question that's compound with yes or no. You know?
You said yes and no. All I said, can the Earth be
Yeah.
flat and ball at the same time?
Yes. Yes, it can.
You're out to lunch, sir. All right. Cheerleader, did you hear this guy? He's out to lunch.
You're asking me a question, I give you an answer, and then you mute.
Well, yeah,
okay,
your,
yes and no,
your
but
answer was heard. It's been accepted. You're out to lunch.
Sure. Also, the next time, let me know if I answer yes, you'll mute me. What's the point, even when in asking me a question? You know.
Well, listen. I don't know who muted you. I didn't mute you. Once.
So you don't You don't think that flat
I'm not
and
trying to be
geometry and logic. You think those are trivial things, so you don't care about them. Because why? Because you think that you're like an evolved monkey that's like a hunter-gatherer living in a society. Like you're only making a flat Earth point, and you're never making a concave point, and you're never making a globetard point, ever. So I will accept your flat Earth concession.
Yeah, man. Why I'm a trivialist is because I can't help it. Because it's impossible to deny it. But you don't want to know why. But it is impossible to deny trivialism.
That the Earth is flat. Is that what you're saying? It's impossible.
I'm not denying it. I'm just listen. I'm not denying it. I'm just saying when it comes to reality, it's absurd. You can't have a ball. You can't have something being a ball and flat at the same time. Sorry.
Yes, and why not?
You can ponder your trivialist little mind over as long as you wish.
And why would it not be possible?
Because a ball isn't flat, Einstein. A ball doesn't have a flat surface on it, does it?
Yeah. You're just saying because it cannot.
So mystery solved.
No,
that's why I'm asking. What the hell's what's the point of this trivialism?
Yes, I told you it's impossible to deny the view. You just cannot deny it.
Obviously you're knee deep in the view. What I'm saying is, when you're doing this thing, do you realize that you're talking out of both sides of your mouth? You want your cake, you want to eat it too. You want to say, yeah, the sky is blue, the sky is chartreuse, but both are true. That's the way it is. You can't deny that I'm saying it. No one's denying it. It's absurd. No one denied Yoko Ono from making albums.
Who's Yoko Ono?
So if you can't deny, look, man,
she's that lady that screams into microphones. John Lennon's girlfriend. The woman, the one they blame for breaking up the Beatles. I don't know. Talk to George Harrison about it. He's gone.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Ew.
Everyone but Yoko and Ringo.
Ringo Starr. Yeah.
And the guy who's playing Paul.
Japanese.
Japan. Yeah. New York City, if you ask her. She's from the world. She's a citizen of the world.
Like Ghislaine Maxwell.
Oh, Lord. No, that's not Yoko. Maybe that is Yoko Ono. That's a good point. They look the same height. Anyways, what's going on? They both wear a lot of hats, don't they? And Yoko's always in shades. Screams a lot. So anyways, I don't know if she can drive a submarine. The other one can. What is going on? How does no one know what Yoko Ono is? What are we even talking about?
Yeah, a new guy in here named Hamas equals Nazis.
Well, I doubt he'll be a troll. Welcome, sir.
Oh, yes, I have those top secret documents. Let me post them for you.
Yeah, I've got them. They were leaked.
There was a confession? Or a leak?
Here's all these documents that...
The government admits the Earth is round.
Look at that. Look at that, Hamas.
Well, that doesn't prove your claim.
What's my claim?
The Earth is flat. When the government admits otherwise.
What do you mean
the government here?
It's the mainstream. It's the mainstream.
The government here is admitting
theory.
it's flat.
No, it doesn't.
How so?
because those documents say the Earth is a spinning round object.
And wait, which documents?
Psyop.
The Marine Sniper Course document, for example, the Marine Artillery document.
All right, what about NASA's documents?
NASA confirms that the Earth is. They admit this. You're wrong.
Wait, are you looking at the side chat or not?
I am.
Okay, so what does it say? What does it say of that picture?
Oh, you're quote mining. I don't care about your fake screenshots. Real screenshots, if you examine those documents, talk about a rotating.
All right, let's go to the website at the bottom. www.nasa.gov/centers/dryden/PDF/88104 main_H-1391.pdf. Let's go there and see. HTTP. // There you go. Let's click on this together. Oh, of course. Hold on, I might have spelled it wrong. Dryden PDF 1391.
So here we have the Marines admitting that you're wrong. Down the side chat. The Marine Survey Operations Manual admitting that you were incorrect.
So instead of just elephant hurling, please tell him what page to go to.
Yeah.
Well, you can do Control F if he wants.
Control F, what am I looking for?
Have a guess.
I typed in spin and nothing came up. I typed in round, air ground task force, and that's the only result.
Seems that you're spreading fake news.
Well, I'm doing Control F and nothing's coming up, brother.
It seems if you
Go
don't
ahead
tell
and
us what
screenshot
page
for
to
me.
go
I think you
to,
should
it's
try
going to be
again.
mute buttons all around.
Of course, the pedophile would do that. Control F for curve.
Oh, that's it.
pedophile.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's a big yikes for me, brother. Yeah, Control F for curve does not have anything that pops up too, by the way. Nice try, though. Get him out of here.
He's gone.
Leon. For all the ladies and gentlemen out there, if you're gonna bring in massive documents, or this one's not that massive, I don't believe. It's only 234 pages. Don't just throw a document at us. At least give us a rough page to go to. That'd be awesome.
What say you, raised by goats?
I'm looking while I get some work done. I'm not new here though. I've just changed my name back to my original username.
Don't make us go back to Grim.
Yes, here we go. I found it.
Please.
Seems to
enlighten us.
me that NASA deleted that link from their website, but I went on the Wayback Machine and I found it, and there we go. He messaged me. You guys want to see what he messaged me? And then he blocked me right after.
If it violates TOS, you might join him.
Wait, I don't even know what TOS is. Can I PM it to you?
Terms of service violation. As long as it's not something crazy, it means it. Anyways, yeah, that guy he wanted to get thrown out of the game. He'd had enough.
I'll risk it for the biscuit. The looks like the word curvature pops up in this document 13 times.
Looks like they're just trying to define terms. We want proof. Fail.
This is I'm gonna screenshot the curvature shits from this thing.
So
Where the Globers at?
I have absolutely no idea.
The most recent one just got himself banned. Yeah, he just one of those things.
Just one of those days where you don't want to wake up.
Do you guys know about the Imagine Dragon music video having the flat Earth map in the eyeball?
Who's saying that?
You seen it?
MTV?
Oh, what's
No,
up,
I
Alpha
haven't.
Veritas? I hope
Oh,
you
it's that guy.
recovered from our last discussion. Are you good
What?
again? Are you recovered again?
Is that you, Grim?
Yeah, because I choked you out the last time, and I just wanted to check if you're okay now again.
That's
Yeah, that was
trivial.
You did choke me out with all your bullshit, dude.
Yeah, you went for a rope break. You know what the rope break is? That's what they do in wrestling. You know, when they're like in a chokehold, they grab the rope, and then the referee, stops the hold.
Weird, Grim, shut up.
Is that like when you drop? Is that when you drop a stinky load in your diapers? Is that what that means?
Yes, happens from time to time.
Watch out! Watch out! Watch out!
No, you're good, man. You're good. I just felt really bad, man. But you're good again. That's okay.
Yeah, I know you feel bad because there's nothing you can do when your worldview is nothing but solipsism. You actually believe that no one can know that fire's hot. That's your whole stance. You tell everybody that's in here right now that hasn't heard your argument.
I tried, but they didn't want to listen to it.
He'll
Now,
probably say
Grim-
yes.
now-
He'll probably say
now-
yes and no.
Now, Grim says that he doesn't know that fire's hot. He just believes it.
No. That's not what I said. I know it.
That's bullshit, dude. No, you don't. Yeah, now you know it.
Yeah.
I had some witnesses, dude, that were there at the conversation where you said you don't know the fire's hot. You just believe it.
Oh yeah,
You're arguing
where
that
the problem
bullshit.
is. I see where the problem
Oh.
is. Belief and knowledge. The difference between knowledge and belief is knowledge is a justified true belief, and a belief is just something you take to be true without the justification. But knowledge is not guaranteed, if that makes sense. So I know that you live in.
No. Knowledge is guaranteed because when you put your hand over fire, it's gonna burn every fucking time, dude.
How do you think the cavemen figured it out?
Observation.
Yeah, you're talking about some bullshit, Grim.
It
Fire's
depends, man,
hot.
maybe.
End
There are
of
different
story.
views in philosophy. You can take knowledge to be
Philosophy.
certainty, but not
Yeah,
all
certain.
philosophy.
Yeah, what are you talking about, dude? Fire's fucking hot, dude. You're gonna burn shit whenever you get near fire all the time, every time. What are you talking about?
How would you know that?
This guy eats raw meat.
That's a truism, dude.
Truism.
A truism. You know what the fuck you're, dude? You're all inside out and shit. Your whole solipsistic worldview is built on bullshit. Because you can't know anything to be true, right, Grim?
Not guaranteed. Yeah.
There you go. That's a good lad.
Not guaranteed. Is there something you cannot fail to know? Like,
I could tell you something that's guaranteed. You're going to be saying some bullshit in this conversation.
Well, you can give me
100%.
your opinion on it. Sure. Give me what is your opinion?
No, this ain't an opinion. You're telling me that that you believe fire is hot only as a belief, that you don't know it. That's bullshit.
Yeah, I'm saying the reason why we know that fire is hot is through observation. Because we have observed fires in the past, but you cannot talk about fires in the future. You've never observed
in the
before. How
past.
would you do that?
What the fuck, dude? You think fire was different in the past and is going to be different in the future?
No, in the past it was always hot.
And how about the future?
Well, that we don't know. How would you know? Are you omniscient?
Dude, it's a fucking... Oh my god, dude. You see how you are?
Say it. You want to insult me? That's okay, man.
Yeah, I do. I do want to insult you.
every time.
I do want to insult you. I so want
How do you? Yeah, how do you even buy firewood or chop firewood? Because by the time you're done or get back to the house, it might not be worth it to even burn.
It's because the fire, whenever, like he's saying this though, Old House. Whenever you're burning that wood that you just bought, it's not gonna burn.
Yeah, you're just rolling the dice whether or not
Wait,
it's
hold on.
going to heat the house.
It's going to burn. Look, man. Every time, look, man. If you buy firewood and
But you don't know if it's going to create
burn
warmth.
it, you don't know guaranteed. It's not 100%.
You don't know guaranteed fire's gonna be hot. You fucking moron.
It's 99.999 whatever, but there is a chance that it will not be hot. That's what I'm saying.
Do you fucking hear him, dude? Damn.
But you're justified in believing. You have a very good justification to believe that the next fire you will touch will be hot. But inferring from all the fires you've touched in the future to the next fire you've never touched or seen before to say that it will also be hot, that's not guaranteed. But
When was the last time you touched a fire that wasn't hot to justify such a stupid belief system?
No, that's my point. We're talking about
that's not a point. That's just idiocracy.
Well, when have I touched a fire I've never touched before? Never.
When have you touched a fire that was cold?
Never.
Exactly.
Yes, all fires in the past.
Yeah, why do you think that all fires in the past have been hot? Listen to this dumbass, dude.
Look, you're saying you're not only saying all fires in the past have been hot, but you're saying all fires in the future will also be hot. Yeah, you're justified in believing in it, but it's not a guaranteed truth. You know,
No, it's guaranteed.
100%.
It's fucking guaranteed. I can guarantee. I can make a fucking guarantee right now that if somebody makes a fire and they put their hand over that son of a bitch, it's gonna burn like a motherfucker. It's gonna burn.
Yeah, and I will agree with you. I will say yes. I'm with
All
you.
right then. Yeah. There goes your fucking worldview.
But when you're saying you cannot fail to know that the next fire will also be hot, that I don't agree with, you know?
Yeah, you're fucked up, dude.
But that's just
You see how I know you're laughing? You know why you're laughing? Because you hear how stupid you sound. You
I'm
sound
laughing
so
because I
fucking
understand your
stupid.
frustration. That's why I'm laughing.
No, the frustration is there's fucking morons like you that are breathing my air. That's why.
There is a lot of that air, man.
Yeah, there is.
Okay,
What's
I'll show
funny
you where I
is,
am. Good, yeah.
yeah, hold on. What's funny is when you're building this fire, your whole fire needing to create more fire with the match. So you don't even know when you pull a match out if that's going to even spark, let alone be hot.
No, you know that it will be.
Oh, you know the match. Whoa! You know the match. You know every match is going to be hot. Well, matches once they're struck, that's fire. Dingo.
No, by knowledge.
By holding the match in my hand, it would mind over matter.
No, man. You're being a baby.
Trivialist. Dude, you're a trivialist. Accept it.
Yeah,
accept it, you trivialist.
Okay, I'm a trivialist. You're a baby for your behavior.
Well, why does it ruffle your feathers so much, Mr.
Why you behave like a baby? Because I'm trying to talk.
Well, dude, you're the one dude. You're pretending fire is not going to be
an adult
tomorrow.
Yeah, he said in the future he doesn't know. Fire's hot now and it was in the past, but in the future.
But every damn match he strikes is sure as shit hot. He knows that every match he strikes is hot.
Yeah, because tomorrow's a new day, right? That's the day where fire is just not going to be hot tomorrow.
Might be, yeah, maybe.
Right, Grim?
Yes, knowledge is a justified belief. So to know something
you fucking
means
crayon muncher.
Look, bro. To know something means that you have good reasons to hold your belief. That's all it means to know something. You have good reasons. Look, I know that Joe Biden is the current president of the United States. How do I know it? I know it because there are good reasons to believe that.
Yeah, we're not talking about Joe Biden, dude. We're talking about fucking fire. Fire is fucking hot. Every time. All the time. Do you know why?
Why?
Why? Listen to your dumbass, dude. Because it's combustion, knucklehead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every combustion process in the past has produced a hot flame.
Okay. So what do you think the future is going to bring? Ice?
Cold.
You're confused here, bro.
Hey, this is great concave Earth evidence, by the way.
You know,
great job, bang up job on that.
I'm just trying to see why your fucking head's just the way it is, dude.
He's
I'm
concave.
trying to explain, but I think you don't want to listen to the explanation.
No. I don't need to listen to an explanation of somebody who doesn't know what the fuck reality is. Why would I want that?
Last time you said you don't even believe that fire is hot, so what the fuck are you saying now?
What do you mean I don't believe that fire is hot? Everybody knows that fucking fire is hot. Tomorrow, it's going to be hot. You know what? I'm just going to say it, man. I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to tell you that a year from now, fire will be fucking hot. It will be. Just will be hot. And you know what? If fire is not hot a year from now, you can tell me that I was wrong. You come in here and be like, dude, I'm going to tell you this. Fire today is not hot. It wasn't hot at all. Put my hand over it, felt like ice.
Double join. Here we go.
Yeah, water will forget to boil.
Fire in 10 years from now, it's going to be cold.
I'm not saying it's going to be cold. That's not what I'm saying, man. I don't.
Yeah, it is.
I don't. Even
I just believe in it. I believe you don't need to believe in fucking fire to be hot, dude. It's fucking hot. There's no belief needed.
What's up,
I got
Austin?
2 things to say about flat Earth. Can I share them with you?
What?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
The first one, you guys like David Weiss?
No one cares, dude. This isn't David White's channel. This is 24/7's channel.
But that's fine. So he said that there was a weather broadcast that said, first thing I'm telling you, the weather broadcast said that 70% of the globe is lit with the sun right now. How is that possible?
Because it's
what? 70% of the globe? There isn't a fucking globe in sight. There is no globe. The globe is an imagination of people.
Because if you have a ball, you cannot light 70% of it, right? It's only 50%.
What the fuck is going on?
So that's a lie. No. I'm with the flat Earth. The second thing is, why do people hate? Why do people hate flat Earthers?
70%.
They're jealous.
It's about no because nobody likes it. Nobody likes it when you take their ball away.
All right, man. Yeah,
really.
You must kill at the Chuckle Hut.
When you said 70%, when you said 70%, did you mean of the population of the Earth? It's a question.
No, it was on the map. It was on the map.
Okay.
Right. It was that like the sphere divided map like this, right? You know. Yeah. But anyway, that was David Weiss's proof for the flat Earth, and then how come no one likes flat Earth because nobody likes it when you take their ball away. That's all I got, boys. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're a funny guy. Gotcha.
Thank you. High five. That's all I got. Well, thank you. I'm out.
Whatever that was. Fucking freaks come out at night.
I'm on your side, bro. I'm not a freak. I mean, I am up late at night, but like, I'm on your side.
No, you're definitely a freak, dude. Definitely. You got the red light going and everything. You're a freak.
So because I prefer a different color on my eyes when it's light, that makes me a freak. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Be nice.
Nah, I don't wanna.
Right. Okay. So we're being disingenuous. That's fine. Thank you.
Nah, just
not disingenuous.
I am who I am.
Just rude.
Yeah. Look,
Are you religious, AV?
Me?
Yeah.
It has to be.
Who's asking?
Christ.
What?
Hail Christ is.
Dad, I got an answer for you though.
Wait, what's your answer?
It's none of your fucking business.
So you're a Satanist.
Satanist.
What the fuck?
Me telling you that it's none of your fucking business doesn't mean I'm a Satanist.
You know, what do you guys think about flat Earth being in Buddhist texts as well as the Quran as well as the Bible?
What would he do?
Lovely.
You want a cookie?
Sure. Are you buying?
Oh yeah, if you want a cookie just for some factoid that nobody really cares about. Who cares?
The first written proof of flat Earth was the Bible.
Wonderful.
Over 200 flat Earth quotes.
Yeah.
Indubitably.
So, claims that the Earth is flat, not proof.
What are you saying?
They will be claims, not proofs.
Claims that you could test for yourself.
Yeah, which one did you test? Go on.
I did the curve one. I did the moon one.
The what?
The moon one.
The curve
verse
one
was
and
that?
the moon one.
Yeah, what verse was that?
The moon one.
What verse was that?
Let me see here. I posted it in the side chat here.
Okay.
Earth is measured with a line, not a curve. Job 34, 4-5.
Earth is measured with a curve.
Waters are straight, not curved. Job 37:10.
Waters a straightened out curve.
Earth is fixed and immovable. Psalm 33:9. Psalm 93:1. Psalm 96:10.
It's not Psalm. It's Psalm.
Ah, so you are a Christian.
You're just mispronouncing the word, dude. You're just mispronouncing the word. I'm correcting you. Not Psalm.
Like
It's
you.
just Psalm.
God bless you.
You know, there's a thing called the palm tree, right? That palms come from. Man, oh man.
How do you spell palm
brother.
tree?
We don't need to talk about that. Why?
Firmament dome. Genesis 1:6-8. Genesis 1:14-18. Genesis 1:20. Genesis 7:11. Genesis 8:2. Job 37:18. I could go on.
Okay, how did you prove that?
How'd you prove the firmament?
Sending rockets at the dome. Amateur footage. Amateur tests.
Really? Did you send anything up there?
No, not myself.
So you didn't prove it, did you? You didn't prove it, though, did you? What you said you did.
I didn't prove the firmament. No, but
You need to think about things before you say them. You need to think about them because, this is a classic case of putting your foot in your mouth.
okay. So what's above our heads then?
So no, it doesn't work like this, dude. You don't get to ask questions. Oh, what else could it fucking be? We're just trying to point out to you, the Bible makes claims. At this instance, the firmament, and you're saying that these claims are proofs because the Bible said something is proof of something. No, it's a claim, and you haven't got proof at the moment of this particular claim so far, anyway.
Well, where do rainbows come from?
Question proofs again.
Yeah, dude, are you serious?
Unicorn
You can't be serious right now, man.
What shape is a rainbow?
What difference does it make? Why do we have to tell you that?
Exactly. Boom.
Exactly. Boom. What?
What shape is a rainbow? If you gain altitude, it's a circle. Now what?
What shape? Hey, dude, what shape is a rock?
Whatever shape you want it to be.
Boom. I can do it too.
I don't know why you're comparing a rock to the firmament.
I can do it too. What shape is a tree?
How can the atmosphere exist next to a vacuum without a physical barrier of gas pressure caused by the molecules bouncing off the container?
That's a better way. That's a better way to do it.
Boom.
Boom. Yeah. That doesn't mean you know what you're saying. You're just saying things.
Definitely stop saying boom.
Somebody should really look into this.
You're mixing
Why can't NASA get in debate?
No, shut up. You're mixing up esoteric flat Earth with regular flat Earth. You're trying to mix that shit up.
What's refracting the sun's light to create rainbows?
I'm gonna fucking get this guy. You gotta pick a lane, dude. You can't just keep spouting nonsense. If you're gonna say facts, say facts. If you're gonna say esoteric shit, just stay on that lane. Be speculative all day long. Don't be dropping facts and then be like, oh, but by the way, the firmament's up there. Yeah. They're going to be celebrating Thanksgiving over here. Everybody's celebrating the Indians and the Pilgrims getting together and slapping down a big old fat bird on the table.
Based?
Oh yeah, happy Thanksgiving to my American peeps.
You know, Christopher Columbus, man, that guy right there, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have this holiday.
He's a hero, man. He sailed right over the edge and came back to tell everybody about it.
That was Leo Ferrari.
Well, whoever it was, it caused the future slaughter of a lot of turkeys. Gobble, gobble.
But see, they didn't know when they were cooking that turkey at that time, back then, if fire would be hot.
Yeah, exactly.
He's such an idiot, dude. I swear.
Yeah, why cook the cranberry? Why spend all that time bogging and picking or harvesting all those cranberries if you don't know you're going to be able to cook them?
Yeah, he had his great granddaddy. His great granddaddy was like, you know, sitting back and just talking to the people. Just like, I don't know, boys. We might not get fire today that's going to cook this thing, so might be out of luck.
It was a theory up until that point. They got the birds so they could test out the theory as to whether fire was actually hot.
Yeah. There might not be any stovetop this Indian pilgrim gathering.
Yeah.
Cross your fingers, everyone.
We got flesh and we got fire. And I think if we combine them, we might be able to eat it. Let's go.
Well, that's what Grim was saying. He was saying the might not be was a possibility. He was saying the fire might not be hot this Thanksgiving. That's all.
That's a tragedy.
We tried to walk him back off the ledge, but yeah, that's where he's at. He doesn't know his next match he's fighting is going to be hot.
I want to fucking kick him over the ledge. I can watch him as he tumbles.
It would have sucked if he tried to eat the fire.
Yeah, he'd lose his trivialism really soon.
You gotta watch out for guys like that, because if he's thinking like that, can you imagine if he's around a bonfire and be like, you know what? That fucking bonfire. I'm just thinking today's my lucky day. That shit might not be hot today.
Yeah, he's like the Terminator. The Terminator just walks right through the flames.
I was going to say, head first, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, just, you know, every time that there's a barbecue or a bonfire or something, be like, all right, Grim, you know, we're here together. And if your theory's correct, this shit might not be hot.
It's time to make some field notes.
Scouts. He would have been kicked out of Boy Scouts. Go and build a fire so we can roast some marshmallows. Oh.
It's a good time to make some field notes.
Yeah, he's minus his little fire badge.
And then you go from Grim to Embo. How's that happen?
Some sort of obsession about me? Or just barely joined?
Yeah. We're just kind of talking about all the numpties that come through here.
It's less and less of them because people become less interested in your channel.
No, you know what they become less interested in? In the way you argue. Like for Coriolis earlier. That was pretty shit, dude, of you.
Where was that shit?
Hey, Embo, tell Jedi how many reference frames there are.
Oh, you mean like in general or for Coriolis, how many are required?
No, I want you to tell him how many reference frames there are.
In general, in existence?
Yeah.
Infinite, how many you want, because it's an abstract construct. It's a coordinate system, so it's like asking how many coordinate systems there are. You can define any coordinate
What
system.
a fucking fool this guy is.
I knew that was Star Heretic up.
I thought it was 60 frames per second.
So, do you want to tell me what a reference frame is and how many reference frames there are in reality? If my statement is wrong?
You're too far gone.
Yeah, infinite reference frames, Embo. So Coriolis is really just not your thing, is it?
Coriolis. Coriolis is an objective fact. It's not a matter of opinion. You can test it on small scales.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, do you have an option or an experiment of this Coriolis flame, please?
He doesn't even know what it is, dude.
No, I mean, on the Earth.
Which got Embo?
On the Earth or in general?
Fighting hard to stay ignorant about it for some reason.
Right, so you said we could observe it locally or demonstrate it locally, whatever. What would be a local experiment we could look for Coriolis with Embo?
Like for the Earth rotating or like for anything rotating?
Dude, he knows what you're talking. You see, Krillin, you see what he's doing?
Sophistry.
You know,
Yeah,
he knows
sophistry.
exactly. You know exactly what he's talking about, Embo. Why do you you do this shit all the time? You know what the fuck he's talking about. Why do you gotta say, like, what do you mean? Is it this or that?
So for the Earth rotating, you can use a Foucault pendulum. This was the first experiment for Coriolis.
That's perfect. Let's talk about the Foucault pendulum. Could you explain to me one of your setups of the Foucault pendulum, or one that you've seen, or one that you've actually set up personally to verify this? Go ahead, please.
I haven't said one personally, but I would say that if this is your standard of evidence, we wouldn't be talking about anything, because all of your observation, like the Black Swan, for example, is not something you've done personally either.
No. You're not allowed to point at something that we point at. I'm asking you. You brought Coriolis to the table. I want to know from you an example of your demonstration or experiment of your claim Coriolis. Please go ahead.
I haven't done one, but I've seen videos of it being done.
Okay, what's the size? How big is it?
A pendulum?
Yeah.
The ball using the video I watched was like 10 centimeters in diameter, approximately, I would say.
So wait, I just want to confirm this so I can steelman it effectively. You're saying that the ball, the weighted end, is 10 centimeters in size, half an inch. Is that correct?
Yes, maybe a little bit bigger.
And how long is the line that this ball would be attached to? And how high up would the mount be?
It was like there was a building, and it was hung from the highest floor up to the lower floor, but I don't remember how many floors there are. I don't remember.
I want a length, Embo.
I can't give you this from memory by the moment. I can.
Well, that's because here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. I look at cranes all the time. I want to know from you, how come a crane, which is a hell of a lot bigger than any Foucault pendulum you can point at, why does a crane not show the same effect as your claimed Foucault pendulum observation?
Because a crane, when you swing a crane, you constantly manipulate it to do different works, like to take some object and place it into some other
Not at the end of the day, bro. Not when the workday is done and they're just hanging there waiting for the workers to show up the next day. Have you never seen this on the side of the road?
Oh, like that, where it's completely stationary, then you wouldn't see anything.
Yeah,
because
like
just to be swinging. If you let it swinging just in a straight line, then you would see this effect. But this isn't what you do in construction, really.
Bullshit. Wrong. No, because a crane operator uses his crane to move the load. He can watch him move the load into place. The guy the load
Roboting.
doesn't move the load, can hold it. Whatever. I'll withdraw.
In general, swinging the crane back and forth is not really what you do in construction.
It's just dumb, dude. You don't have 2 reference frames for Coriolis effect.
You've already demonstrated from your citation from Wikipedia that you only need 1 because it said that you only.
Fucking stupid. It said that it would need an inertial and non-inertial. Can you count how many that is?
It's 2, but it also said that you would experience Coriolis only in the non-inertial one, and in inertial you wouldn't experience it.
Fucking moron. Without the inertial, there will be nothing to have Coriolis effect of. You just don't understand what you're talking about.
Oh, we're back to the object being in a different reference frame.
Are you just doing this because you were wrong for so long that you just don't want to eat the crow and be like, yeah, I fucked up? You're trying to double down? Because the more you try to do it, the stupider it fucking gets.
I think the error is that you don't know the basic meanings of these
You don't know what the
terms
fuck
in the first
you're
place.
talking about, you fucking asswipe. It needs 2 reference frames, non-inertial, inertial. That's what the citation showed. If you're so fucking thick-headed that you can't read what's written there in plain English and figure out what it means for the classroom, just piss off. You're just too damn stupid to be in here.
I can read it if you want.
Yeah, and you won't comprehend it. Because you haven't watched.
In the inertial frame of reference, upper part of the picture, the black ball moves in a straight line, so there's no Coriolis, obviously. However, the observer red dot, who is standing in the rotating non-inertial frame of reference, lower part of the picture, sees the object as following a curved path due to the Coriolis and centrifugal forces present in this frame.
So now here's the part where it gets extra challenging. You have to count all the way to 2. Think you can do it?
Yes, there are 2 mentioned in this paragraph. But as it mentioned, there's
reference frame, right?
Yes,
the only reason
only one frame.
The curved path is because it's in an inertial frame and you're in a non-inertial. Yeah?
Not really. There's no such thing as being in an inertial frame.
You are. Like, you must have an IQ of goddamn 50 or something.
So, as I already said, I just read it. I didn't say it.
Yeah, you read it and you didn't comprehend it.
You only experience...
exactly the way I said it was going to go.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't comprehend it.
So you experience Coriolis effect only in a non-inertial frame.
You're polluting this channel with stupidity. Shut up.
Do you agree that there's no Coriolis effect in the inertial frame?
I'm not. It takes the 2 of them for the effect to occur. You fucking cretin, dude.
Then why did you say that you only experience it in the non-inertial frame?
Because without the inertial frame, there would be nothing to experience Coriolis effect of from the non-inertial frame. You fucking dimwit. This is something a kid in fucking elementary school could have figured out probably the first time I explained it. And you are here hearing this every single day for years and just can't get with it. You're an embarrassment.
Can you explain in your words what do you think a reference frame means? I think that's the problem.
It's a coordinate system.
Yes, it's a coordinate system. So if I have a coordinate system, I can describe both the merry-go-round and the object passing by using the same coordinate system, using the same reference frame.
You're going to need 1 non-inertial and 1 inertial, or else no Coriolis, just like my citation said.
No, I can describe all of them.
All right, dummy. Show me an example of Coriolis effect occurring where there's only a non-inertial frame.
Okay, I can.
Yeah, you can't. But go ahead and try. It's going to be as stupid as every. I can't believe I'm even letting you talk. Okay, what's your example?
I'm searching for it.
Oh, fuck, you're stupid. You're never going to find one. Coriolis needs the 2 frames. Anybody else by now understands this. I guess this serves a purpose, because people listening to you will be like, my God, that guy's dumb, and they'll have figured out what I've been saying for hours already.
I had some thoughts on reference frames from our conversation the other night.
Yeah, get him off the hook. This is where he's going to slink away. You'll start talking, and he's going to just slink out of here.
Well, I remember we were saying how pendulums work on merry-go-rounds, and the reason you can prove that the merry-go-round is actually rotating and not the pendulum is because you can step off the reference frame of the merry-go-round. And then you were telling me, so it doesn't work on the Earth because we can't get off the Earth, so we can't isolate ourselves from the Earth's frame of reference. But then I was thinking, like, the whole point of the pendulum experiment is because we can't get off the Earth, or because if we could, then we wouldn't even need the pendulum because we could just view it rotating from off it. So it doesn't. So I don't know. You wouldn't need the pendulum if you could take yourself out of the reference frame.
Sorry, do you think the pendulum's an experiment?
No, it's an observation.
Okay. It's an observation where we declare the cause of it because it's not an experiment. If it was an experiment, we'd very manipulate the cause of it to figure out if it caused it or not. So it's not an experiment, it's a declaration.
It's absolutely an experiment because you have a variable that you manipulate.
Oh my God. Captain Dunning-Kruger speaks again. Go find your example of Coriolis with 1 reference frame. Till then, just keep quiet.
What's the cause of it again?
Is this to me?
I don't care. What's the cause of it?
The change in latitude causes the change in the rate of precession of the pendulum.
There we go. There we go. So it's a change in latitude. That's a sneaky way of saying that's the Earth that's rotating. But I don't need to vary and manipulate the Earth rotating. I can just beg the question and move my position on the Earth, begging the question to be rotating. Okay.
Yes, because latitude is what you would expect to influence the variable of the rate of precession on the rotating globe, but this isn't what you would expect to do it on a flat Earth.
I told you this yesterday, you need to get a better microphone. It's kind of hard to understand what you're saying sometimes because you sound like a fucking robot.
Latitude is an independent variable that is expected to influence.
Latitude is measured from a horizontal plane. You just wrap it around the ball because you take your curve in the sky for the curvature of the Earth. Say latitude again, I fucking dare you. Oh, I move latitude, which is a flat Earth measurement, on the surface of a ball that's rotating. No, you've just measured the Earth to be flat as soon as you say latitude.
Is there any reason for the cosine of latitude to impact the rate of precession on flat Earth?
Dude, without actually very manipulating what is actually causing it, we don't know.
I mean, we kind of do know because we can derive the consequences of.
Sorry, Embo. You kind of don't because you said latitude and that's making things into a ball because of hemispheres, even though latitude is a flat Earth measurement you got from a fucking flat plane. And you want to say that when you move around this flat Earth proof, that's proof of a globe that's spinning. What the fuck are you talking about? Get a better microphone.
We absolutely do know because we can compute the consequences of this Earth being a rotating ball, and then you will see that you would expect this drift, but on flat Earth you wouldn't expect it because it isn't rotating.
Okay, so what part of latitude is a curvature measurement?
Well, the fact that it's an arc length, it's an arc of the Earth's circumference.
Latitude?
Yes.
So longitudes have the Earth's circumference. They go from north to south at all times. Try again.
Oh, latitudes are from north to south.
Longitude is north to south. Latitude is east to west.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I know I'm fucking right. Just waiting for you to catch up. Now tell me that I'm right when we measure latitude by elevation angles to Polaris that you're going to need a flat Earth from, unless you think the curve of the Earth is on the outside of your protractor sphere. You brought up latitude. That's a flat Earth measurement. Now you're going to say that's because it's a ball that's rotating when you move locations and a pendulum on it. You haven't varied and manipulated anything. You've just observed different phenomena in different places. Don't forget to sneak up.
Don't forget, he owes us an example, a demonstration of Coriolis from one reference frame. With only one reference frame.
That'd be interesting.
It's just so dumb, man.
Okay, I got your example. It's not like I was searching for it because I didn't know it. I simply lost the link, so I needed to find it again.
Okay, so what's the Coriolis effect with one frame?
You can watch the video. The video is recorded from the perspective of rotating a merry-go-round, which would be the non-inertial reference frame. There's no other perspective in the video, and you can see the deflection of a ball that is moving through that merry-go-round.
Oh, but it's not attached to the it's not attached to the merry-go-round, is it?
Yes, that's true, but you only have one perspective from the
So there's two
non-inertial reference frame.
frames, you fucking goofball.
No, there's no external perspective. There's no
there's
external
two.
reference
There's a
frame.
non-inertial one that's accelerated and the inertial that isn't.
How
You
do
just
you know?
do not get it, dude. You just don't get what you're talking about.
I mean, if you wanted to fix the reference frame on that ball,
there's
it would
two.
also be non.
Is the ball attached to the spinning merry-go-round? Or is it independent of the spinning merry-go-round?
It isn't. It's moving in relation to it.
Inertial reference frame. So that's two. I'm counting two. One non-inertial, one
It could be another non-inertial reference frame moving in relation to it.
That's
In fact, it
painful.
would be.
What is wrong with this guy?
It would be a non-inertial reference frame because firstly the ball wasn't moving, then someone pushed it and it started moving, which means it accelerated, right? And accelerating reference frame is non-inertial.
In a reference frame that's not accelerating. The ball isn't the reference frame, you fucking goofball.
Well, I can define the reference frame based on the ball, and it would be non-inertial because it accelerated.
You are a clown, dude. Just shut up.
Did the ball? Was the ball stationary at the beginning of the video?
That's irrelevant. It's supposed to be traveling straight within a reference frame that is not accelerating. That would be the air. That would be whatever's outside of the merry-go-round. It's not accelerating. It's not spinning around like the merry-go-round. So something traveling through it straight is going to look like it went curved from the merry-go-round because it's rotating and the other thing isn't.
Not exclusively. You could have a situation.
Yes, exclusively, you clown. I already gave you the citation on Coriolis. That's what it is, dude.
Yeah, you could have a ball that is moving in a curve in the inertial reference frame and moving in even other curve in non-inertial reference frame. It doesn't have to be straight line in an inertial frame.
Because that's an actual curved trajectory, not an apparent one.
No, Coriolis it adds to it even more curve.
No, you
idiot. My point is that for something to experience Coriolis, it doesn't have to move in a straight line in an inertial frame. It just has to be moving.
Well, fuck that. Who cares about that straight line part? The point is that you need the two reference frames.
But there was no other reference frame in my video. There was only video record.
Yes, there was.
When exactly?
From within the spinning merry-go-round, and then outside of that, where it's not spinning, that would be frame two, the inertial one.
No, there was no video. There was no camera placed outside of the merry-go-round in that video.
Yeah,
So you're wrong.
okay, so the things outside of the merry-go-round that aren't spinning with it, that is the other reference frame.
Dickhead. I just added that in because that's what you're paying.
Yes, just, man, I didn't know you were this stupid, dude.
He's got stupid. Is that a word? More stupid. He's an idiot, and more so as days go past.
God. This isn't even something, this isn't where you even argue with me. Like, this is just purely the definition of what Coriolis effect is. And you just can't figure it out, and you're trying to prove some sort of point with it. Like, it's a clown show.
I don't really think you know what Coriolis effect is.
Yeah, that's some big projection there, Goofy. Told you you can't figure it out.
Coriolis effect happens only for objects that move in a non-inertial reference frame, or in other words, zero velocity in non-inertial reference frame.
Shut up, you twit. You're just making this whole place stupider every time you talk. The non-inertial frame is where the observer is. The inertial frame is where the thing is moving and appearing to take some kind of curved path when it didn't actually, because you are in a frame that's spinning. Or the observer is.
Yeah, so in that non-inertial reference frame, the ball would have some kind of force component to it that would cause it to curve. And this is the Coriolis force, which wouldn't happen in the inertial frame.
Frame. The ball's not in the non-inertial frame, you stupid fool.
It can be. It can be described in any reference frame you want.
It is, and it's not going to be Coriolis.
Just shut up.
I don't think you know how the fundamental concept of reference frame is.
You know how it works. Told you over and over. I've cited it over and over. I've done everything I can to explain exactly how this works in simple detail that a 3-year-old should be able to comprehend, and you still don't get it. You are the stupidest person I think I've almost ever talked to.
So my hypothesis about where the confusion is I think you think the only things that are a part of a reference frame are the ones that are stationary in that reference frame, which simply isn't the case. All of the objects in the universe are part of a reference frame.
You're way out of your depth. You are just too insane and too demented for this.
I think you're heavily projecting. You can't hold a normal conversation.
Oh, the fuck, dude? You're just too stupid to get it. It's one frame. It's one non-inertial and one inertial frame. Something in the inertial frame looking like it took a curved path from the non-inertial frame. That's what it is.
You agree that you can describe the motion of the ball in a non-inertial frame?
It's not in a non-inertial frame. You are looking at it while it's in an inertial frame.
Okay, where does a reference frame end? When something isn't only in it, but something else is.
That's where that reference frame ends, Goofy.
Oh, that's pretty stupid, but okay.
Yeah, I know you are really stupid and you can't understand this basic shit.
Just stop talking, Ambo.
But
like seriously, just sneak out the door like you usually do.
So if I were to recommend you something to learn about this subject, I would recommend you Balian transformations.
You are not going to do that, dude. You're not going to recommend anything to learn about this subject because you are certifiably retarded on this subject.
Yeah. So if you want to know how to translate the velocity of some object from one reference frame to another, which proves that it can be in both reference frames at the same time, you can look at Balian transformations.
Coriolis, dude.
Hey.
Sorry to take your play toy away. That was annoying, mate.
That guy is so fucking dumb.
He needs to get a better microphone. Can't understand his fucking accent.
Man, that's just maddening. You guys should be embarrassed holding up Globers like that. Should strip you of your Globe Gangsters role or whatever it is you have.
Wait, hold on. Does this guy believe in NASA?
The guy's just an idiot.
Sorry, what?
I have a question for him. He can answer in text chat. Wait, which guy was it?
Embo.
Embo, do you believe in NASA?
Yeah, I mean, the only chance that he's not completely retarded is that he's LARPing, and in which case he got me. I'm the idiot.
No,
Remember
he's
this.
agitated. He's all pissy and agitated. He's serious. He's lost to the sauce. I mean, what else could it be? The guy.
Remember this, guys. Remember this.
Yeah, better that you mute him anyway, Matrix. Thanks for that, or else he'd probably just have a seizure.
Who, him or me?
Yeah, I mean, you can only subject yourself to so much of that insanity before you go insane.
Oh, no. We're about to get him.